Yo, 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 mic check, mic check. It's your boy OTK, man. Peace to y'all. Hope everything is going good with y'all with this Friday. You know what I mean? We just had bad rain, bad winds over the night. You know what I mean? Sunny, cloudy. Sunny was cloudy earlier, but you know what I mean? Hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them, somebody, someone, or something because they need it. And most of all, man, y'all share this out, and we just gonna play some music till some people get in there, man. I know I said it, I'll start it at 3:30. But I got some things to show today. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna just let play some things while we wait.
My blessings, constantly stressing, wondering if I chose the right direction. Nobody told me pain would leave an everlasting impression, so I go with my click, that's my best protection. Coming up about the struggle, ain't nothing ever been beautiful under these coats of pain. I just make it look good to you, keeping my feelings inside cause I don't wanna hurt nobody. So I suck up my pride, I don't wanna hurt nobody. Hearing voices of grandma telling me to come down, so much of what you bought, don't let your family down. With this load upon my shoulder, that chipped on became a boulder. Thought it would change when I was older, baby, I'm a soldier. We came a long way to bathrooms, we never had them. Throw that shit up in the woods, a country flushing. Thanks to this game, cause it got me living better. They tried to stop my blessings, but I will never let them.
In my life,
ands or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your beefs than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know. Hey man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100. Man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Man, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, man. I love that song so much. But I'm gonna keep it real to the day that I die. You know what I mean? No ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. You know what I mean? You can take my breath away, but I never sell my soul. You feel me? Word.
I just don't want to rush, man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life, well come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug, well come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just is how it supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll be you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Feeling all type ways right now, for
I
real.
got you.
I
This
hate
life I live is hectic,
I
man.
ain't worried about
Don't ever
that.
think
You
I
always
ain't got
talking
time.
that stuff, man. I can't tell though.
Just look at it this way. Whenever we together, that means I got time for you.
That ain't enough.
Word,
For real.
man.
It's not
I ain't
enough.
trying to show you what this life I live is like.
I already know what it's like. Been there, done that. That's what's up.
I told you, I got you, man.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you, yeah.
Anybody welcome to hit the link. Hit the link for this. I'm gonna show a video. Matter of fact, you know what? I'll play one more and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna play one more and then I'm gonna play the video. My dog, my dog. Hey, my dog.
I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in the grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. With no fuck boy niggas, half these souls in the same lane with them. Can't tell me the bang, I'ma slide by, hit him.
I'm sorry, man. Let me introduce this. This my people's them, man, from New York. Had a buyer mad. He didn't know I flowed and stuff. And he met me by a family member. Man, you know, hit me flow, dropped it, man. Right now it sounds good, you know what I mean? Message behind it, you know what I mean?
I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in the grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. With no fuckboy niggas, half these souls in the same lane with them. Can't tell me to bang, I'ma slide by, hit him. Hope everybody else die with them. Cost a nigga too much, only get back. 18 with a dream, can I live that? Bad bitch in the VIP, counting by the rack. About 100 million bands, nigga, no tax. Every fall of two-seater, push a dope by the leader. You don't want smoke, game ride when we need them. Boy, this level to the shit loud. Hoes, you don't need them. Only take them to the telly when my niggas tryna gun them till they bleed them. Where we find them, where we leave them. Like I said, we don't need them. Turn a bad bitch to a diva. I can show you how to read them. That's the only way to beat them. Let 100 shots ring on these op niggas. Only pray for my team, know you not with us. Chop sound like Nick Cannon in Drumline. They ain't never gave a fuck about it one time. Lost so many homies to the shit, tryna live out this bitch. I ain't never gon' quit. I ain't never gon' switch on my day one niggas. Kill more niggas, tryna heal my niggas, we lit. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in the grave for sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house.
With a struggle, sometimes I fumble, so I had to figure out. I'm gonna make it. Uncle told me take it, so fuck it, man, that'll be the best ride. Ain't nobody ever gave me shit. Nah, shit, up the mud in the mud and shit. Never seen crumbs, never turned to bread. Take a close look, get to looking at it. Where I'm from, in my hood, shit, I never been left out. If 12 comes and they aggressive, man, it's gonna be a shootout. All I know is us. That's just something that's taught to me, passed down, bloodline. Raising this streets of bitch, I'm sleep. When they say creep, they mention me. I'm not the plug, I'm just a socket, consummated inside a good street. Figure out the cell wasn't never the place for me. Plans together for family. Day one, that's all that matters to me.
I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in the grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house.
Since y'all in transit and stuff like that, see, I was trying to stall because I did start the show early. I did have it set for 3:30, but I just started it early, 30 minutes early, just to, you know what I mean, get warmed up and stuff like that, man, before the show, you know what I mean? For real, man. Man, yeah, I don't want to stop before too early, you know what I mean?
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm
making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
You got that. I sent it to you. Cuz. I sent it to you and Dre Cog. You know what I mean? Yesterday. I hope you got it, my dog. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Link in the chat too. You know, I hope you got it. I'm waiting for it to come back, and hey, we're gonna go from there. You know what I'm talking about? We're gonna go from there, man. Where But I'm gonna just keep livening it up, man. I see people coming in here and stuff, so I'm gonna keep livening it up for a second here. You know what I mean? Okay, boy, I'm about to wreck that. It's the second one. The first one was when I first got the beat, and I was just freestyling it over, and I've been freestyling over it with my little cousins and them boys, man, who was just starting rap. So I was freestyling with them boys, man. But I'm gonna keep it going, y'all.
Yo, Joe, turn me up in this motherfucker, man.
Life is a
movie.
Yeah, niggas need to quit hating down there, man. Live your life, nigga. Cause we living ours, dog.
My life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I said my life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I say my life is a movie, so why is you hating? I stay on my shit, dog, so why is you playing? Look, I'm just saying, I'm living my life. I grew up around hustlers, we don't sleep at night. You can call me anytime, dog, I love getting bread. I'm on my hustle right now. I can sleep when I'm dead. At least that's what my little brother told me. Don't worry about them bitches, I can let my money hold me. Don't fall for the hooky though, I always stay focused though. I can get my grind on, I'm living for that moment. Stack my paper and watch you chase it. I only see number traces, taking penitentiary chances, but I'm also ducking cases. Got no time for relocation, situation's critical. I'm out here getting money, dog, while y'all looking pitiful. L to the Blizzo, and Gucci's where I be. Y'all niggas just mad, cause y'all can't do me. My life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on the streets. I said my life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on
in your life, oh. My pockets, they bulging. I think they need life, oh. My money keep growing. That's $6 a life, oh. These haters look up to me, so my song they recite those. I gotta stay fucking true, keep a zone in the cycle. I stay on my grind, just hope I stick to the right road. Continue to grind until I'm richer than Michael.
Life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I say I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I say my life is a movie, and y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I say I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets.
Certified in these streets.
Yeah, that's another shit, man. You know, it's a lot of stuff that I ain't even dropped yet. You know what I mean? Okay, we got 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute to showtime. Oh man, I'm a conceited dude too, man. But I don't want to be too conceited. Forget it. I play the truth. I was.
Please turn me up in the Blizzo. You know what I'm talking about? Lock it down.
Now me check this out.
Okay.
I say, girl, what you talking about? I get plenty money. I get plenty money. Girl, I get plenty money. See, you ain't saying nothing, girl. I get plenty money. I get plenty money. Girl, I get plenty money. See, girl, what you talking about? I get plenty money. I get plenty money. Girl, I get plenty money. See, you ain't saying nothing, girl. I get plenty money. I get plenty money. Girl, I get plenty money. I start my day off early, cause last night I was swerving. Cause I was with 2 yams, pink toes, came to serve me. Riding in the excursion, it was helicopter high. But I only like them beautiful. Super duper fly. I said pink toes and red bones. Chocolates mixed up. And if you think I'm spoiling them, I know you got me fucked up. I say I get plenty money, and I just wanna blow it. See, you ain't getting money like this, and you know it. Call me Mr. Everything, cause I can get you anything. I went from spot to spot with my glass, heard a lot of and I went from the bottom to the top. City rising, and I keep on grinding, and I never stop. I go forever, man. I always got shit to do, man. I got plenty shit. I always keep a backup plan. Girl, I got plenty hoes. Take this drink for now, later on we can conversate. And if you talking straight, then I might accept your resume. Girl, what you talking about? I get plenty money. I get plenty money. Girl, I get plenty money. See, you ain't saying nothing, girl. I get plenty money. I get plenty money. Girl, I get plenty money. See, girl, what you talking about? I get plenty money. I get plenty money. Girl, I get plenty money. See, you ain't saying nothing, girl. I get plenty money. I get.
Yeah, man. And Carl, I know Carl's tripping right now. Like, boy, that the OTK, man. Y'all, yeah. Yeah, man. You know, I was rapping about what I was living. You know what I mean? At the time, you know what I mean? I was definitely rapping what I was living. Like this.
Hey yo, it's Diamond Style Production presents Been Make a Breeze.
I'm a trap star, baby. Always be moving. Get what you want, what you need, keep moving. Want my money, stay on, like a chef ain't gone.
Hey, Carl, I got fire hooks too, dog. I because I don't got no style. You know what I mean? I really don't got no style, so I got like fire
I'm a
hooks.
trap star, baby. Always be moving. Get what you want, what you need, keep moving. Want my money, stay on, like a chef ain't gone. Trapper of the year, you can tell by my jewels. The more money you get, the better my earth smell. Clientele at a high, but yeah, I'm never comfortable. I can get you everything, even the pharmaceuticals. Call me, make it happen. I can get it affordable. Your third time coming in, you're short, then I work with you. You can say I'm one of the best. Got a few that I kick it with, I roll with the rest. Lockdown, my style is unexplainable. I don't even got swag, I got money and it's spendable. Never come up short, nah, that ain't my blood. You can put that on everything I love. And beyond the shadow of doubt, you can still see my shit when you turn the lights out. Cut them off, but my money stay on, like a chef ain't gone. I'm a trap star, baby, always stay moving.
I'm a trap star, baby, my money stay long. Me and Gator in the trap, call us Cheech and Chong. Earning on the good again, but still getting fed. Anytime ready to die, I stay ready. Real D-boy, I ain't nothing like these other dudes. I'm a nigga with a motherfucking attitude. Down for whatever, that's whenever. Dirt road niggas and we always been clever. I'll give you prices that you can't refuse. You can put this thing in water and you still won't lose. Word. Plus I got the tab on Lauren. Say purchase a set, she got the cheese that she owe me. Her best friend Colada be chillin' at Club Kai. Xanax introduced her, but her real name is Oxy. Bottle Papa Diva, most gals they can't stand her. She ain't here from around here, she came from Old Panama.
Straight out of Diamond Star Production. Been making breeze.
I don't pop in deep. You feel me? Word. I did that. I let them know. You know what I mean? I bring this out. Been bringing it out, man. I'm like you guys. I got songs that been stolen too. Definitely got songs that's been stolen. You know what I mean? I still got stuff that's unfinished, cuz. Check this out, cuz. Tell me what you think. Hey, shout out, man, to my lost ones, man, my fallen ones, man.
I lost my road dog just yesterday. Now I'm stuck on memories on how we played all day. And now you're gone, and I can see your smile no more. I glad you lived a good life, man, I know this for sure. Used to wake me up every day. You was always on time, my dog Snoop was never late. Even though you got sick sometimes, we never worry. We know you bounce back in a hurry. My vision's blurry from all the crying, shedding tattoo tears. You never gave us a sign, you was out of here. Broke down a little while ago thinking about you. Looking out my door, calling for Snoop.
Yes, I love that acoustic too, man. You know, I'm an instrument dude too. I'm an instrument dude too, man. You know what I mean? That's why my granddaughter, she playing piano. You know what I mean? And she went and started playing it herself. So that's a good thing. She picked out what she wanted to do. You know what I mean? Shouts out to everybody, man. But yeah, Copper Goddess, I might have to send that to you so you can go ahead and drop the chorus on that. Get that back to me, man, so I can go ahead and put the second verse on that. And maybe third, man. You know what I mean? But just a heads up to anybody. I don't want y'all coming in here with this. Please don't come in here with this. All right? Okay. Don't come in here with that today. Please. Yeah. You know what I mean. Appreciate everybody for tuning in, man. Y'all ready to get into it, man? I got a nice little video. I showed it a while back, but I wasn't out there like that when I first showed it. So I'm gonna show it again, man. That's why I want people to come up, hit the link, because I know y'all gonna get this. So I don't know what happened, man, but I lost all my videos, my promotion videos, all of that, man. Everything gone. Somehow everything just disappeared off it. That's why I don't have my community support video. Achieve my video. We don't have to rush no more, man. But it's all good, man. But after this right here, we're gonna go into it.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Okay, Mama Bear. Hey, how you doing? I remember you coming in before. I think I remember we talked a couple of times. But I need you to send me something. But what? I can send it to you. Okay, it's a wake-up call. or you can come up and you can show, you can present it too. Either one you want to, it's all good with me. I can stop this video at any moment in time, man. I'm gonna just go ahead and play this and give people time to come up. You know what I mean? Hit the link. The link is in the chat. Give people time to come up and you know what I mean? Let's go, man.
On August 18th, 1934, 20-year-old Ann Cooper Hewitt, heiress to one of the largest fortunes in the United States, was admitted to a San Francisco hospital for an emergency appendectomy. She later learned the surgeons not only had removed her appendix, but also a length of her fallopian tubes, rendering her incapable of ever becoming pregnant. The story of the sterilized heiress hit the papers just after the new year in 1936, when Anne filed a $500,000 damage claim against the surgeons and her own mother for sterilizing her without her knowledge or consent. Anne's mother denied any wrongdoing. She'd done what she'd done for society's sake, she insisted, because her daughter was feeble-minded. It was the sort of bizarre high society scandal that would have captured the national imagination under any circumstances. But that one word, feeble-minded, struck a familiar chord for Americans and linked Anne's plight to a decades-old campaign to control human reproduction, known as eugenics.
What is the bearing of the laws of heredity upon human affairs? Eugenics provides the answer.
Eugenics was proposed as the scientific solution for social problems. It was a combination of hope and aspiration on one side, and on the other side, it was about fear, in some cases about hate.
They are identified early, categorized, feeble-minded, imbecile, idiot.
It would have been better by far if they had never been born.
People tend to think that eugenics was a doctrine that originated with the Nazis, that it was grounded in wild claims that were far outside the scientific mainstream. Both of those impressions are fundamentally not true.
It was almost a mania that sort of swept through the country, and there was that kind of naive, optimistic vision of eugenics, like, hey, let's all get together and make better people.
The eugenics movement was about having healthy children, about having a stronger society. There's nothing wrong with that. You have to look at the underbelly of what was implemented in the name of eugenics to see what was so problematic about it.
At Liberty Mutual, we believe progress happens when people feel secure. That's why we exist to help people improve.
Yeah, so now y'all know what this is about. It's about eugenics. All right? PBS documentary. Let's go.
In the fall of 1902,
My fault, y'all. I just want to make sure I got something playing in the background.
an American biologist named Charles Benedict Davenport arrived in London on a sort of pilgrimage. He was 36, Harvard educated, and like many biologists of his generation, absorbed with the study of evolution. He'd been traveling in Europe with his wife, collecting seashells for research on species variation. But this was to be the highlight of the trip: a meeting with the world-renowned gentleman scientist, Sir Francis Galton. A pioneering statistician, Galton had lived his 80 years by a single motto: whenever you can, count. His obsession with measurements and patterns had led him to create the world's first weather maps, establish fingerprinting as a means of identification, and set data-backed parameters for the perfect cup of tea. Charles Davenport had come to discuss another matter: Galton's work on heredity.
Francis Galton was a great quantifier. He liked to quantify height, hair color, what is the chest size of an average man, what is the thigh length of an average man, even things like intelligence.
Galton had a theory that talent, as he called it, what we would call intelligence, seemed to run in families. And so it quickly occurred to him, if we can get people with high talent to mate with each other, prevent people with low talent from mating with each other, we will, within a few generations create this race of supermen.
Francis Galton was borrowing ideas and kind of riffing off of the work of his half-cousin, Charles Darwin.
Darwin believed that evolution was this natural process that was inevitably leading towards what they call the survival of the fittest. Galton really turns that idea on its head and says, you know, natural selection isn't working very well. We need to do a form of selection. We need to intervene.
To name the effort, Galton had coined the term eugenics, a hybrid derived from two Greek words, meaning well and born. Charles Davenport believed, as Galton did, that selective breeding could transform the human race. What was needed was a scientific understanding of how heredity actually worked. And over dinner at Galton's home, Davenport declared his intention to get to the bottom of it.
Davenport said, I'm going to create a new kind of institution, a station for experimental evolution. Not Darwinian natural selection that you just go out and observe, but can we figure out how inheritance works? Can we do experiments and find the patterns of heredity?
When Davenport sailed for home in December 1902, he carried with him not only a letter of recommendation signed by Galton, but also, he later wrote, a renewed courage for the study of evolution.
Davenport and Galton really did imagine that the idea of improving human heredity was of almost religious significance, of profound moral importance. They also believed they were qualified to breed a better race because they believed that they were the best and the brightest.
Scarcely more than a year later, with funding from the Carnegie Institution, Davenport opened his research station on the North Shore of Long Island at Cold Spring Harbor. Situated on 10 acres along Oyster Bay, the place had been purpose-built for the breeding and analyzing of plants and animals, complete with sprawling garden plots, an aviary, and a half-dozen tidy enclosures housing chickens, goats, and sheep. By mating organisms with unusual characteristics, a tailless Manx cat or a rooster with a black comb, and then studying their offspring generation after generation, Davenport hoped to unlock the mystery of evolution.
Davenport wasn't yet thinking much about humans. He was just absorbing all these different theories of heredity and trying to figure out which ones applied when and under what conditions.
Y'all notice nobody ever talks about Davenport? Everybody always talk about this person, that person, but they never talk about this dude, Davenport, who actually started with the humans. Nobody talks about him. And it's going to be more that's involved, y'all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's more that's involved, y'all. Definitely. Let's go.
After scores of experiments, one theory seemed to stand out from the rest. The recently discovered work of an Austrian monk named Gregor Mendel, who had spent a decade in the mid-19th century experimenting with peas.
Mendel learned that there was a pattern to how pea plants pass down certain traits. And you could come up with certain ratios to predict how likely it was that a pea plant would look one way or another.
Davenport took that and ran with it. He goes about breeding all kinds of animals looking for the Mendelian ratio. And in trait after trait, he seems to find the Mendelian ratio.
suddenly they're beginning to see a mathematical, scientific explanation for things that had been merely conjectural before.
It's becoming obvious that, in fact, there are these things called genes. These units are being transmitted from parents to their offspring, and they're giving rise to physical traits.
So now they have the authority to say that they're improving the plant and animal race by doing this, y'all. Now they ready to test humans now. You know what I'm talking about? They ready to test humans now. They started with plants. And they started with goddamn animals. And then this Davenport and this monk who was studying a bridge. What's happening, baby boy? Goddamn Bridge Third, man. Y'all make sure y'all get, man, I don't even know what happened to my advertisement for Bridge Third, man, with the fire sticks. Y'all, Big Dog still be pumping it out, and Sister Sharice. Till I get back online with that, I gotta find out what happened. I probably did something, you know what I mean, deleted some dang on files or something, man. You know, I'm good for that. Trying to make space. But yeah, though, they started with plants and animals, and they say, okay, we got a white mice, we got a black mice, we got this white animal, this black animal. And we can see these animals are better than these animals. These animals right here of this color produce this and this right here. Hey, let's not forget about these other people, man. These other people had a big thing to do with it too, y'all. Let me bring it back just a little bit to your boy with the study of peas.
Davenport hoped to unlock the mystery of evolution.
Davenport wasn't yet thinking much about humans. He was just absorbing all these different theories of heredity and trying to figure out which ones applied when and under what conditions.
And the crazy shit is, these first chickens could be turkeys that they're so-called chicken, but hey, who's to say? Turkeys, whatever. Some could be ducks, some can be birds. Shit, big ass pigeons and shit like that, but cuckoo birds and shit. But notice they don't got no name of these goddamn, or they might have, but we can't see them. This very first one looked like a South Carolina gamecock. I ain't even lying to you. Right here with my mouse at, that looked like a gamecock. I ain't even lying to you. You know, that's definitely a hen. I mean a rooster. And these are the hens to the right. You know, so chickens wasn't even over here. So how in the hell, well, what we have today, modern day chicken, wasn't over here. Let me leave that avenue open and that door open. As of yet, the chicken that we see of today, it was not over here. I think the chicken was created myself, but till I find out some more facts on it, I'm gonna find out. And definitely doing this farming thing, I'm definitely gonna do more research into the chicken. Definitely, way more. All I know about is them gamecock chickens, man. The fighting chickens, straight up. That can grow bigger than the height, at least a 4 foot. The top of their head can be at least 3 to 4 feet. With spurs too. I'm talking about, yeah. These gamecocks, they ain't never had no chicken style of kung fu. They call it the eagle claw or whatever like that. But I'm gonna tell you, these goddamn gamecocks down here, them some bitch know kung fu.
After scores of experiments, one theory seemed to stand out from the rest. The recently discovered work of an Austrian monk named Gregor Mendel, who'd spent a decade in the mid-19th century experimenting with peas.
Mendel learned that there was a pattern to how pea plants pass down certain traits. And you could come up with certain ratios to predict how likely it was that a pea plant would look one way or another.
Davenport took that and ran with it.
They go my dog Cosmon. You know what I mean? Even Enoch said he thinks so too. You know what I mean? Cosmon, chicken definitely a hybrid and has been GMO. You know what I mean? Generically modified. Hey, some people don't know what generic is, man. You know what I mean? They call it knockoff now. You know what I mean? They call generics knockoffs now. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? They call that shit knockoffs now. Or lesser pills. If your insurance ain't good enough, you can't get the real prescription. You get the by prescription, which is generic. That word was heavy in the Chi in the Midwest. Generic drugs. Yes. Thank you, Cosmo.
He goes about breeding all kinds of animals looking for the Mendelian ratio. And in trait after trait, he seems to find the Mendelian ratio.
Suddenly, they're beginning to see a mathematical, scientific explanation for things that had been merely...
Oh, did y'all just see that chart just now? I want y'all, let me see if I can get back. Damn, I need to start writing these goddamn timestamps down, man. Because, god damn. Because if y'all seeing that shit with the, fucking, with the damn, okay, hold on. With the peas. Alright.
Just absorbing.
Play this a little bit. It's a certain part that I was getting to. When they went into the other animals, it's a certain part. Yeah. That's a certain part. Yeah, that's with the peas. Got that. Got that. We got that. Yeah, oh, your boy, old Davenport. All right, look at this tree, y'all. I'm going to wait till they finish it, and then I just want y'all to see. All right. Look at this tree, y'all. I want y'all to look at this tree real quick. They took a black and a white mice, and 4 black mice came out. Out of those 4 black mice, one of the black mice had a whole lineage of, I guess, what would that be? A whole lineage of white. 2 bloodlines of all black, 1 bloodline of all black, and 2 bloodlines of 3 blacks, 1 white. Now, this is the offspring. After coming out all black. So this is no different than what I was telling people about how the first white person could have been created, or what we call today white. From a black person, a dark-skinned person, let's say dark-skinned person, and an albino, or 2 black parents make an albino, and then this dark-skinned person had with an albino, they might make all black kids. But one of those kids might throw out all albino children. So now, if all these albino children breed back in with all other albino children, this map right here, this ratio right here will be flipped around. And these spots where you see these white at, this will be the one, and the one right here that you will see black now. All this will be white. And then you might have a line that could come out all solid black also. So pretty much, they're not showing us eugenics as far as, like, they was trying to breed themselves to be better because it started with them. But what they also showing us is how they even became in existence. Because they didn't show you the chart of this parent and this parent. But looking down here at the bottom, we can see that this white parent, this white square parent could have been black also. Because we see that right here. So it's telling on itself. The same way how this goes right here is the same way how it starts up here. In order to get to these two that they first started testing. In other words, they got parents.
In ratio.
Suddenly, they're beginning to see a mathematical, scientific explanation for things that had been merely conjectural before.
It's becoming obvious that, in fact, there are these things called genes. These units are being transmitted from parents to their offspring, and they're giving rise to physical traits.
Listen to what they said now. What these people are doing by doing these things, they're seeing that genes does have, it is a such thing as genes. But then there's also a thing called traits. See, traits and characteristics is a part of your genes. So traits and characteristics can be either your mama's side or your dad's side. But your gene is half mama, half daddy, point blank. Your chromosome work, half mama, half daddy, point blank. But now your traits, which is your characteristics, your chemical makeup, the way you act, the way you smile, you talk, all of that right there, all of those are traits and characteristics from these two people coming together. And this is what we will call maybe gene expression, is when a gene from the daddy side expresses more than the gene from the mama side. Let me stop.
By 1906, the work at Cold Spring Harbor had caught the attention of the press and established Charles Davenport as a rising star in the new science of genetics. Thanks to Mendel's laws of heredity, Davenport told one reporter, agricultural breeders could now precisely select for desirable traits, to develop a strain of protein-rich wheat or a chicken that laid more eggs. The same methods would one day lead, he predicted, to a rapid and thoroughgoing improvement of the human race.
Davenport was tantalized by the possibility that you could take charge of human evolution. And then along comes Mendelian genetics, which seems to offer a very powerful tool. So extrapolating from the work that the breeders were doing in animals to the breeding of better human beings was a natural step.
In 1909, Davenport informed his funder, the Carnegie Institution, that he'd shifted his focus from the breeding of cats and roosters to an investigation of human traits. Having already found the Mendelian ratio in early studies of eye color and hair color, and convinced he was on the right track, he now began to collect data on a wide range of other human characteristics. He sent out a family history questionnaire to hundreds of individuals and solicited prisons, hospitals, and education institutions for their records.
See? All right. So now, once he sends out this questionnaire, once he sends out this questionnaire to people, you feel me? That's no different than a genealogy trace. Apparently, just giving me this text ain't gonna tell you what you need to know. So therefore, you need my family members them. So now what you're gonna do is you're gonna say, oh, from his family's past, he's more likely to do this, or she's more likely to do this because of their family's past. First of all, we will have to look at what their family past went through. Because one thing that can alter genetics or characteristics or traits is environment. So if these people growed up in a rough environment, a strictly man, you know what I mean, F this, F that, the child is going to come out learning this too. F that. So those are characteristics trait. This child is not being born in the world saying, yo, F this and F that. Child is innocent. These are learned and taught behaviors. Okay? Let's keep that in mind, y'all. These are learned and taught behaviors. For real, it ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But let's get back to it, man.
You can't really do breeding experiments with human beings. Aside from the ethics, you just can't live long enough to see generations and generations. So it was Davenport's genius to realize if he could collect family pets.
Now, y'all just heard scientists say you can't live that long to do breeding after breeding or breeding. So how did Yakub live this long?
Pedigrees. He could trace family inheritances and try to prove that evolution works for human beings the way it works for animals.
Davenport's plan was to analyze the pedigree charts for Mendelian patterns and to identify the desirable traits human beings might have.
Pedigree, y'all. That's animal. That's animal. Pedigree in human terms is race or breed. Who you breeded with. That would determine your pedigree. That's why I can understand eugenics, because I'm a pit bull man. Everybody around it, we was pit bull people. We got pit bulls, we raise them, we breed them. We know about line breeding. It's a thing called line breeding. If don't nobody know nothing about pit bulls and line breeding, all right? In most dogs, in all dogs, it's a thing called line breeding. So when you line breed, you make sure you don't breed ancestors, bloodline too close together. All right. So you would take a cousin off this brother. Matter of fact, you would take a child off this brother with this mama, who was probably 9 times down the line. And you would breed them together. And now the puppy off of that, you would take the brother of that male and the male female that she breeded with, that was 9 times down the line. You would take those 2 kids and run them back together, and now it's called strengthening the blood. You're weaning off any weaknesses or anything like that, and you're trying to get back to the pure form. And once you do that, you will see old blood, a thing called old blood, coming out of these puppies. Like all the dogs you've seen in this bloodline might have been brown, red. But when these puppies join back together, you might see black puppies, brindle puppies, white puppies, because they're spitting out old blood because you brought the old blood back. This is what they was trying to do with humans, y'all. This is what they was doing. That's why they said this now a pedigree. This is what they was trying to do. And they started with these little goddamn dogs that they needed to get rid of rats. These Jack Russell dogs. Well, let me stop.
Hospitals and educational institutions for their records.
You can't really do breeding experiments with human beings. Aside from the ethics, you just can't live long enough to see generations and generations. So it was Davenport's genius to realize if he could collect family pedigrees, he could trace family inheritances and try to prove that evolution works for human beings the way it works for animals.
Davenport's plan was to analyze the pedigree charts for Mendelian patterns and to identify the desirable traits human beings might encourage through careful breeding, and the undesirable ones they could breed out.
Wouldn't it be a better world if we could wipe out poverty? Wouldn't it be a better world if we didn't have criminals? Wouldn't it be a better world if everyone behaved themselves? And if the reason we have poverty and crime is something that's determined by our genes, if we can change that and make it so that the people who have those bad traits don't pass them down, wouldn't that be a better world?
Among Americans of Charles Davenport's class and generation, there was perhaps no word that had more currency at the turn of the century than improvement. They had come of age in the midst of a revolution, a seismic shift that had made the United States the most prosperous and powerful nation on earth, and in the eyes of many, had simultaneously plunged it into chaos.
It's the beginning of the 20th century. We have rampant urbanization, rampant industrialization, rampant immigration. The old order is passing, and wherever you look, society seems to be deteriorating.
More and more farms were giving way to factories, and the cities were overrun with newcomers, many from the countryside, many hundreds of thousands more from abroad.
There was impure water, and the schools were awful, and disease was rampant, and immigrants were pouring in.
People were apprehensive about rapid change.
You see, this is crazy. People went from farms to warehouses. Forget the food. Forget producing the food what people need to sustain themselves and survive. I'm talking about them. Because as y'all can see, ain't none of us in this video. Ain't none of us in this video, y'all. Y'all pay attention. Ain't none of us in this video. Huh? Ain't none of us in this video. They want to make a perfect them. So now, if I'm showing y'all a video where eugenics wasn't about us, it was about them when it came out. Now you have to ask yourself, well, who brought eugenics to the color folk? And I'm using color right now because they know who they are. Who brought it to the Negro, the American Indian? Who brought it? And the thing is, we know y'all wasn't doing it to the so-called African. You know why? Because y'all been doing it to them. So y'all wouldn't have to do it over here in America. So who was these American Negroes that y'all was doing this to? See, these are the questions I had. But I'm gonna let this get back. I'm gonna let it get back.
About the kinds of people you saw on the streets. Slums, crime, alcoholism, prostitution. Native white Protestants felt that they were losing control of American society.
Determined not only to meet the new challenges, but to master them, a veritable army of educated middle and upper middle class Americans had launched a crusade to remake society, to eliminate corruption, stamp out disease and vice, assimilate the immigrant, and uplift the poor, all in the name of progress.
The world had never seen invention as powerful and remarkable and as influential as the last 3 decades of the 19th century. This fueled an already existing American optimism about what can be improved. And it directed it into a particular track, which was scientific improvement.
There was a great belief in science. There was a great belief in government, in bureaucracy, as a tool for solving social problems. And also a belief in collectivism, that the population needs to work together to improve society.
The progressive movement said, we can use state power and expert advice and knowledge to solve things like poverty, to solve things like alcoholism. So that was an incredibly hopeful and optimistic idea. Eugenics was part of that.
When the letter from Charles Davenport arrived in 1909 at New Jersey's Vineland Training School for the Feeble-minded, the staff hadn't known quite what to make of it.
All right, y'all. Now, they say that we was the one feeble-minded in the 1900s, correct? So why is we seeing something in the 1900s when they was giving out and starting all these asylums and institutions? Huh? To put people who they deem not fit because they different than them. But hold up.
A mere 2-line note requesting hereditary information. One of hundreds Davenport had sent.
Davenport investigated any and all traits. Eye color, weight, mood, habit, temperament, diseases, anything. And then he finds this psychologist in New Jersey, and he begins to zero in on low intelligence, something known as feeble-mindedness.
Psychologist Henry Goddard, Vineland's director of research, had no family histories to share. But what he lacked in data, he more than made up for with enthusiasm. Not only was Goddard interested in the new science of heredity, he asked Davenport to guide him in making his own study of feeble-mindedness.
Like lots of people who are working in institutions, doctors or social workers, Henry Goddard was interested in identifying the kinds of conditions that were passed down in heredity and preventing them.
Henry Goddard was 42 and a one-time teacher in Quaker schools. It was in part an interest in education that had brought him to Vineland in 1906. He'd spent the 3 years since trying to parse the many varieties of feeble-mindedness, an all too common mental deficiency associated with antisocial behavior. Some of Vineland's 300 inmates were violent or deranged, others unruly, still others merely slow. Hoping to improve their individual care and training, Goddard had pioneered the use of an intelligence test, which purported to measure a person's mental abilities in relation to that of so-called normal people of the same age. The score enabled him.
So this is another part of it, y'all, right here. That test that they just talking about, that will later turn into an IQ test. So the IQ test came out of eugenics. So Uncle Sarnetta had a show one day, and they was talking about the IQ and this and that. And Dr. Reggie, Brother Reggie was on there. And I asked him some questions. You know what I mean? Like, yo, the IQ test, we was bound to fail at, because that IQ test wasn't for us. How you can come to someplace else and test somebody's fucking IQ? And the questions that you're asking them, only you know the answers to. You don't believe me? Fuck it. Let me prove it. They own goddamn people and they know the fucking answers. Let's go.
Some of Vineland's 300 inmates were violent or deranged, others unruly, still others merely slow. Hoping to improve their individual care and training, Goddard had pioneered the use of an intelligence test, which purported to measure a person's mental abilities in relation to that of so-called normal people of the same age. The scores enabled him to sort his charges into categories. To the existing classifications of idiot and imbecile, which long had been used to describe debilitating mental impairment, Goddard had added the third, a higher functioning group he called morons.
Hey, let me give y'all another killer too real quick. Let me give y'all another killer real quick. Real quick. Why are they trying to make a perfect white man in this case? Why are they trying to make a perfect white man? Who are they trying to make this perfect white man in comparison to? See, nobody thinks about that. Why are you trying to make a perfect white man? If y'all have been doing all these great things in war and over there, and why are you trying to make the perfect white man? See, these are things we have to ask ourselves. And these people are coming from over there in the Eastern world. They're not from here. They're coming from the Eastern world. So why would they want to make a better white man here when they was already great over there, so-called? They was great, right? So now, are these the descendants of people who used to be called poor white trash that's trying to create a perfect white man? So now, that's why today we have 2 to 3 different so-called white races today. They know it. We just don't know it. But I know it. It's 3 different races of them. It might be more in some states. Shit. but I know it's not races, but it's 3 different complexions, not complexions, but it's 3 different types. I'm going to say types of people who we will say today are white or European or whatever. Some can't even say they're European because they created. Okay, let's go. That's why they don't have no history, y'all. Huh? They come in our spaces and they talk, but they can't trace themselves to no history. And when they do, their history takes their ass across that water. Damn near every last bloodline they got. Oh, that's just early on. All the old bloodline, take their ass across that water. Let's go.
That was actually a diagnostic term and not just an insult. Henry Goddard argued the high-grade moron is high-functioning enough to act normal, but they're kind of stuck in this evolutionary phase, and they don't emerge as true adults. What's missing is moral judgment. So Goddard constructs that term moron, and mental deficiency and immorality become basically interchangeable.
Now, with Davenport's tutoring, Goddard began to survey the family histories of 35 of his students at Vineland. What he found made him an instant believer in eugenics. Not only did morons seem clearly to pass on their feeble-mindedness to their offspring, their family trees often were rife with alcoholics, prostitutes, criminals, and paupers. As Goddard put it to the New Jersey State Conference of Charities and Corrections in 1910, feeble-mindedness is at the root of probably 2/3 of the problems that you have before you. The cause was defective ancestry.
Henry Goddard puts forward this idea that if you got rid of feeble-mindedness, you would get rid of all of these problems, or at least greatly reduce them. And we love explanations like that. It's so simple. Oh, it's just feeble-mindedness. So let's, that's the fix.
Goddard reasoned that if the test he devised to better care for the feeble-minded instead were used to identify them, the contagion could be halted, and future generations spared the scourges of mental deficiency.
Henry Goddard said, it takes an expert to identify the true menace of feeble-mindedness. So someone you're sitting next to at a restaurant or in a theater could look perfectly normal to you, and it only takes one feeble-minded person marrying another one, even someone who's not feeble-minded, to create generations of feeble-mindedness. What it did is up the stakes of feeble-mindedness by claiming that it was a hidden menace that was more difficult to pinpoint than people might think.
By early 1910, Charles Davenport was convinced that certain human traits were passed down in a predictable way, and that American society could be dramatically improved if only reproduction were controlled. Anxious to spread the word, he began to lay plans for a new institution dedicated to eugenic research and education. In February, in search of a patron, Davenport traveled to New York to lunch with Mrs. E.H. Harriman, widow of a recently deceased railroad magnate.
Davenport's pitch to Mrs. Harriman was to say, right now you give your money to all kinds of good organizations. They feed the poor, they clothe the poor, they do many wonderful things, but it's never ending. With eugenics, we eventually won't need your philanthropy and charity because we'll solve the problems that right now you're just throwing money at. He persuaded Mrs. Harriman that the future of the country was at stake and that only a eugenic project could save it.
Charles Davenport says, all you people who think that if we just educate the poor, if we just give them charity, if we just reform their environment, even the poor can rise to our level, forget about it. That's just sentimental hogwash. It's not the environment that makes you what you are, it's your genetic inheritance from your parents. So now, yes, let's regulate the mating.
All right, remember I told y'all about the environment? How the fuck the environment cannot affect you and your offspring? How could it not? Now, let's just go back to the animals that they was goddamn testing. Say they take these animals and they put these animals in different environments. I guarantee you each one of these animals that's in different environments will come out different. Now, when they get together, they might produce, you know what I mean? Some of the same effects, the outlooks or looker shit or whatever like that. But after generations, man, you can't tell me that the environment is not going to change. Man, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Meetings of human beings, eliminate the bad genes in the population, and keep the fittest genes in the gene pool.
By limiting the birth of people who were deemed to be unfit, you were by definition enhancing the stock of human society. And so there was this social mission of really fighting dependency, fighting crime through eugenics. The idea was that eugenics would solve all of these broader social problems if enacted in a robust way.
Mrs. Harriman was a great believer in the importance of proper matings. She credited her late husband's interest in horse breeding for that. And she enthusiastically pledged to finance Davenport's eugenic enterprise. It was, Davenport later wrote in his journal, a red-letter day for humanity.
See, Darwin only introduced the concept of eugenics by studying birds. Darwin never tested humans, y'all. He did birds in different places. It was his brother and another lady. You know, I'll leave that for another bill. It was them who said, yo, let's take it a little farther. And then it's this dude Davenport that comes in and get the funding for it. You feel me? So we can't just go at Darwin for coming up with a thought that he thought. We got to blame these motherfuckers who put his thought into action and use science behind it. All right, let's go.
The impulse to perfect humanity is an ancient aspiration. The idea that somehow or the other that you can get the best humans by selectively breeding the best, most fit, hardiest, most beautiful, it's an ancient desire. You find it in Sanskrit texts. You find it in Greek texts.
So now I'm gonna go a little bit off the Richter, but yet stay inside the parameter of this conversation when we're dealing with eugenics in this breeding process. Now, this is what some people will call modern day cyborgs. People created. Okay? That's pretty much GMO'd. Genetic modified by selective breeding. Selective breeding is another way of genetically modifying things. You don't always have to shoot it up in a needle in a cell and say, oh, let's do this. It doesn't always have to be in a lab. It doesn't always have to be in the lab. Shouts out to Sister Bethy, bringing a different thought. You know, we might didn't catch it, but just the thought. I'm not saying, you know, you got to agree with everything he been saying. That's your personal thing. But when they say the cyborg thing, and then I hear the explanation behind it, that's eugenics. That's why I had to come back out with this. It's eugenics. Enoch's Curious One, man. To Marie Boyle. Josephine Short, man. Peace and welcome, man. But yeah. Anything that's created can be considered something that's not. If you put it together. Now, let's say today. All right. Back then, they called it eugenics. Selective breeding, selective processing, selective selection. Selection, period. Back then. Let's make sure these two right here have a kids. Boom. We know we probably can get a good stop. All right. That's eugenics, okay? So now, let's fast forward to 2006. I think 2006 is the first time I started hearing about artificial insemination, where they no longer need the man. They only need a sperm. Since a man and a woman can't literally have physical contact and create a child, they can just put the egg in, they can just put the sperm inside the egg when it's fertile now. What was they call it? Surrogates? Am I saying the right thing? Was it surrogates at first, y'all? Surrogate parents? Yo, my wife can't have no child. You just carry this baby for me and then you give it to us. So I understand the whole concept about cyborg, because now, y'all remember when the movie Cyborg came out? Shouts out to Sid, man. You know what I mean? I call him Sid off of that old movie off of Sid, man. You know what I mean? But shouts out to him in the movie Cyborg. They were showing it. Terminator. They were showing it. Terminator ain't nothing but artificial intelligence. Your brain getting uploaded inside a robot. That's all Terminator is. That today is called AI. Eugenics today is called cybernism. And they done did it so much to these people that was created that started breeding with each other. And now they don't know what the fuck they got now. It's unexplanatory. They don't even know what the fuck. They can't even give a psychological explanation for the things that's happening now. They almost at the point where they got to bring asylums back. For they people.
Trouble is that only some human beings can dictate or decide what the correct features might be. Who decides?
Charles Davenport thought by.
That's a great point. That's a great point, Enoch. Terminator and the Matrix is AI now. Uploaded the computer program to a human brain, and now put this human brain inside a computer program, which will be this robot. You goddamn, hey, that's fire, Enoch. Terminator and Matrix all in one. Definitely.
Breeding a superior race of people, we can bring about the millennial kingdom on Earth.
The problem with utopias is that they set a set of aspirations that then blind you to a certain set of consequences. And that can be dangerous.
In October 1910, on an 80-acre plot adjacent to the Cold Spring Harbor campus, Charles Davenport opened the doors of his new institution.
Hey, curious, if you ain't curious one, man, if you ain't busy, man, OG, you know what I mean? You know you always welcome, man, because you know what I mean? You have a lot of insight, man. You know, y'all always welcome. Anybody can hit the link, man, and come up. It's an open panel. I'll stop this video whenever it is, because whenever we can. It's a long video. It's like an hour and 53 minutes. So, you know what I mean? I'll stop it whenever, man, and we can have a build whenever y'all want to, man. It's up to y'all. Just come on up, man. Y'all, everybody welcome. Word.
Institute. It was a modest structure built for a grand purpose: to house hereditary information on American families and use it to guide the reproductive choices of the nation. He called it the Eugenics Record Office.
Eugenic ideas were very much floating around as early as 1880. But Davenport gave eugenics teeth. He was institutionalizing eugenics. He was marshaling people around a research program.
Davenport already had assembled a prestigious board of scientific directors, among them prominent scientists, physicians, and famed inventor Alexander Graham Bell. Day-to-day operations, meanwhile, would be overseen by Harry Laughlin, a high school superintendent.
All right. Alexander Graham Bell, a patent stealer. Well, they invented patents, so I can't say a patent stealer, but an invention thief and patent somebody else's invention, which wasn't an invention. It was a way of life for us. They just didn't know nothing about it. All this shit was strange. They didn't brush their teeth. They didn't wash off. They didn't do none of this before they came to America, y'all. Let's be for real. We introduced them to soap, toothpaste, everything. Huh? We didn't need no dentist. When our finally cut teeth was ready to come out, they would come out. Some wouldn't come out. I got some ancestors that never lost their baby teeth or none of that, what they would call baby teeth. I got some ancestors that never lost none of them. Now we hear today that milk helps destroy the calcium. So is this why y'all shed y'all first teeth? Because of milk? Uh-oh. Huh? Why they telling people now, hey kids, remember the commercial, milk does a body good. These kids damn near was 11, 12 years old drinking milk. Now they telling you, no, you don't need no milk after you a baby. The milk is just to strengthen up the calcium in your bones. But after you become a baby, you don't need milk no more. But yet we put milk on all our cereals. We eat more milk than cereal than any other. Man, let me stop, man. Let me stop, y'all. Oh shit, y'all. I'm so sorry, y'all. I thought I had that shit back playing. Damn. Okay, my fault, y'all. We're gonna start back with Davenport. Not Davenport, with Alexander Graham Bell. You know what I mean? Right there.
But Davenport gave eugenics teeth. He was institutionalizing eugenics. He was marshaling people around a research program.
Davenport already had assembled a prestigious board of scientific directors, among them prominent scientists, physicians, and famed inventor Alexander.
Y'all know what's crazy, y'all? Why they ain't talking about religion? Why they ain't talking about religion during this whole time, y'all? Are these the non-religious folks that was coming across here? Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention.
Graham Bell. Day-to-day operations, meanwhile, would be overseen by Harry Laughlin, a high school superintendent from the Midwest with a lifelong passion for poultry breeding.
Laughlin was a very zealous proponent of eugenics, and in that sense, he got along well with Davenport. They both believed in the mission, they believed in the cause.
For Davenport, a lot of it was about what you can do in the laboratory and how you can analyze the data. For Laughlin, a lot of it was about, well, how are we going to get out there in the world and change the direction of history?
To gather new disciples to the cause and to aid in the collection of data, Laughlin and Davenport launched an academic program, which offered training in eugenic field research techniques. Over the course of 6 weeks each summer, recent college graduates from Vassar, Harvard, Oberlin were taught how to investigate family histories, how to conduct interviews, and make eugenically useful measures.
Oh, y'all. This is the first time how to do genealogy. This is the first time how they're learning how to do our genealogy. And not only that, they're doing looker shit. Look at these tests. But they're doing it with themselves first, y'all. But this is how it trickles down onto us. All right?
Measurements, and how to chart family pedigrees and analyze them. Then, at a salary of $75 a month, came a year's work in the field. Armed with the official trait book, which assigned numerical codes to a broad spectrum of human characteristics, the newly minted researchers fanned out to study delinquents in the Juvenile Psychopathic Institute of Chicago, the insane at the New Jersey State Hospital at Matawan, albinos in Massachusetts, circus families at Coney Island, the Amish in Pennsylvania.
They would go into some holler in Virginia and find some family that seemed to have a lot of alcoholics and criminals and, other ne'er-do-wells. And they would go, aha, we found a family with terrible genes. And they'd interview someone and they'd say, oh yeah, John seems a little slow, but I knew his uncle, and his uncle was a big drunk. And they'd write that down, uncle, a big drunk. So they would come back with all this evidence of the way in which human traits were inherited.
Of course, the reliability of the data was not questioned, even though it was based on interpretation, impression, recollection by the living members of the family with whom they spoke. No checking.
Year by year, as trainees rotated out of the summer program and into positions at universities, hospitals, and mental institutions, Davenport's assumptions and methods of fieldwork gained currency all across the country. And year by year, the data accumulated. Stored in fireproof cabinets and intricately indexed, it comprised, as Scientific American noted, a sort of inventory of the blood of the community, and supplied grist for a multitude of books, pamphlets, lectures, and press releases regarding the danger of so-called inferior germplasm.
They're using the family records that are stored in the fireproof vault to prove all these traits, not just physical, but mental traits, moral traits, are caused by genes. There's nothing you can do about it. This is cold, hard, pure science.
Just as we have strains of scholars, of military men, Davenport told the New York Times, we have strains of paupers, of sex offenders, strains with strong tendencies toward larceny, assault, lying, running away. The cost to society of these strains is enormous.
Davenport took this basic idea, applied it far more widely than it had ever been before, and really promoted this probabilistic idea as if it were a deterministic one. That is to say, it's not just likelihoods, but in some ways we're dealing with certainties. And that idea really sold.
By the time the Eugenics Record Office issued its first official report in 1913, many Americans had begun to see the wisdom in eugenics. I agree with you that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind, former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport that year. It is really extraordinary that our people refuse to apply to human beings such knowledge as every successful farmer is obliged to apply to his own stock breeding.
If you're going to be in the business of breeding, you're going to have to convince thought leaders and politicians, most especially the government, to begin a kind of unprecedented program. So they understood from the beginning that they needed to persuade those who were in a position to do something about it that it was possible, indeed desirable.
The eugenicists thought that people's base interests are just self-serving, selfish, right? And if you just leave them to themselves, they're going to evolve in all these random, dumb directions.
The Eugenics Record Office recommended both widespread eugenic education and aggressive government intervention. Laws that would keep defectives out of the country, prohibit them from marrying, and prevent them from becoming parents by segregating them in asylums throughout their reproductive years. Also recommended was a new and somewhat controversial surgical procedure known as sterilization. By cutting and sealing organs involved in reproduction, both men and women could be made infertile. So far, the technique had been used primarily on criminals, particularly sex offenders, and it was thought to have a curative effect. Harry Laughlin envisioned a broader application as a eugenic tool that would eliminate defective germplasm once and for all.
Harry Laughlin really has this political vision of what we can do with eugenics.
Listen, man. Oh, man. Junebug. Peace, my G. You already know. Ex-St. Louis. Peace. Yeah, man. Yeah. There are some seriously mental ill so-called people. Yes, Josephine Short. Yes. And I'm showing you how they came and created these people. They talk about Yakub. Shit. They need to talk about Davenport. Davenportude. Or what would we call it? Davenport is his name, so we could call it Davenportis. Yeah, when we call it Davenportis, we're talking about the Davenportology, the study of fucking Davenport, the one who got the full go ahead to start testing fucking humans and went on with it. Then they started sterilization. Now, when we hear that word sterilization, we know we ain't too far behind, y'all. Let's go.
And he said, in order for eugenic sterilization to really do what had to be done, 15 million Americans would have to go under the knife.
The idea was that eugenics was for the common good, and by implementing the science of heredity, they could protect America and strengthen America.
They thought of it as the beginning of a revolution, of a religious movement. You have to start with a few converts, and then you try to grow it into a bigger movement. All that seemed exciting and full of possibility. And they were going to create a new world.
The eugenics movement that Charles Davenport had launched rested on Mendel's laws of inheritance, which assumed each trait was governed by one gene and was passed down in predictable patterns. But for all of Davenport's certainty about the gene, there remained open questions about the gene's physical properties and its location within the cell, and the means by which it accomplished its function. All over the world, scientists looked to fast-breeding organisms in search of clues. Some focused their experiments on the sea urchin, which turned out a new generation each year. Others on the even speedier mealworm, with its larva-to-larva cycle of 4 months. For zoologist Thomas Hunt Morgan, the organism of choice was the fruit fly, which was capable of reproducing in just 10 days.
The organism breeds so quickly that Morgan is able to see things that the eugenicist cannot, because he's watching mutations move across multiple generations.
By 1913, Morgan had been studying fruit flies for so long that his laboratory at Columbia University was known simply as the Fly Room, and his assistants, the Fly Boys. For nearly a decade, they'd been holed up there, on the 6th floor of Skimmerhorn Hall, breeding flies in half-pint milk bottles pilfered from the campus cafeteria. Thousands upon thousands of mutants were crossed, and the results meticulously recorded. White-eyed, bristled.
Okay, y'all. Now, these dudes that took flies, interbred them, crossbred them with different flies. Now, the flies we have today are very disrespectful. Might I add. Used to see flies in certain areas. Now, flies are very disrespectful. Mosquito Riley's always been disrespectful. You know, swamp gnats, they always been disrespectful. But now the flies are getting disrespectful. Okay, y'all.
Red-eyed, short-winged.
Our fucking bees don't even produce the honey that they need to no more because they done crossbreed the bee of America with the African bee that came across here when they was doing the cargo trading, merchant trading. They was bringing these stowaways, and now they got us with a bee now that don't even pollinate. Huh? We got bees now that don't even pollinate, y'all.
When the data was collated, Morgan made a startling discovery. The mechanism of heredity in flies was far more complex than in Mendel's peas.
Gregor Mendel thought that every gene was its own unique, discrete entity. Morgan showed that, in fact, that's not the case, that, in fact, genes have a physical entity. They live in chromosomes. Because they live in chromosomes, often they travel in packs. Morgan's work complicates the idea of simple eugenics because you don't just pick one thing out of one drawer, a second thing out of another drawer. until you get your ideal child. It's not so easy to pick and choose what your next generation might be.
It makes sense in pea plants, it makes sense in cattle, it should make sense in humans. But there were no experiments that really could support Davenport's theory.
Thomas Hunt Morgan was a believer in the transformative power of eugenics. He had served on the board at the
All right, this guy here, Thomas Hunt Morgan. Look at the two last names. Morgan, J.P. Morgan, Hunt, Thomas Hunt, Lamar Hunt, Kansas City Chiefs. Pay attention, y'all. Huh? Pay attention.
Complicates the idea of simple eugenics, because you don't just pick one thing out of one drawer, a second thing out of another drawer, until you get your ideal child. It's not so easy to pick and choose what your next generation might be.
It makes sense in pea plants, it makes sense in cattle, it should make sense in humans. But there were no experiments that really could support Davenport's theory.
Thomas Hunt Morgan was a believer in the transformative power of eugenics. He had served on the board at the Eugenics Record Office since it opened. But based on the lessons he'd learned in the fly room, it seemed clear that eugenic science, such as it was, had no business informing American laws. If the eugenicists want to do this sort of thing, well and good, Morgan wrote a friend. But I think it is just as well for some of us to set a better standard and not appear as participators in the show.
Morgan writes a letter saying, I'm going to ask to be taken off this letterhead. I study fruit flies and I can't figure out how their eyes work. I can't figure out which one's going to.
Oh, master self, man. Peace and love to you, my brother. I'm glad you came through, man. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I'm glad you came through because so I can get the information from you again too. But yeah, man, we just doing a little eugenics thing, man. You know, I have a little input on it, man. So I hear people input. So now y'all see why the Hunts are respected in per se in Kansas City in that area, because Thomas Hunt Morgan said he wanted to be taken off this team. He don't want no part of this shit. This shit don't have nothing to do with law. You know what I mean? Leave that shit alone. This shit don't have nothing to do with law. Master Self, man, what's going on with you, man? Hope all is well with you and the family, man. Peace and blessings.
What up, fam?
Chilling.
Peace.
Yup. I've been waiting to talk to you for a second, man. I'm gonna let some more of this play, and then you know what I mean, whenever you're ready for me to stop it, just tell me stop it if you hear something. You familiar with the eugenics thing, right?
Yeah, yep. As a matter of fact, I need your email too, because I didn't get it last time I was talking to you. Right.
I'm gonna put it in the back chat right now. That's why I wanted you to come up here, because it'll be in the back chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, because you know you got weirdos out here, homeboy. Yeah, feel me? Yeah, I'm about to put it in the back chat right now.
Nah, yeah, this eugenics shit is serious though.
I've been seeing you. I've been seeing you around though. I've been seeing you been making your ways around to a lot of the channels that I was telling you about.
Yeah. Thanks to you, I found them.
Yeah, that's a good thing, man. That's a good thing. All good brothers. And the good thing about it, bro, everybody, we all on the same level at some point, but we all got different views.
Right.
And you got a lot of other people that come with different views, but we all mean good. We all mean this. In other words, I don't give a fuck if you take A through Z route to get there. The whole thing is to get there. No matter what route you took, the whole point is to get there. And the getting there is knowing who you are. Once you know who you are, then that's when you can go back and then now you can trace the routes. Some people have to trace the routes to see who they are. You understand what I'm saying? You know, advice. Yeah. But that's a good thing about the brothers, man. It's a good thing because brothers be talking about politics. Brothers be talking about religion. You know what I mean? We be talking about everything, man. You know, and that's a good thing, man. You know, open conversation. It's an open.
Exactly.
That's why I love
the conversation.
Right. That's why I say it's not a community because we not confined it to nothing. This is a goddamn environment.
Mm-hmm.
In an environment, you got different parts of the environment that helps affect the person's growth. And this environment also can spread out into other environments. And that comes with growth. You know what I mean? So that's why I say, yeah, yo, these some good brothers. Go check out these channels, you know? And I've been doing that, man. You know what I mean? And I definitely want to build with you also today. Because, you know, I mean, you caught me when I was in war mode, wild Indian mode with them brothers, you know what I mean, talking about the DNA stuff. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? I definitely would love to talk to you about that today too, man. But I'm going to let this play real. Just let me know whenever you want me to stop this or whatever. All right?
All right.
All right, man.
I study fruit flies, and I can't figure out how their eyes work. I can't figure out which one's going to inherit certain kinds of wings. And you seem to be saying you can understand who's going to inherit something as vague as criminality or pauperism. So he backed away, but privately.
Morgan's withdrawal from the record office was regrettable, but Davenport was undeterred. At this point, the eugenics movement would not be stalled by the minutiae of science.
What genes are is a great biological and biochemical question. But there's a kind of Yankee practicality about eugenics. Let's get this job done. And so they move right along.
When the Panama Pacific International Exposition opened in San Francisco on the morning of February 20th, 1915, 100,000 people streamed through its turnstiles. Over the next 9 months, the number would reach more than 18 million. Billed as an encyclopedia of modern achievement, the fair offered a dizzying array of diversions and curiosities. A 23-minute ride over a functioning replica of the recently completed Panama Canal. An assembly line that turned out 18 Model Ts a day. A 57-tier tower built entirely of Heinz condiment products.
The Panama Pacific Expo was a celebration of science, efficiency, engineering. It was an opportunity for the United States to demonstrate the power of science and technology, and also a utopian vision looking towards the future.
Nowhere did the future look brighter than from the Race Betterment exhibit. Housed in the Palace of Education, the display featured imposing plaster casts of Atlas, Venus, and Apollo. A collection of medical instruments used to gauge human biological capacity, and a welter of charts, graphs, and lists that outline the way eugenics would better the human race. All of it was the work of Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, a fierce proponent of what he called biologic living.
John Harvey Kellogg was an incredibly energetic man. He was a health reformer and a physician and an amazing entrepreneur. And he developed all these regimens and invented different medical instruments, had a whole dietary plan,
He was obsessed with cleanliness, with purity, and he believed that the key to reforming society is to cleanse our bowels on a regular basis. He invents something called cornflakes to help cleanse your bowels. And he had a spa in Battle Creek, Michigan. Lots of eugenicists came to the Battle Creek Sanatorium to have their bowels cleansed and to talk about eugenics.
For Kellogg, eugenics made perfect sense. It was about health. He linked these views about heredity, which were difficult to change, with these ideas about what human beings can do to improve themselves.
John Harvey Kellogg believed that the environment can affect the gene, that consuming alcohol or consuming meat could lead to genetic inferiority in offspring. So there's more than one way to improve heredity.
At the expo, Kellogg sought to usher his brand of eugenics onto the national stage. With assistance from Charles Davenport, who had supplied him with both data and contacts, Kellogg had organized not only the Race Betterment exhibit, but also a major eugenics conference at the fair. The turnout exceeded expectation, drawing reform-minded medical professionals, university presidents, conservationists, and business leaders from all over the country and across the political spectrum.
Eugenics had a little bit of something for everyone. So if you're a social hygienist, you're interested in wiping out prostitution, eugenics is interested in that too. If you're a prohibitionist and you want to get rid of alcohol because alcohol breaks up families, makes men unemployable, eugenics wants to get rid of all those things too. So it manages to match up with the concerns of many other different kinds of reforms.
What led people to get behind the eugenics campaign wasn't just their ardent belief in the science or in heredity. It was a fundamentally broad and sweeping social and political agenda to try to recreate society, one might say, in their own image.
They're almost all white, almost all Protestant, middle to upper middle class, and they tended to equate human worth with the qualities that they themselves possessed.
Over 5 days in August, the 60-odd conference delegates delivered talks on everything from proper toothbrushing to eugenic sterilization. Unless we weed out the weaklings, one speaker warned, we will reach a point where many of those born and helped to survive will be a burden to the race. All told, the Race Betterment Conference drew an estimated 10,000 people and generated more than 1 million lines of press. Your efforts on behalf of eugenics are certainly beginning to bear fruit, Kellogg told Charles Davenport. The public is beginning to understand better and appreciate more.
The Panama Pacific Expo was really a defining moment for the American eugenics movement. The eugenics movement was coalescing. It was solidifying.
These elites are all saying, yes, we believe in progress, and this is progress. Eugenics gave them a way to view the world and to say, okay, all these vague anxieties I have about the present and particularly the future, this is what the problem is. Well, let's get to work on solving that.
In May 1917, as new converts spread the eugenic creed in cities and towns across America, a half-dozen psychologists gathered at the Vineland Training School for the Feeble-minded to meet with Henry Goddard, by now considered the nation's leading expert on mental deficiency. His groundbreaking 1912 study, The Kallikak Family, had awakened the public to the menace of the feeble-minded. With its true life tale of an old-stock American, a feeble-minded tavern girl, and a fateful tryst, that over several generations had spawned more than 100 mental defectives. Among them, one of Goddard's own patients at Vineland, a girl he diagnosed as a moron.
The Kallikak family was a huge bestseller for many, many years. References to the Kallikaks were in the speeches of politicians, books, scholarly journals, popular magazines. Everyone knew what the Kallikaks meant. You have to watch out who you mate with, or your descendants could turn out to be feeble-minded criminals, alcoholics, and so forth.
Goddard was eager to demonstrate the value of intelligence testing as a diagnostic tool, and he'd spent the years since his book's publication administering tests to scores of institutional inmates, immigrants, schoolchildren. Now, with his colleagues, he designed a program to carry out intelligence testing on a mass scale. Just 7 weeks earlier, the United States had plunged into the First World War, and the draft ultimately would swell the Army's ranks by nearly 3 million men. The aim of the testing program was to classify them for service and to identify the mental defectives lurking among them. They began in late September 1917 at Camp Lee and Camp Taylor, Camp Devens and Camp Dix. First, new recruits were sorted according to their level of literacy, and then administered one of 2 tests.
They had one test called the alpha test for draftees who were literate in English, and another called the beta test for draftees who were not literate in English or illiterate completely. One of the questions on the alpha test was, the Knight engine is used in the Ford, the Pierce Arrow, or the Lozier car. Now, tell me, is that known to you?
While the literate testers puzzled over multiple choice questions, the others attempted to draw their way out of mazes and sketch in the missing bits of simple pictures. One Sicilian recruit, a Catholic, considered an image of a house and drew a crucifix where a chimney might be. He was marked wrong. It was touching to see the intense effort put into answering the questions, an Army examiner later recalled, often by men who never before had held a pencil in their hands.
The tests were by no means measures of intelligence, whatever that may mean. How well you did on them depended upon your degree of education, how many years you've been in school, and also how attuned you were with middle-class culture.
Administered to 1.7 million Army personnel over the course of the conflict, officers and enlisted men, black soldiers as well as white, the test led to a shocking conclusion. Roughly half of the draftees were considered to be morons.
The Army's experience became a headline. America is degenerating. We have to somehow interrupt this swamp of defect.
There was a movement to institutionalize more people at this time, driven by eugenics. You can see how an IQ test can really grease the wheels. If you're going to start moving people into institutions, if you're going to start sterilizing them, all that, you need some numbers, and the IQ test provided that.
By 1919, intelligence testing was a full-fledged craze. An adapted version of the Army test, the National Intelligence Test, sold 500,000 copies in 1 year. Businesses administered mental tests to prospective employees. Schools and universities evaluated their students. And ever more paupers, prostitutes, drunkards, and delinquents found themselves suddenly with pencil in hand.
Feeble-mindedness was a big fear in that era. There was a thought that there were a lot of these people out there who were deficient, who were morons. And they were not only out there, they were reproducing much more rapidly than other people.
The trouble is that in practice, The word moron could be anyone who was not part of the, the so-called social norm. So the word moron begins as a scientific attempt to classify intelligence, but very soon becomes usable as a means of social control.
By 1920, the vast majority of those committed to institutions for the feeble-minded were classified as morons.
To some extent, humanity's always been about othering and about, there's us and there's the other. The eugenics movement really gave this scientific, punch to this idea that there are us and there are the others, and we're the right people. We're the people that it's important not only to favor now, but we're the people who have to own the future. Suddenly, eugenics comes along and gives them a scientific basis for believing that.
Eugenics is easy to accept because it preserves existing hierarchies. It doesn't seek to overturn them. What it did was lend new weight to established hierarchies.
I don't think there has ever been a time when people didn't think that some people were simply better than others. The eugenics movement, like a chameleon, took on the colors of those attitudes which existed before the word eugenics was coined and certainly exist today.
They'd been swarming the ports of entry since 1890, as many as 1 million of them a year, in flight from poverty and oppression, lured by the promise of equality and opportunity. The Great War had staunched the flow, but with the armistice, the tap had been opened once more. By 1920, some 75,000 new immigrants were landing at Ellis Island each month. That May at Cold Spring Harbor, Charles Davenport penned a letter to a friend. Can we build a wall high enough around this country, he wondered, so as to keep out these cheaper races?
LTK.
Charles Davenport was born into a very fancy old stock family. So he was someone brought up to believe that family mattered and that, good qualities ran in good families like his.
Charles Davenport was very focused on wanting to maintain the traditional American stock, and he wasn't alone in that. There was this fear that the right sort of American wasn't having enough children, and the race as it existed was being diluted and polluted by incoming waves of immigrants.
Most immigrants used to come from Northern and Western Europe, from the British Isles, from Germany. And then all of a sudden in the 1890s, immigrants started coming here from Eastern Europe, from Southern Europe. These are Catholics, these are Jews, these are peasants. And Davenport feels correctly that his race is losing the demographic game.
On the receiving end of Davenport's letter was Madison Grant, a zealous convert to the eugenics cause, with a sterling American pedigree and an abiding preoccupation with endangered species.
Madison Grant was a very wealthy lawyer. His ancestors are traced back to the original Puritan founders of the United States. Some of his ancestors signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a committed conservationist. He saved the redwoods from extinction. At some point, he realized, I'm spending all my time and effort trying to save our nation's flora and fauna while my own race is dying out. When Madison Grant walks out the door of his Wall Street law office, he is accosted by thousands of foreign-speaking peasants. They don't know and they don't care that Madison Grant's ancestors signed the Declaration of Independence, and he is offended.
Grant had sounded the alarm for old stock Americans in 1916 with The Passing of the Great Race, a 476-page elegy for what he called the white man par excellence.
His vision is one of America as a country wrought by great men who ventured from Europe, and an America that is facing an onslaught from the undesirable hordes from most of the rest of the world.
He invents this race called the Nordics, this tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed race. According to Grant, the Nordics are the most recently evolved of all the races. That means their genetic traits are still fragile. They're not fully formed. And so, if a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic mates with a more primitive race, a Mediterranean, a Jew, certainly a Negro or an Asiatic, the more primitive genes of the inferior race will actually overwhelm the superior but not yet stable genes of the Nordics.
So this is a threat, and a threat not just, hey, I look around the city, it looks a little different. This is a genetic invasion.
As Grant saw it, the threat from the Negro race was mostly neutralized by laws already on the books in many states that forbid marriage between blacks and whites. The threat posed by the foreign-born, however, was at once more insidious and more pressing. We Americans must realize that the altruistic ideals and the maudlin sentimentalism that has made America an asylum for the oppressed are sweeping the nation toward a racial abyss, Grant declared. This generation must completely repudiate the proud boasts of our fathers that they acknowledged no distinction in race, creed, or color, or else turn the page of history and write Finis America.
Madison Grant takes eugenics, which had hitherto been concerned only with survival of the fittest individual, and he says we need to be concerned with the survival of the fittest race. We need to preserve the Nordic race.
Grant's mission in 1920 was to rally his fellow eugenicists and convince the federal government to drastically reduce immigration. He began with a charm offensive directed at Congressman Albert Johnson, the chairman of the House Committee on Immigration and Naturalization, inviting Johnson to New York, plying him with whiskey and cigars, and gradually persuading him of the urgent need for eugenics. Once Johnson was in the fold, Grant suggested he bring Harry Laughlin, the superintendent of the Eugenics Record Office, to Washington, D.C., to testify on the so-called biological aspects of immigration. Johnson was so impressed with the presentation, he named Laughlin expert eugenics agent and commissioned him to make a study of the foreign-born. In the meantime, amid a rising anti-immigrant clamor from labor unions, social workers, conservationists, Congress curbed the influx with the Emergency Quota Act of...
Hey, Hawkeye, I don't know what was going on where I couldn't comment back when I was trying to come in, but I'm going to tell you like this. They didn't teach us eugenics. Now, they taught the Darwinism stuff, but that was about birds. So you telling me that you was getting taught in your school that they was breeding their peoples them? What goddamn year you was in school, homeboy? Because before us, our peoples them didn't really go to school. In fact, we were some of the first that was trying to finish school. All of us, instead of a select handful. I mean, hey, you got to clear that up. Because if y'all was already being taught this in y'all schools, and in fact, y'all schools wasn't better, y'all was the first to get indoctrinated. That's what y'all was. That's what y'all schools was. All y'all schools was indoctrination schools. Let's be for real. our blood, or our rate, our time level, dog, they was like, yo, you need to graduate. Oh, that was the shit in the family, trying to graduate and go to college or the military or something. That was the shit in our time. Before that, my mom and them boys didn't give a damn. They was still kicking ass. They didn't care about going to school. Go to school. But we got to help the family business that grandmama started.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So if this shit was being taught up north, that they was breeding people, then, bro, y'all got a lot to answer for. Because now y'all will be some of the same niggas that brought that shit along with the cracker. And I'm going to say it like that. Now we don't have to look no farther to wonder, how did we get this way? Ain't no white man did this to us, like we always say. We keep saying it's people that look like us that did it. Now, if this is what you're saying, you're pretty much saying that y'all was some of the people that helped did this to us. Coming out of those goddamn school systems. Yeah, we might have had the church. We might have had the church. Now, I ain't lying. We might have had the church. But shit, y'all had this indoctrination. We was all trade down here. We was building like a motherfucker. Everybody know how to do some kind of form of building or something like that. Every man.
You heard them say that the white race, they have the inferior genes.
Right. And listen now, let's be for real now. We're really only talking about the white race.
Exactly. That's all they talking about.
With the white race. Now, now, this is when I bring motherfuckers like Hawkeye in. Because it's y'all motherfuckers, peoples them that was from up north, that was so-called freed slaves, so-called freed slaves now, or abolitionists, that started this whole slave trade narrative also. And guess what else they did? They also helped with the eugenics and the Tuskegee experiment. No, Wild Savage. This is an old show that I did. I'm just redoing it because a lot of people didn't know me back then when I first did it. But yeah, oh, Wild Savage, I'm on it. See, I grew up in Chicago. So I know the difference between the schooling systems.
Where all the problems that was wrong with the white race, they tried to they basically transferred them problems onto us, basically. The drugs, the alcohol, the ignorance.
All of that. But they had help. Tuskegee.
Right. Yep. Them diseases, all that. Yep.
Okay. They want to blame it on the church. Yes, the church helped with the mental. They helped with the mental. But Tuskegee helped with the physical. Now, you can always go back and correct the mental. If you're wrong down, you got a chance to do right. But how can you correct the physical?
Because we heard them say that they was dying out. They was becoming extinct. And we was living long lives.
Dying out, bro. They was dying out.
And we was living long lives. Cancer, all that was foreign to us. So they
for real, dog. That just lets you know that they never hit all of the interior of Africa until a certain point. Of any place that was swamp, wetland, had any kind of jungles or hot temperatures, they couldn't do nothing. They might adapt to it. But dog, they cannot deal with the flies, the mosquitoes and shit. See, we already been built up immunity to this shit.
Right.
All right, let's go, man. You like this shit so far, though, bro?
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, bet.
1921.
This was supposedly a one-year temporary measure, but in 1922, the bill is renewed for another 2 years, and that gave Madison Grant and the eugenicists time to launch a massive propaganda campaign convincing Americans that immigration restriction must be permanent.
In September 1921, at New York's American Museum of Natural History, Grant convened an internet.
Hold on, though. The thing is, who is the immigrants they're trying to keep out? They own peoples?
No.
They trying to keep out their own peoples.
No. So the white race, the Nordic race, he said came from Northwest Europe.
Yeah,
up there.
right. Ireland, shit like
yep.
that, places like that. Right, Scandinavia, shit like that. The same people they was beefing with over there.
Yep, because look, I got a letter from I forgot. I think it's written by either Ben Franklin or I think it was Ben Franklin, but he had said the white race only existed in up there in England and Northwest Europe, and this was the 18 something. Like he said, that's the only place that the white race existed. Up. The rest of the world was
the
Nordics and swarthy. Yep.
Right, you're talking about the Nordics and the Celtics, or Celtics, whatever they want to call them, Celtics, or whatever like that. Yes.
So he said the rest of the world was either tawny or swarthy, brown.
Correct, my dear brother. Correct, my dear brother.
And around, I think the 1920s was around the time that they start.
Go ahead.
Because so Henrietta Lacks was born after 1920.
Go ahead.
Well, we know how they used her cells.
Definitely.
Which was an American woman, a brown skinned American woman, African American, if you want to call it. So they was doing experiments on us to help them, basically. They was killing our people using their genes to figure out how to help their race. I don't know if they talk about it in this video you showing, but yeah, they was using us to figure out how to help them.
Correct. All the way correct. But check it. In 1920, what else was going on, my dear brother, in the 1920s?
What?
The Great Depression was about to come on, or the Depression?
Yep.
You got a migration. You got a migration too now.
Yep.
Correct?
And that's what caused it. Yep. That's what caused the Great Depression, because of all them immigrants.
Okay. Of their own kind, correct?
Yep. That's exactly what caused it.
Ooh. All this is happening in 1920. So you notice the government is not funding this program. They got personal investors. So how can we call this science or the truth? Huh?
And that's what led to the healthcare and the what's it called, the government. I forget, what's that shit called?
Hey, listen, this nigga
the financial aid and all that shit.
This nigga Hawkeye said that's not true. The depression came from the market crashing. It wasn't the southern market that crashed, motherfucker. We didn't have nothing to do with y'all fucking Great Depression up north. What is you talking about? We was living at large. We was good in the South. That shit was only up north. See, this time I'm gonna start breaking these niggas down, dog. Straight up. I'm gonna start breaking their ass down too. Hawkeye, don't come up here with that New York shit. Knowing you was a
No. Come on, brother. Come on, let's have a adult conversation, brother. You know I rocks with you, OTK. Peace, everyone. Peace, brother.
Man. Shout out to my dog.
Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. Now, I just want to say this, right? It does. We know our shit was good, right? But see, that's you gotta understand. Who you think was invested into the markets? People with money. It don't matter if it was north, south, or west.
Nah, it wasn't.
So
it wasn't nobody in the South per se invested in that shit.
Yeah, it was white folk. People always gonna invest. Was always invested in the market.
Exactly, and that's the whole thing about the eugenics and the depression, and you know what I mean. All that shit was affecting the white folks, not us, bro.
Oh no, I agree, but
they had to distribute. They started having to distribute the money
and titles and shit like that for loans, and that's how the Rockefellers, the boys, ended up owning damn near all of these shit.
Well, the Rockefellers been on that, but see, we gotta stop with this whole shit. We in a country where it's one economy. All right, the Civil War was over, so it don't matter. It was gonna affect us. The reason why it didn't affect us like that because we had our own land with our own farms. So it affected the Negroes.
Because we was fighting against that in the South, bro. We wasn't on the side of the North.
Yeah, but by 1920, everything was already formed and assimilated as the Americas, United States of America.
So we thought, bro. But apparently, it
right.
So
well,
we thought.
Well, let me just.
Yeah. So we thought.
Let me just finish this. Yeah, let me finish this because I know how you are some real rebel shit. It's all good, but this is what I'm saying. Right? I ain't mad at that because at the end of the day, we already know what it is.
Hey, not what you know, Hawkeye. You already know.
Of course, I know. That's why I said we already know. That's why I said it's all good. Yeah, definitely, brother. But we know we had our fault because my own grandmother told me, right? But black folks, our people that were in the cities had to hit bread lines and do certain shit, right? But as far as us, you know what I'm saying? Because my family was still in Maryland and South Carolina. So we didn't have those problems. Like me, I'm more closer to Maryland side than the South Carolina side. But I fucks with my South Carolina side, right? So we had our own chickens, our own farms, our cows, whatever it was, even in Maryland. You know what I'm saying? So we might not have felt the brunt as far as
you was borderline city country nigga.
Yeah. Maryland. That's why I like Maryland because Maryland is like city country, like you said. Because DC right there.
Virginia is too. Parts of
I never really fuck with Virginia. Because I don't know if y'all know the story. See, we gotta know the story and the roots of our people. Right. A lot of our people in Virginia think they more uppity than niggas.
But see,
especially the light-skinned ones.
That's a personal thing. But I'm saying all y'all
Yeah, that's a personal thing with our people. Yeah, you're right.
90% of y'all up north think y'all better than us.
Nah.
I'm not saying on purpose. That was just something that was instilled. That's all, bro.
Yeah, well. Maybe we was looking at the hillbillies like that. It wasn't our people. We was looking at the hillbillies like that. It wasn't our people.
Yeah, that was a fucking learned process, man. Good word. That was a fucking learn. Because not everybody that went up north believed that dumbass story. Because they know they had some families that knew some shit in the
South. Yeah.
Look at Biggie.
Hell's yeah.
Until I figure out Tins went for 20 down south. He was in North Carolina for a long time with his family.
Yep. Let me tell you something. I used to go down south every summer. Go on, brother. You got it.
No, I was just about to say a lot of niggas from up north they came from down south. Their families from down south. A lot of them.
Facts. Yeah.
Right.
That's why when I be like, yo, that's why I can't agree with certain shit. Our people be like, oh, hip hop is this, the government. Yo, we can't forget the Harlem Renaissance. We created all of this shit from living in the cities, talking about struggles.
Check it out, right? I'm gonna clear this airway up too, man, because I know a bunch of family members got this in they damn family. Excuse me, in they damn family. I got a couple of family members that I know personally, and I heard other stories, a bunch of stories that they did something down here. They'd have been done killed the somebody who didn't look like us. Killed one of the animals and had to go and never could come back. So I always wonder why my peoples then would go to New York. Like, what is y'all going to New York for? They need to come here for the family reunion. What is y'all going up there? All the time they was going to see their kids, niece, nephew, or something like that.
Yeah.
That had to leave. And don't you know, you know, when it come down to writing history, my brother, when you see on the census, you're not going to see that person that had to leave on that census, my brother.
Nah, hold up. Hold up, OTK. I fucks with you. Can we say this now?
Yeah.
That's why when you leave a state, right? Like I'm born in New York. And a lot of us don't know it. Let's go to the movie. Niggas can say what they want. Gangs in New York is more about where you're born. You know the state that you're born in, that's your gang, nigga.
Right.
Like that's our tribes. So they broke it up. And it's like, okay, so why you think when you move out of a state, you got to let your other state know? Like, now I'm going here now.
Right. It's crazy, man. But you know, a lot of people.
And it's called residence. It's really called residence now. My bad, OTK.
Yeah, they didn't just move up north. Them motherfuckers went to the Midwest. They went farther down south to the Southwest. They went to Chicago area. Man, they all over. I got some in Cali now. Where I've been had them in Cali, but you know, I'm older now, so you know what I mean. I remember seeing my cousin St. Clair from Cali. You know what I mean, coming down working that grill. You know what I mean? Helping him take his diabetes, his insulin shot, and stuff like that. See, I remember these things at family reunions as a young boy because I came up right up underneath my youngest uncle. My mama's brother is 7 years older than me. So when he was 14, I was 7. So I grew up as like one of grandma's kids.
Oh, that's why you like it. Now I understand your shit. Okay, I fucks with you now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm an only child. I'm my mama's only child. I got brothers and sisters on my daddy's side, but I'm my mama's only child. I grew up like I was one of my grandma's kids.
Now I'm gonna show you something. See, my shit, and we all know, right? The ones who could hold themselves was okay. Grandma didn't have to really worry about us too much. That's a different, like you grew up as grandma's kid, but she let you wild out and run around and do what you gotta do. The ones that they think that they gotta watch, that's who they baby a lot. And that's how our people are. Grandma ain't gonna have to worry about a certain ones, but certain other kids in the family, she keeping an eye on you. Like, yo, bring your ass over here. Let's go to church. This nigga's kind of weak. He gonna get.
Yeah, that was me. That's why you hear my grandma on a lot of my songs. That was me.
You know what I'm saying?
Granddad, yeah, that was me, bro. Like.
And I had it. Yeah, go on.
I was the one that could understand her. You know what I mean? That type.
And I want to say one thing.
I'm glad
to them Pan Africans. You know what you got to tell Shy and not a coincidence too, OTK?
My great
when they come with that bullshit. Yeah, go on, brother. Yeah, say it again.
I even had time with my great grandparents.
Nice.
I know who my great grandparents are.
Yeah, my great grandparents, one of them passed. My great grandfather passed. That's where I was born.
That's what I'm trying to say, man. I just wish I was older. But you know what I mean? I'm glad I was able to be around them. You know what I mean? To see them and for them to, you know, put hands on a nigga. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
My grandfather touched me and he told my mom, he said, yo, this gonna be your only child you have. My mom had like 2 or 3 miscarriages, yo.
You know, I wanted to say this real quick. You know what we gotta tell Shy and them niggas? And everybody saw this right in front of our face. The movie Jump the Broom. Y'all forgot about Angela Davis, what she said. She said, my family had slaves. Right? Go watch that movie. Whoever didn't see it.
Yeah, you talking about Jump the Broom with all the black brothers in it. All the same,
Yeah,
bro. All the same.
Right.
Terrence Howard, all them boys. Well, I don't know if he was in that one, but
Nah, not Terrence Howard. It was the other cat. And Paula Abdul, whatever that mix the mulatto chick. Her ass was in it. That sister was in there. What Angela Davis said. Not Angela Davis. Angela Bassett. My bad.
Angela Bassett. She was in that. Yes. Okay.
What did she say? She said my family had slaves. Remember when they had the dinner party in the tent and homeboy's mother was like, y'all gonna jump the broom, right? We had to do that for the slaves. And so the master, and what Angela Davis said, Angela Bassett, she said we didn't have slaves in my family. We wasn't slaves in my family. We had slaves.
You talking about that movie where they all were staying in the same house on the plant? When they had the
Megan Good is in it. Yeah. Homeboy from CSI's in it. Megan Good is in it. That other brother that played Jump the Yard or Get It with that dancing shit with the college, he in it. Yeah. That Paula chick is in it.
Hey,
and
listen,
then one that was in
Our
ATL.
slaves weren't like the white man's slaves.
Hey, listen, y'all boys gonna go ahead and build real quick for like 5 minutes. I just need to step out for like 5 minutes, or I can put this eugenics video back on real quick. Which one? Y'all can
we can sum it up.
Huh?
We could build it.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
Go on, brother. You got it.
I would say that we got to make an important distinction between the slaves that we had and the slaves that the white people had in their slavery. Because I would say that our slavery was more servitude. It wasn't really slavery. These were employees, basically, working on the farm.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, brother. I agree. We definitely did have some whites, and we had some Neanderthal-looking ones. Because my family got pictures, and I saw some white folks that I ain't never seen again, man. And they looked at like some kind of Neanderthal animals, man. I got pictures like that. Old school shit. But go on, brother. You got it. I'm listening.
What I was about to say.
I'll give this. Can I say one thing, brother? Can I say one thing? I'll tell everybody who's younger, just talk to your elders, man. The smart aunts that know the family history. Talk to your grandmother. I'm going to give an example. About a good 10 years ago, you know what I'm saying? We were selling my grandmother's house. She had been drunk liquor like 40 years. You know, Hawkeye had to set Granny up with a little rum, some Coke. She was so thankful for that shit. Like, yo, I haven't tasted liquor in so fucking long. Like 50 years, 40 years, and some crazy shit. And we was talking about history, family shit. She let me know how it was when Social Security first came out and why it came out. Because all these white boys, these crackers were struggling, man.
Mm-hmm.
You got to remember, they the ones who send their grandmamas and parents to nursing homes. We didn't. We took care of our families.
Right.
So that's showing you they wasn't even taking care of their parents back in them days.
Right.
Only some was. So that's why Social Security came out. Because motherfuckers was dying into squatters. You know, even in the 80s, anybody who's old enough, you know how many old people was living by themselves? We called them the cat lady or this and that. They was buying pet food in the supermarkets to eat. And motherfuckers didn't know they was dead. They was in their houses or their apartments for months before people knew. That shit was a thing in the 80s, man. And it was mostly white folks. The ones who ain't take care of their parents and this and that. See, we didn't do all of that. We just got caught up with a lot of that bullshit now.
Exactly.
But that ain't our shit.
People was always family oriented. We had to stick together.
Right.
We lived together, all that. The land, the farms, we was all together.
Exactly.
So we was used to it. They came over here. They didn't come over here in families for real.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And we gotta look, everything that we all of our behavior, we taught it and we got it from them. The way we acted now, I'm 47, man. I remember certain women, you couldn't get our sisters to do certain shit. That was the freaks, nigga. For a chick to be talking about she eating ass and giving you crazy head, excuse the language, that means she was fucking with older dudes. That's where the word turned her out came from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, our women wasn't doing that shit. All of this shit is new. And the reason why our sisters got on it, because the Spanish, the white girls was doing it.
Yep. And the black man
So that's
started
why you
liking it.
saw, thank you. So that's why you saw brothers with a Latina in the 90s. And she was freaking that nigga off. Yo, before rap and all of that shit came out, they wasn't fucking with us like that. As far as you could bring her home. G-Rap said that shit in one song. Hip hop changed all that shit. So when niggas is out here like, oh, that's me, nigga, shut the fuck up. Hip hop made niggas walk around with a nappy afro, your pants and your clothes are dressed a certain way. That was expression. You think niggas was dressing like that before that? Yeah, we might have had some braids and nah, man. Nah. But I'm talking that 90s shit, that shit brought it all out. That's why you had the Coolio hairstyles. All that shit was the norm. And them niggas and brothers in Cali was wearing all that what they call it, Dickies and all of that shit. That shit is from the 90s. All that shit is new. We was not on that because hip hop, it started with a form of expression. All that Maxwell hairstyle, where you think he got that shit from? From niggas. Niggas was coming outside with a little nappy afro. Not looking like BBs and nasty. We turned that shit into a style. That shit is fly. Like, oh shit.
Right.
Like how we saying the N-word now. Right? So you gotta look at it. And they take all of our shit. I just heard somebody say some crazy shit. I'm in Manhattan. I'm like, a white lady said some shit. I'm like, look at this shit, man. I forgot what it was. And I looked at her and I was like, damn, you saying that? Your pasty money looking ass is saying that, and you know. But see, we don't get the credit for it or get the money for it. Right? But they take our shit, man. They take our style, they take our culture. They do all of that
fascinated.
shit.
They were so fascinated at the fact that when they gave us lemons, we planted the whole lemon tree. We said, fuck lemonade, we want the whole tree. And they thought
then we
it
made
was
some
gonna
lemonade
crumble.
after we got the tree. You right, brother. Go on.
And we sold them lemonade. Yeah.
Right. We sold them the lemonade.
Yeah, because everything they was doing, they saw that it wasn't crumbling us. We always came back stronger.
They can't even cook even now.
Right.
They can't even cook. Look at now. That's why they always trying to come up with some creative ideas. Look at YouTube. Like, yo, come on, man. We still hold our old recipes from hundreds of years and still whooping ass today.
Right. Because where they came from, they didn't even have the type of food that we had. So they weren't
all they was doing was drinking it. Right, brother. Go on, my bad. I apologize.
They didn't have the seasonings. They didn't have the techniques. They was just cooking over fires and shit still.
They wasn't even doing, they was doing mostly, they was drinking ale. The shit that was in our 40. They was drinking ale. They didn't even have fresh water. Kids was drinking, so that means they was drinking beer every day. Why you think they say the Irish got two stomachs? They'll drink you under the table because it's in their DNA. Because for the last 200 years, they've been giving their kids beer.
Making it out of potatoes and shit.
Right. They making all that. They making Jameson out of potatoes and ale. So once you drink a lot of beer, you full. You go to sleep, nigga. You wake up in the morning, have a potato, you out of here. That's your day. And then they got their potatoes from America. We had to send them niggas potatoes because they had a famine over there.
Right. Because they fucked up their land. They couldn't grow shit. That's another reason why they came over here. Because that's why the plantations, they couldn't grow shit on their land. They couldn't feed their people. Their people was starving on the streets. They were poor, literally. So they sent those people to come work on the plantations.
Exactly. Even to this day, right? Anybody knows it. They're still not happy with their governments. So think about it. This democracy shit over here is still better than the government. None of the countries in Europe, the people are happy with their governments over there. It's a big fact. Why you think war is getting ready to happen? Trump just had a meeting with the president of Ukraine 5 hours ago in New York. So what the fuck is that saying? This nigga's about to win. How you meeting up with a president of another country to where the war got to stop like you the president? Hold up, nigga. All right, people got to think. Last time I checked, you got to have kids to be a president. Kamala Harris don't have no kids. Every president had a wife and a family, right? All right. Certain traditions they're not gonna break. So if we see something change, that means this whole if she become president, this whole system is done.
Yeah.
Because shit should happen without her, right? It should happen without those kids. It should happen without certain. It's cultural. How you gonna lead a nation? You don't even have kids. So what the fuck you talking about, bitch?
Right.
That's how we gotta look at this shit, man. But just
No
put two and two
compassion.
together. Yeah, go on, brother. My bad.
And I was just about to say she don't got no compassion for nobody for real. And you could
Nah,
tell
and then on
it's
top
all
of it,
fake.
yeah. And she married to a small hat. Come on, man. Where all the sisters at now? They want to talk one thing, but y'all gonna support a chick who lied about her shit, her people, her race, and she not even married to a brother. Come on, man. And she killed a lot of people. Yo, we can't forget she killed Tukey, niggas. No, ain't nobody talking about her and Arnold Schwarzenegger killed Tukey. And a lot of other motherfuckers in Cali died behind her and Arnold Schwarzenegger, man, when he was the governor. And it's sad our people be getting amnesia with this shit. Come on, man. But you know, you gotta put two and two together. I don't see her winning, man. And like I said, if she wins, then we know the system is done and get ready for some civil unrest. Not saying it's gonna be crazy, and don't be surprised if you see certain states breaking off saying, nah, we ain't fucking with that shit. Because state governors and all that's gonna start going by their own constitution. That's why you got a what? You got your own your Army Reserves. Each state got that, right? All right. What you think they're gonna bring out? They're gonna bring the reserves out. They're gonna bring the Coast Guards out. Right? They're gonna bring out every state gonna have their own protection shit. Like, yeah. You know? These are the times you gotta understand. Yeah, come on, man. And it's sad to see, you know, but that alone, listen, her being married to who she married to should let motherfuckers know right there. So I ain't listening to nobody. Yeah, go on, bro. You got it.
She's manipulating our women.
Right.
That's another big thing. They using her to manipulate our women.
No, because she a HBCU alumni.
Yep.
See, we so caught up. We dissing our own people. Right. We diss our own people for institutes of this system. HBCUs. And how you going against your peoples for that bullshit?
Right.
And we got to ask ourselves, like, come on, man. And that's what's going on. We not standing the course. You got to stick to the fucking shit that you living by, man. If that's what it is, let your yes be your yes and your no be your no. It's that simple. But how many people could really stand by it when shit hit the fan or when it really comes to that 11th hour? You know what I'm saying? It's easy to talk. Action is everything, man. And I think our people got caught up with a lot of talking instead of action. We should have sort of writing on the wall with these migrants coming in, with the bullshit Obama was talking, and then Biden. Come on, man. We didn't need no Biden. We knew Obama was on some bullshit. What the fuck is wrong with us?
Yep, it started with him.
Thank you, brother. You were a point. It started with that man.
Yep.
It started with him, man. And he went down as the first gay president. He on the cover of People's Magazine. I got a picture of that shit, man. All right. So motherfuckers keep like, oh yeah, he went down as the first gay president of America. Okay. So, you know, and they use us to support their agendas because they know we still trying to get our restitution or whatever that shit may be. It's like how you put a carrot in front of a horse to make him walk, right? That's what they doing to us.
Yep.
Dangling that shit in front of us. So and we think we gonna get something, and then they pull that shit back. Like, come on, keep coming, y'all. Nah, we need this to get approved. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. We got to start waking up. Look at all this shit. Look at all these black politicians and these celebrities getting put down. I would say some of it is the universe, and some of it is from them niggas thought that they could do what white people could do. They got with these heathens, became heathens too, and forgot who they were And that's karma because they forgot their people. Now they gonna be coming back trying to get some support, and we should be shitting on them. Like, nah, man, y'all reap what y'all sow. Because y'all motherfuckers abandoned the neighborhoods, abandoned the community, and exploited us for how many years? Come on, man. It's easily 25 years. A lot of these niggas been exploiting the community.
And ain't did nothing ain't nothing changed, literally.
Nah, ain't nothing changed. Come on, man. Not
Anything
even
that
a
changed, we
message.
made it happen ourselves.
Right.
They didn't give us more money. We went and got that. They didn't make education easier for us to get. We went and got that.
Right.
Like they literally didn't do nothing for us.
These niggas will go online and show you jewelry and all that. How you can even live with yourself, man? Where the state is at. And think about it. Hey, did any rapper come out and say anything about migrants? Hold up, what's going on? And I'm gonna keep it real to people out here now. It's us. How you niggas still supporting these niggas? I ain't even talking about these niggas. Fuck these niggas. Once you even talk about them, you giving them energy. Ask yourself that. Ain't none of these niggas came out and said anything about migrants or anything that's been happening in the last 4 years.
Because the
one
migrants is the
motherfucking
ones
artist.
signing all they checks for real.
No, it's not. Well, you know what? I found out the real shit. It ain't even nothing to do with their checks. It's about them niggas don't want to lose sponsorship because they getting free jet rides. They getting free car. What you think they doing? They ain't paying for a lot of that shit. They getting free cars, turning in every year. They getting free jewelry, free trips. So that means these niggas are selling niggas out for fucking goods, for trinkets. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But niggas want to diss the Bible, but that shit is in the Bible. Right. And I'm not a religious cat, but you got to call what it is. You got to call a spade, man. Come on, man. Think about that. Now, what rapper or what Hollywood motherfucker is talking about migrants? Like, hold up. Y'all niggas is that detached from us? Then fuck y'all niggas. So now that y'all niggas going through y'all shit, we ain't supporting that. That should be our motto. We shouldn't be talking about these niggas. Let these niggas go away, going with the wind, man. I ain't feeling sorry for none of them. Let Puffy go down. Beyonce and all of them gotta go. Let them go the fuck down, man.
Yeah.
What we do it out here.
Yeah, we gotta get out with the old and with the new.
And with the new, man. And we gotta re-educate our kids and our youth what the days is coming. And that shit is technology, man.
Mm-hmm.
We can't be stale. That shit ain't stopping, man. They go with digital. Everything is digital. And this is, come on, man. We gotta understand this shit. Like, but as far as think about that shit, not one artist, not anybody, they don't got it in their songs. They didn't talk about. Like, come on, man. They
You gotta
waited for
think a lot of their
generations.
fan base is overseas. So, like you said, they worried about their sales for real. They want that check.
See, this is the difference in generations. Even overseas, I'm still gonna mention certain shit. That's the difference of generation. You think, hold up, Public Enemy had a lot of white fans. For who don't they know? Who you think Public Enemy's fans were? Chuck D had a lot of white fans. Him and Flavor Flav. And go back to their message. Always remember this, man. White people don't like Carltons. They don't like house niggas.
Yeah.
They look at, why would you respect that when you know your history and you know what the system is doing? You think I'm gonna trust you, nigga? They respecting real niggas. No matter what. Don't let that shit fool you. White people respect the real. How you think they could get a nigga to bend over and take it up the ass and all that? Yeah, 'cause they know you fake, nigga. They ain't coming to a real cat with that shit.
Yeah. Facts.
Chuck D and all them niggas had white fans. Look at Jungle Brothers. You think Queen Latifah didn't have white fans? Of course. But when a message is real, real is real, man. And they was talking educated topics.
And that's when the gangster rap came in and cut all that shit out.
And cut off, thank you, brother, and cut all that shit out. Yeah. So now they look at us like, oh, y'all niggas that went crazy with that gay shit. right? So as they got older, they not letting their kids listen to that shit,
Right.
right?
So
They're like, nah, y'all ain't
Ice-T
listening to that.
they forced Ice-T to change his style,
Yep.
NWA, all that. Yeah. They wouldn't, that political shit was out. They wasn't fucking with it.
And that's another thing with us as a people. Why we support the bullshit? Why we support the killing, the ratchet? We support it. Actually, ain't nobody putting a gun in our head and say, hey, so that's something with us. That shit says it's easy for us to be followers. How we supporting our own demise, our own destruction, right?
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't see the tactic, the agenda. They think
Yeah, well,
that is authentic for real.
yeah, I guess you're right, brother. And that's why it's each household. It's about upbringing. Everybody's household is different, and that's another reason why we not gonna never be on the same page. But we should be we
Right.
should be in the same book. At least be in the same book we in, nigga. So you could catch up, or we could go over some pages and be like, but if you're not even in the same book with us, it's like, nigga, you lost.
Right.
Like, come on, man.
But it's a difference between the generation today.
Oh yeah, it's definitely different. They not
times are changing because a lot of niggas is independent. They not worried about these labels. They getting money on their own. They saying what they want to say. So
but they not saying nothing good though. They still promoting the bullshit.
Because they don't. That's how they grew up. They don't really know until they learn, you know. But a lot of these niggas they talking about the pain that they experience, you know. It's coming from a
Nah,
genuine
I don't
place.
get that. Nah, I don't get that. It's a lot of wannabes and actors out here. These niggas is glorifying demonic shit. And it just shows you the households.
It is some niggas.
It shows you the households. We can't. That's why I had to tell Shy's son yesterday. He was like, I don't remember. But I was like, nigga, when you was born, I was 17. Niggas forgot about the Million Man marches and all of that shit. Day of Atonement. Salute, fam. Salute. So that's what we gotta understand. You know how it is, same old shit.
I don't think people realize who's signing their checks. Who's telling them to basically put this music out?
Right.
Yeah, it's the music that they, are putting out because they coming up in these circumstances. But at the same time, these Arabs and these Jews, that's the type of shit they want to see and hear.
Yeah, that's what sells.
Because they want to see, and they want to see us eventually leading into that.
Right. So why we still listening to it?
It's a domino effect though, because it started in the 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
So by the time it comes to 2010,
it started in the 60s.
But
it started the black exploitation era.
With that frequency though, it does change the youth. And like
it do.
All the elders used to say stuff like that, and we used to look at them like, "What are you talking about?" They used to be like these video games.
We can't. Hold on. Nah. I'm not gonna agree with that, brother.
Nah, you
it
gotta
comes
listen
from
to
the
what I'm
household.
saying. It's
if
the
you
household,
got parents who ain't playing that shit,
you gotta let me finish, Hawkeye.
Yeah, go over. You got it, bro.
It's the music. But if you coming up in an environment where that music is something that you can actually 1000% agree with and you feel it, that's the type of life you're going. Yeah, you understand it. You gonna end up living that life. If you ain't got no guidance, bro, that's the life you're gonna live. I've seen it one too many times, and it be it be the environment, but it be the music, it be them watching TV because they be inspired by a lot of the mob movies and the Sopranos and shit like that, and people don't talk about that. But niggas be inspired by all of the gangster shit, the so-called gangster shit. And that's the shit that leads you to that. Then what type of games you want to play? You want to play the most violent games. You don't want to play no game that got your mind thinking. You want to play Call of Duty. You want to play motherfucking San Andreas. Right. You want to play all the games that got you shoot motherfuckers up. I'm telling you.
Because you're right, but this is what I was saying. They put it in your face. When they put it in your face, they showing all the successful people are people who came from the streets, who came up living like this. That's all they showing you. They're not showing you the other side, the people who went to school and all that. They're not showing you those type of people. They just putting the people who came from the hood, was in the streets, and got rich from it. So now it's
that's lack of a household. That's lack of a household.
It is.
Because that's your parents' job to be letting their kids know that's bullshit, TV nigga shit. If I catch you selling some drugs. Nigga, you couldn't come home. You saw that Biggie movie? Nigga, if my mom's caught me with some crack under the bread, yeah, she throwing that shit out. And she like, nigga, go stay at your people's crib, nigga.
Yeah, she been tripping on me.
Yeah, but guess what? Where's the father at? The father is victim in that system too. So he's not even there because he's a victim. Just have a say.
He ended up in prison. He ended up in prison because he was trying to take care of his family.
So
he was trying to take care of his family.
Right.
And they
So
put
that's
something in
a
the environment.
significant difference.
Yeah,
When it's only the
and that's
mom
what I was
saying.
about to say. That's the key word. We got to understand how all of these fathers got in the predicament.
The government.
Right.
The environment.
It's the snowball effect.
And it was the government. Don't nobody talk about it, but it's a fact. The government is the reason why we have drugs in our motherfucking community. And if that's the case, then you motherfuckers is the reason why these niggas is locked up right now. All of these laws that they set in place is literally just to lock us up. For instance, you got
nobody forced you to sell it, brother.
Nah.
Nobody forces niggas to sell it.
Hawk, you gotta
No. Hawkeye. What you said is very much true. How can you put something in our community and then call it illegal? You know what that is in modern day terms now? Entrapment, my brother.
Yep, that's entrapment.
You know what that's called?
That's entrapment. 101 to me.
Yeah,
it's
of course we know that,
bro. They did it on purpose, bro. Yes, you got cocaine. Look, I was just about to say.
I'm telling you the difference of the eras now.
Let me finish this real quick.
Go
you
on.
had MDMA. You had heroin, which was opiates. You had hemp and marijuana. You had cocaine. All of these was motherfucking medications in the 1800s.
Right.
Every last one.
Even the 1900s, brother. You right. Go on 101. You right.
So you got to think about the reason why a lot of people did eventually start getting kind of hooked on it, because you got this pure shit that's inside of it, as well as this fucked up shit that you don't even know what the fuck it is. But your body is used to it, because all of these different medications was actually helping people. Like they gonna give you something to numb you up, give you a little bit of that cocaine. The heroin, you got massive pain, they're gonna give you a little bit of opiates. You got massive pain, they might give you a little bit of marijuana. It's all shit that was pure that they turned and made, like somebody said, they made everything demonic. Because they start putting shit in that's gonna break your body down and fuck you up, and they start making laws and placing laws on this shit that used to be legal just to lock your ass up. Like
so guess who's responsible for that? The laws. These private prisons are the ones who enforced, who wanted these laws, because they had to fill up the prisons. They the ones.
But I would say this. I don't look at it like that.
Keep that slavery
That's what I'm saying. Up north, we don't look at it like that. We look at it like, you niggas should know what it is, know who your enemy is, know who we dealing with.
They made a whole slave system. They made a slave system. Well, we made the slave
I'm not gonna get. Hold up. That's being called. Yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
Look. We made a slave system to put the brand new slaves that was coming in that were prisoners. What they do? They somehow fucking took that shit over, and now we are in there for some fake ass laws. Like I said, that we should not be put on us. It shouldn't be put on us. These laws shouldn't be put on us. Y'all should.
We know that, but we at war, right?
Them in the fucking. But a lot of niggas don't know that. A lot of niggas don't know that with this equality.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the household. You should know by your history.
Christianity and friendship shit. That's what
See, that's what we gotta understand. I'm not blaming none of that. The first teacher is your household.
That's our problem. Yes, but
no, that's some niggas' problem.
But hold on,
you can't be self-righteous.
When the household is broken, who was the teacher? Who was the teacher when the household is broken? When a household already been taught wrong.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to teach your kids if you've been taught wrong? How are you gonna teach them what's right?
How have they been taught wrong? It depends on the age group. They wasn't taught wrong. What y'all taught wrong?
It's the cycle, brother.
Your mother told you to turn the TV off and take your ass outside. She told you to turn off some of that rap music shit.
Since about the 70s.
When niggas just play a Luke. You couldn't hold on, real quick. Let me get this 101. You couldn't play no Luke around your moms, nigga.
You said play who?
Luke. Back in the days, stop that, no, nigga.
No, I'm born in the 90s. I'm 97.
I'm putting you on. I'm born in 77. I'm 47. I'm showing you the digression of our people. It's certain shit nigga. I had a boy, Haitian, nigga. He had the hustler. When his moms came home, that nigga ran around the corner and took all his jewelry off. And he's older than me.
Right.
And that nigga put the beeper in.
Perspective of my generation.
But he's Haitian. That's still to this day, they're gonna be like that.
Oh no, they not like that no more. But I'm saying even you have some Americans on it too. Like, oh, chill up. They put their shit in. For me, it was a little different. I had fronts in my mouth when my mom's kid was around. I kept my Cubans or my Figaro on. You know what I'm saying? Certain shit, I'm like, yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I was a young brother working. So it was different. I wasn't a nigga who wasn't like, yeah, I was coming home from school, going to work or going to work right after school.
I know what you're saying though. It's certain shit you have to hide. And even though you said master stuff, you was born in 97, I was born in 95. But I know maybe like you said, it's household. Cause
How old are you? Oh, one-on-one, I ask you, how old are you?
29.
How
But
old
I
are
was
you, bro?
raised.
You 29, okay.
Yeah, I was raised hella
You on
different
point
than
for
this
20. All of
generation.
y'all are on point. That's younger.
I was raised totally different than this generation though, because I had a
I could
bunch
tell,
of
of
elders
course.
around me. I had too many
That's why
elders
y'all
around me.
here.
I was raised
Yeah,
around
y'all
my
got
aunt,
wisdom.
my uncle. We lived in the same household. My aunt, my uncle, my grandma. Then I used to go to my grandpa's house in the summertime in Texas. Like it was like a whole different dynamic. And my grandpa used to get on my ass. Say if I didn't have a motherfucking, if I didn't make my bed, what are you doing? Why your bed ain't made? I'm like, God damn.
The
He's like,
bed
get up
or
there and
take
make
out
your
the
bed.
garbage.
Yeah. Oh no, the garbage is always
Go
out.
out
The
twice a
garbage is
day.
out.
They
Yeah, the
get
garbage is always
morning.
out. I didn't know how to sit with my ass.
Or once
He
a
would get on my
day.
ass.
Check
Nah,
this,
that
don't
man.
y'all know? Don't y'all know that eugenics was just another form of Planned Parenting?
Okay. Can I say one thing? 'Cause I know y'all was talking about Darwinism. Can I say one thing real quick?
Consciousness 101.
Yeah.
Dog, that ain't no different than when these people over there in their countries, when they was putting a husband and a wife together, but they didn't even know each other.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Hey man,
Can I say what? Yeah, go ahead.
all of this is effects of eugenics. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
I'm gonna break it down to you since you talk about eugenics. What it is
them
see,
trying to create
when
the
people
perfect
talk
race.
about the Darwinism theory, they get it wrong. They're misschooling that shit. Right? The Darwinism theory is basically the rat project using the monkey. That's how they found out they got the monkey gene.
Darwin, but see,
Darwin
Hold on. I want to say.
Hold on.
I want to say this real quick. Let me get this OTK. I want to say this.
That's why I showed the video, because Darwin didn't bring out the monkey shit. Darwin was studying birds, my nigga.
No, he talked about the monkey shit.
No, it was his fucking brother.
Okay, it don't matter. It came from y'all. Listen, OTK, I don't waste time with that. It came from his camp. It came from that shit.
Yes,
it came from it.
Yes.
It don't matter. It came from it. That's what I'm saying.
Because wasn't he studying the birds in Galapagos, the Galapagos Islands and shit?
But what I'm saying is they put that society in our ghettos, in our communities. That mindset. I'm gonna put you on, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
Brother and that
Okay, it don't matter. It don't matter. I don't care. It's the same brothers. It's the same blood. It comes from that.
No, we need to exactly blame the right person, Hawkeye.
No, brother, because he was on it too.
Hawkeye, everybody blaming Charles, but Charles died. Charles didn't never test no humans. Anybody?
Yo, I don't.
He never said
Okay,
nothing.
the dog. All right, OTK. I'm not wasting that much time on that. I'm saying niggas lose the point of the fact. At the end of the day, his. Okay, it's cool. Let's just go by that. His brother, whatever, at the end of the day, the Darwinism theory is what they put in our community. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but see, what Darwinism did, that wasn't eugenics, is what I'm telling
putting you on how it leads to eugenics, brother. I'm trying to show you how they did that to get to eugenics.
Hawkeye, apparently you wasn't paying attention to the video I showed.
No, I don't need to. I'm trying to show you. I don't care about that video. I'm telling you, I read shit too, brother.
Therefore, brother,
I just don't watch videos. I'm going by. Listen, I'm gonna show you something. When I get information, it has to add up to other shit that I know.
All right,
that I came across before.
I'd rather hear them motherfuckers in their own words saying what the fuck they did, rather than some nigga on the streets telling me what they did.
Well, that's how you want to look at it.
Because some nigga on the streets might have a watered down version. Because you know, once I tell a is something, by the time that shit get to Hawkeye, it might be changed a little bit.
Nah, see, you bugging. See, this I'm gonna show you. That's the difference between the South and the North. That's why. Hold on, can I talk, brother?
Damn.
That's why y'all niggas lost. Cause you want to listen to the pale face story 100%.
fuck can you talk more than me? When I let y'all talk, I was going for a second, and then I came in just to add to the conversation. Like, yo, we gotta quit blaming Charles. Charles came up with the bird shit. It was his brother and them other motherfuckers. And I was just showing the video. Who put the teeth in
And
it?
what you said,
Who funded
OTK, you saying facts.
Eugenic shit. That when they started doing humans, this is who we need to go at. The same people who came up with the IQ test. See, we going at the wrong person. And we forgetting about this Davenport dude and this Kellogg dude. We forgetting about them.
And OTK, he didn't hear me earlier when I said Galapagos.
That's all I'm saying.
Charles Darwin was doing the Galapagos Islands finches. The Galapagos finches is who he was studying. That's what he was studying. That's it. Just birds. A finch species. Finch species. So they was placing shit on him that he didn't even do.
That's why when one of us go off
That's
the
why I
land,
don't talk about Darwinism at all.
y'all nigga with Charles Darwin and all that. When we say that shit,
I don't talk about that shit.
They look at us and laugh. Like, oh, these motherfuckers really don't know it wasn't Charles. It was the people that came after Charles. That's why they be laughing at us. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yes, Charles Davenport definitely came after Charles. He's the one who goddamn started bringing the monkey. Him and Charles Darwin brother and they the ones who started bringing the monkey shit. And let's not forget that monk that they just showed in the video who was doing peas. And Kellogg, who was doing poetry. Yeah, Kellogg cereal. Yeah,
Yeah, like you just said, the monk. That yeah, because people need to know about what a monkey really is.
People that's still here today.
Yeah.
People them still exist today. These companies still exist today.
Yo, OTK, can I get in to explain my shit to finish, brother? Like, damn. Y'all niggas just took over. I'm trying to show you how they used it for the times that we in. Y'all going over it. We got that out the way.
Primate, bro. Like
we got that part out of it. I'm showing you how they made us get on that.
Let's go back to the fucking video then. Fuck all that. I don't
forget it.
I don't need to hear
Forget it then.
I can just listen to these fucking own people
Wow.
about their fucking self and not us black people. Because for one, the whole eugenics program was about them. It wasn't about us.
Right. So they know they gonna know about that shit.
These Tuskegee niggas brought us into this shit. And this video goes into that. See,
And I
y'all
ain't
niggas
gonna
leave
lie.
out the Tuskegee niggas. Y'all niggas up north, y'all leave out y'all master teachers.
And I ain't gonna lie.
Eugenics. Y'all don't bring them in the eugenics conversation. But
You
y'all
right,
was taught
OTK.
that, right? Y'all was taught that in the north. But y'all
Yo, OTK, stop, man. We taught everything, nigga. Niggas don't want to bring it because it's like, yeah, nigga step y'all shit up. That's what that is, nigga.
All right, how the fuck we gonna step ourselves up when the community?
Because we know y'all only want to listen to the white man, nigga.
Nah. He just gonna
That's
tell
how we
his
look at a lot
story.
of you southern niggas.
Which is he is correct. You know
You just said it. You don't want to hear niggas say nothing from the street. You want to just hear the source of the white man. Like a white man can't lie on video. Come on, dog.
Listen to a black man talking about a white man's history.
Yeah. That they actually
Yeah, because I'm
telling the
up
truth
north. I
about.
learned their history.
No,
I'm on the side that won, nigga.
You can't talk about white people history. You leave that to them.
Yeah. Right.
You leave that to
It's
them.
called reading books. Yeah, exactly. And I'm telling you the shit that I know and I study. You think I'm just
Hey,
watching
no,
this
but
shit from
Hawk,
YouTube?
listen, just
That's what I'm trying to tell you, OTK. I'm not new to this
Let
shit.
me explain it real
No,
quick.
hold on real
Hawk.
quick. Let me say this one-on-one. A lot of y'all niggas is new online and thinking because y'all niggas got some knowledge.
Hold up. Fuck the online shit, Hawkeye. We might be new online, but
We've been
a lot
taught.
of us is not new to information, bro.
Yeah. I've been taught my whole life, sir.
That's it, Hawkeye. Everybody is not new to information. We just might say it a little different. We don't need the Hawkeye to come in. You know what I mean, brother? You just need to give your personal experience, and you say y'all learned it in school. So now I'm throw this back on you. Nigga, if y'all already knew this in school and y'all came down south with y'all better than us shit, then y'all was on some eugenic shit y'all goddamn self. Because y'all thought y'all was better than us. Now see how that worked? See how that worked?
And we got to explain to him, we're not trying to hear what the white man is saying, but if the white man is being honest in his history and we can correlate it and we can all put it together and you actually telling the truth, we would rather hear from him because he experienced it. He actually went through all of that eugenics shit that we didn't even deal with.
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, Master.
From what I know or from what I learned, there is a connection between the Darwin and eugenics. There is a connection.
Yes,
I'm just saying it's a connection.
It's the Darwins. It was his brother. It wasn't Charles. They like to credit everything of eugenics to Charles. It wasn't Charles. My dog was his brother.
He studied finches. Charles Darwin studied finches.
They took it to humans, brother, and that's what this video is showing you. This video ain't talking nothing about Charles Darwin except for his study of birds and how these other people took Charles Darwin's theory of birds and said, fuck it, let's apply
and start placing it on primates.
On animals and then other people,
on everything else. Because he started talking about birds with the pheomelanin and the melanin and all of that. People don't know about that. The yellow bird and the darker bird. All of that shit, bro.
You catch a bird, my nigga, to even breed a bird with this bird.
Nigga was just making shit up.
He
whatever he thought.
He didn't even did no breeding. This nigga was just looking at these birds and taking
whatever he thought.
So
that's what they always do.
We can't blame eugenics on Charles Darwin.
Yo, hold up, OTK. What's wrong with y'all? They saw birds and went to see. They tested other animals and they saw they did the same shit too.
Who tested other animals, nigga? Who? Charles?
The same people who tested birds, nigga. Who was impressed?
No.
We was always taught
it's called case studies, man.
And it's been changed.
Come on, man. You think they just put a label on an animal, on a monkey, and say, "Oh, that's it"? No, nigga. They watched them and see how they move.
Everybody just mute up. Everybody just mute up. Because he did. The beginning of this video said that Charles Darwin didn't have nothing to do with people.
And they're changing history.
They said when the white woman funded this nigga, hold on, let me find it, for his mouth, and they put it in for this nigga, Davenport, and they came up with the IQ test. They went around and started doing family genealogy, finding out about people's family. You know why? Because they couldn't come up with an accurate description of what a person was. They was trying to make a better white person, bro. That was the whole thing about them studying eugenics for them. This is all about them. Eugenics didn't come into us until the nigga.
OTK, why are you so surprised, brother?
So we assimilated.
Why y'all niggas so surprised?
That's when we start taking on their false ass.
Bro, I'm not surprised, Hawkeye, but you need to chill the fuck out.
What I'm saying wrong. You're not even letting me finish the shit I was trying to talk. You just came aboard and it was like, nah, this is what it is. You're not letting me get off the shit I'm talking about, bro. But you don't even know where I'm going.
But you got to understand it is probably a part.
You try to automatically see what's the shit that you put on the video. No, dog.
Look, it's a part of.
I'm talking to you. I'm building with you. I'm showing you this is what they put on our people and in society. That's all.
In school, we was taught that the Galapagos, about the Galapagos Islands and how that nigga was fucking studying finches, bro. That shit that they doing the bullshit.
Listen to this right here.
Eliminate the bad genes in the population and keep the fittest genes in the gene pool.
Hitler was doing that, brother.
By limiting the birth of people
Wasn't
who were
Hitler
deemed to
doing
be
that?
unfit, you were by definition enhancing the stock.
All right. Yeah,
of
niggas
human
bugging or
society.
something. What the
Hell
fuck?
yeah, Hawkeye. Hey, Hawkeye. No, I heard Hawkeye. My bad. Hawkeye. Yeah, you absolutely correct, bro. You absolutely correct. Hitler was doing it, but guess who Hitler got it from?
No, they got it from the 1800s. Don't forget, they always said we was the medicine niggas.
Yeah, Hitler got it from a female, brother. You better check out who Hitler was.
Of course, yeah, I'm not knocking. She could get it from it's a person who pushes it and gets.
Was part of eugenics. Who he got this from?
Of course.
Yes, that's why he eliminated his whole family, so nobody didn't have no trace back to him.
You know, he got. Well, I don't know about that because his brother lived. His brother died. Whatever his case, he still got relatives. He didn't get all of them. But at the end of the day, this shit is not new. It goes to the 1800s.
No,
What they
but
used to
hey,
say.
hold up. Some of this shit is new to some people, Hawkeye.
Of course, because of state. No, I know.
Some people wasn't on YouTube back then. So some
Now
people
listen, no, I'm not. I don't look at it like this. I'm talking about for us who do know and niggas is building. I'm not. Listen, I'm not just stating a book.
Man, that been out here, dog. I'm not back. I'm not Cuddy. I'm not Chief Holiday. I'm not none of these people who been out here, man. Top Cats, them boys, Dame.
Right.
I'm not none of these people who been out here, my dog.
No, I get that. So no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you got knowledge with it.
Yeah, I know it's not new information, but you know.
So when I'm talking to you, I'm just talking to you different. I know I care because we're not new on it. And people who are still new can understand what we're talking about because we're able to break it down more because that's where you get the wisdom, the years of seeing it and seeing how they use it in society. You can't learn something and just stick to that and be like, that's it. No, you got to see how that shit plays out in front of your eyes, niggas.
Right. Okay. Right, man. Hawk, you know what? It don't matter no matter how loud me and you talk to each other. What we
Of
say,
course,
dog,
my brother. Shit.
We always.
You already know. I told you I'm Geechee, brother. So I can fuck. Don't think that I live up north. At the end of the day, I know how my people are and how we talk with each other, nigga. That shit shows you I know. Shit.
Yeah. At the end of the day, dog, we still, you know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? I never denounce my shit. That's why niggas be like, yo, up north, everybody that I know that's AKA Black American, flag on the play, Aboriginal Indian niggas, we was going down south for the summer, nigga. And those who had more money was going through the months to do like Easter. I'm gonna go down Easter. Or this and that, you know what I'm saying? Christmas, going to south for Christmas. You know what I mean? Thanksgiving, whatever, was different shit. But we go see our families. Don't let niggas fool y'all with that shit. That's how you know a niggas are people. If you wasn't doing that, young as a kid, nigga, either that or your family was just straight project. I'm peeing on straight projects. Done lost their family history, been done wrong by family members, might have sold the land or whatever, and they been in the projects for a long time. This shit is just project now.
Right.
That's how it is.
903, man. My dog Mikey 903 just came in, man. I'm gonna let him say what's up real quick. And
Definitely.
Then I'm gonna to the video. Nike 903. What's going on, man?
I
hope you and the fucking family is all right, man, and I hope all is well, man.
Yeah, everything good on my end, man. I'm down here in Texas, man. Peace to the tribe, peace to the chat, peace to everybody on the panel, man.
Peace, brother.
Man, you in the bottom part by the golf, man, getting that wind and that rain.
I'm up here in East Texas, up north.
Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all probably get little tornadoes, probably, huh? Like the rest of the Midwest. Yeah, off that storm. That storm hit Florida yesterday, dog. I'm telling you, we got the winds from it, man. Hey, it's scary when a tropical storm creates in the Gulf, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all, a tropical storm gets its power from warm water. It turns into a hurricane from warm water. It slows down once it hits land, but it sends off its children, which are tornadoes, twisters, that keeps their power long as they're on land. That's nature, not science. This is nature. We don't need science to prove it. We can see this.
But science comes from nature, though. Science comes from nature.
Nature, correct. Science comes from nature. Science is trying to be the explanation of nature and other things that we don't have no explanation for.
Now, can I say this real quick, too? I'm going to add on to what you said. Science.
Religion has God or a person or something that they can put, that they can say that creates all of that. Science has definitions to create what they created. You know, what science was created to prove religion.
Man science and man religion is basically man playing with nature.
Damn.
I want to add that. My bad. I just want to add that, OTK.
No,
man science and religion is man playing with nature. Don't ever forget, y'all. You should learn this when you was a kid.
Manipulating or trying to
That's where you get your manipulate. But don't ever forget They're trying to get close to our God.
Yes, they're manipulating nature. Or they're trying to create.
Okay, that's the battle, nigga. That's why they push interracial. They want to get in our bloodline, get in our world, get in our heavens, nigga, get in everything, your soul, your shit.
But 903,
like
man,
an infection.
With you, man. So everything good. I'm glad all your families, them boys, good in Texas, man. That's all love, man. I'm glad you joined the panel, man. You know, you've been watching the video. I seen you've been in the chat, so you've been watching the video and stuff like that too. You know what I mean? So, what you think so far?
Man, I think eugenics played an important part of all this, man.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, and now I ain't even get into the part where it start bringing our folks into it. See, it's only their folks. So they're talking the creation of it. The IQ test and all of this right here, dog. You understand what I'm saying? They just didn't even get into us yet.
Nah.
That's why I want to.
When y'all think it started? When y'all think y'all started?
Go ahead, bro.
I would say when y'all think that started, civil rights. No, I would say civil rights, man. Because now we in a schools. Hold on, I want to just explain this. Now we're in their schools. So now they can test us.
Yes.
Say who's a retarded. Who's a special ed nigga.
Right.
What community you come from different than this black nigga right here? Oh, he got a little bit more money than you. They seeing our shit. That's how nobody want to talk about that. That's what I was gonna get in and say earlier. Civil rights did that shit to us.
You know what, Hawkeye? My bad for doing that, bro. My bad, because you're absolutely correct. And further on in this video, it's gonna talk directly about that. You're absolutely correct, man. You know, you're absolutely correct, Hawkeye. You hit that. Now, it ain't nothing you said was wrong. Now, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, of course. I know.
Pretty much, it ain't nothing. None of us can say wrong about this eugenic shit.
Right. Of course not. And let me tell y'all something. We take it light.
Yeah, unless you say that shit was right, that's the only way you can be wrong about saying anything about fucking eugenics. Now, we might have some of the people in the places wrong because it's such a long list. It's such a long list, y'all.
Right. But I'm gonna say that's go on.
And try to find and we try to correlate with eugenics. We ain't really looking at the things that really correlate with eugenics.
You can't look into none unless you study it.
Right.
You gotta stop with the bullshit. Niggas gotta be. That's what I'm saying. That's where private studies come from.
Hawkeye. You can't say niggas need to stop with the bullshit. Some niggas don't know.
No, I'm not saying with us right now. I'm just saying. I'm just talking like the part of as a community we have to understand as a people. That's the capital. Once you have that, you can have your own private research labs. You can have a lot of shit. This is what we say about we need capital. I don't know how other people think it's more than just getting land. I got my land. No, nigga, we need research. You need your own science. We going by their numbers, by their shit, nigga. And who's doing the work? It's foreigners, nigga. It's an Indian nigga in the lab.
But the thing is, though, we don't need no scientists.
To keep up with certain shit to really know why. So if we don't need it, so why they got it?
That's the problem. That's what society up right there. Keeping up with
because your scientist was alchemy back then, right?
Well, let me finish. That's the problem, bro. Keeping up with the goddamn Joneses.
No, we not. We was doing that.
Okay, hold on. But when we was sticking to what the fuck we know, we was good. You know, when we started fucking failing, when we started trying to be like them in the system they created, that's why we was no good at it. And this video shows it. They own people weren't no good at that shit. So it was a system designed for people to fail. So therefore, that's entrapment from the very goddamn jump.
It was Operation Paperclip too,
man. But I'm gonna let this video play some more, man. You know what
Let me say this real quick.
And I'm gonna let Alabama say peace to us real quick, man. real quick, and then I'm gonna go back to the video. I definitely want to show some more of this video, y'all. I don't want to get out of what I'm supposed to do, but we can stop it, y'all. Let's play it, and then when y'all hear something, we can stop it like that, and let's build on the video. All right? Appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Master Self.
Right.
Well, I would say that we started using their system because they was using the system as a weapon against us. So we had to defend ourselves. We had to combat that by learning their system and figuring out a way to counteract their agenda. Basically, we had to, you know.
Correct.
Can I say one thing? Yeah.
But you know what? By the time we learned the system, Master Self, who did we see that we was learning the system to fight against? Our fucking own self.
Yeah.
I gotta disagree with you, OTK. It's called alchemy, brother.
Okay, listen.
It's called alchemy.
I don't want to get in no disagreement right now.
No, of course, I got you.
That's gonna lead into some more shit.
Yeah, let's break down a video. Alabama was gonna say something, right? Peace, Alabama. Peace, OG.
Nowhere, Hawkeye, because you know I love your disagreement because that's what we need. We don't like a lot of yes men.
Right.
We need a lot of yes men. Fuck that. I want somebody to think outside of what I'm thinking to bring more awareness, maybe. You know what I mean?
I just want to say this. They took it from us.
Yes, they definitely did. And rearranged.
And that's what's called alchemy.
They took
and it just gets advanced. Yeah.
Took our straight drop and turned around and water whipped it and sold it back to us water whipped. Yeah.
But you gotta look at it. The advancement gotta happen because that's what life is, right? It's always about advancing. We can't stay in the same shit forever.
Right. Definitely.
And no matter what it is, we're the best at it, regardless.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. We gotta understand that.
And Hawkeye, and I want to appreciate you, brother, because you know when I be talking like this, man, people be thinking I be yelling, but I'm just passionate, and that's just how I. You know what I mean? I'm not damn yelling, man. I'm just passionate.
You know how we do. Listen, I don't look at none of that because I know how my people is, how we are.
Man, and I respect that, man. Alabama, man, shit. How you? Peace to
definitely, OTK. Salute, brother.
Yeah, man, definitely, bro. Peace to Alabama, man. Jump in for a quick second. Say peace and love to the real American Indian and not these congratulating crackers. Go ahead, Alabama.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. I only came to bring the message from the trap. Shut the fuck up, nigga, and play the video.
salute Alabama.
Society. And so there was this social mission of really fighting dependency, fighting crime through eugenics. The idea was that eugenics would solve all of these broader social problems if enacted in a robust way.
Mrs. Harriman was a great believer in the importance of proper matings. She credited her late husband's interest in horse breeding for that. And she enthusiastically pledged to finance Davenport's eugenic enterprise. It was, Davenport later wrote in his journal, a red letter day for humanity.
The impulse to perfect humanity is an ancient aspiration. The idea that somehow or the other that you can get the best humans by selectively breeding the best, most fit, hardiest, most beautiful, it's an ancient desire. You find it in Sanskrit texts, you find it in Greek texts. The trouble is that only some human beings can dictate or decide what the correct features might be. Who decides?
Charles Davenport thought by breeding a superior race of people, we can bring about the millennial kingdom on earth.
The problem with utopias is that they set a set of aspirations that then blind you to a certain set of consequences. And that can be dangerous.
In October 1910, On an 80-acre plot adjacent to the Cold Spring Harbor campus, Charles Davenport opened the doors of his new institute. It was a modest structure built for a grand purpose: to house hereditary information on American families and use it to guide the reproductive choices of the nation. He called it the Eugenics Record Office.
Eugenic ideas were very much floating around as early as 1880. But Davenport gave eugenics teeth. He was institutionalizing eugenics. He was marshaling people around a research program.
Davenport.
Now, Hawkeye. Now, Hawkeye. Now you see why I say
Yes, sir.
we can't just throw it on Charles. This motherfucker here is the one who started doing genealogy with families.
Oh, no, of course. No, I know that. I'm not throwing everything on Charles Darwin. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay.
His shit, yeah, I'm just saying this is how they have society the way, because it's both. But his was to showing the behavior.
But
you gotta
listen,
have case study, you gotta have reactions and actions for your shit to work.
Was the Yakub story out before Charles Darwin?
Well, it depends. Ancient times could have been talking about it, right?
Right? Ancient Sanskrit and the Greeks. We know the Greeks was
Right,
doing
we don't know.
Ancestor, England, all of them, you know, they believed in marrying a third cousin and shit like that. We know about that.
Right.
Yeah, we know about that. But shit, this motherfucker, this eugenics, wouldn't Yakub in the Quran?
So I would say it's been around longer. That's where they got eugenics from, because Yakub was the one who did all of that.
All right, then,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, grafting. But they called it grafting back then, right? They called it grafting.
Grafting or breeding.
Hold on.
Nah,
y'all keep going in circles and around different rabbit holes. If you're gonna give credence to that, then the Lost Book of Enki is supposedly 450,000 years old. So it's not. This is speculation. If y'all want to listen to the video, can we listen to the video and then propose to discuss it after we have the content?
Damn,
It's just a thought. Just a thought.
Say no more, Elder. Say no more, Elder.
Already had assembled the prestigious board of scientific directors, among them prominent scientists, physicians, and famed inventor Alexander Graham Bell. Day-to-day operations, meanwhile, would be overseen by Harry Laughlin, a high school superintendent from the Midwest with a lifelong passion for poultry breeding.
Laughlin was a very zealous proponent of eugenics, and in that sense, he got along well with Davenport. They both believed in the mission, they believed in the cause.
For Davenport, a lot of it was about what you can do in the laboratory and how you can analyze the data. For Laughlin, a lot of it was about, well, how are we going to get out there in the world and change the direction of history?
To gather new disciples to the cause,
Can we stop right there
and to
real
aid
quick?
in the collection of data, Laughlin and Davenport launched an academic program which offered training in eugenic field research techniques. Over the course of 6 weeks each summer, recent college graduates from Vassar, Harvard, Oberlin were taught how to investigate family histories, how to conduct interviews and make eugenically useful measurements, and how to chart family pedigrees and analyze them. Then, at a salary of $75 a month, came a year's work in the field. Armed with the official trait book, which assigned numerical codes to a broad spectrum of human characteristics, the newly minted researchers fanned out to study delinquents in the Juvenile Psychopathic Institute of Chicago, the insane at the New Jersey State Hospital at Matawan, albinos in Massachusetts, circus families at Coney Island, the Amish in Pennsylvania, at the New Jersey State Hospital at Matawan, albino.
Look at the albino, y'all.
Right.
In Massachusetts, circus families at Coney Island, the Amish in
She
Pennsylvania.
looked like she had money. She had pearls on her neck.
They would go into some holler in Virginia and find some family that seemed to have a lot of alcoholics and criminals and, other ne'er-do-wells. And they would go, aha, we've found a family with terrible genes. And they'd interview someone and they'd say, oh yeah, John seems a little slow, but I knew his uncle and his uncle was a big drunk. And they'd write that down, uncle, a big drunk. So they would come back with all this evidence of the way in which human traits were inherited.
Of course, the reliability of the data was not questioned, even though it was based on interpretation, impression, recollection by the living members of the family with whom they spoke. No checking.
Year by year, as trainees rotated out of the summer program and into positions at universities, hospitals, and mental institutions, Davenport's assumptions and methods of fieldwork gained currency all across the country. And year by year, the data accumulated. Stored in fireproof cabinets and intricately indexed, it comprised, as Scientific American noted, a sort of inventory of the blood of the community, and supplied grist for a multitude of books, pamphlets, lectures, and press releases regarding the danger of so-called inferior germplasm.
They're using the family records that are stored in the fireproof vault to prove all these traits, not just physical, but mental traits, moral traits, are caused by genes. There's nothing you can do about it. This is cold, hard, pure science.
Just as we have strains of scholars, of military men, Davenport told the New York Times, we have strains of paupers, of sex offenders, strains with strong tendencies toward larceny, assault, lying, running away. The cost to society of these strains is enormous.
Davenport took this basic idea, applied it far more widely than it had ever been before, and really promoted this probabilistic idea as if it were a deterministic one. That is to say, it's not just likelihoods, but in some ways we're dealing with certainties. And that idea really sold.
By the time the Eugenics Record Office issued its first official report in 1913, many Americans had begun to see the wisdom in eugenics. I agree with you that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. Former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport that year. It is really extraordinary that our people refuse to apply to human beings such knowledge as every successful farmer is obliged to apply to his own stock breeding.
If you're going to be in the business of breeding, you're going to have to convince thought leaders and politicians, most especially the government, to begin a kind of unprecedented program. So they understood from the beginning that they needed to persuade those who were in a position to do something about it that it was possible, indeed desirable.
The eugenicists thought that people's base interests are just self-serving, selfish, right? And if you just leave them to themselves, they're going to evolve in all these random, dumb directions.
The Eugenics Record Office recommended both widespread eugenic education and aggressive government intervention. Laws that would keep defectives out of the country, prohibit them from marrying, and prevent them from becoming parents by segregating them in asylums throughout their reproductive years. Also recommended was a new and somewhat controversial surgical procedure known as sterilization. By cutting and sealing organs involved in reproduction, both men and women could be made infertile. So far, the technique had been used primarily on criminals, particularly sex offenders, and it was thought to have a curative effect. Harry Laughlin envisioned a broader application as a eugenic tool that would eliminate defective germplasm once and for all.
Harry Laughlin really has this political vision of what we can do with eugenics. And he said, in order for eugenic sterilization to really do what had to be done, 15 million Americans would have to go under the knife.
Pause just for a
The
moment,
idea
OTK.
was that
Pause.
eugenics was for the
Pause.
common good, and by implementing
OTK.
the science of heredity, they could protect America and strengthen America.
They thought of it as the beginning of a revolution, of a religious movement. You have to start with a few converts, and then you try to grow it into a bigger movement. All that seemed exciting and full of possibility. And they were going to create a new world.
I just heard the damn pause. My bag. I stepped outside for a second.
OTK. Well, because you missed where they made the 15 million. You see the 15 million comment?
They needed 15 million for the test.
No, they were suggesting that 15 million. See, the predicament with this conversation is we're talking about white supremacist minded people. This is not the issue of whether they are white or not. Whether we believe such a thing as white exists. Remember, they're pushing for white genetic purity. Correct. Now, I need the timeline on this, not just the video itself, because I see this is, was this American Experience from PBS?
PBS, yes. Hold on, I'll shrink it for you. I'll shrink it right there. Yeah, I shrink it. So PBS.
This was broadcast. This was broadcasted originally when?
Let's see. Well,
I'd say probably in the maybe the 80s or the 90s.
It's a 2018 educational foundation. About, well, the reason why I say it probably was published back then, but on YouTube it probably didn't come out to 2018.
Yeah, because everything on the internet gets recycled. But here's the thing.
It was on channel 7 for me.
Remember the people. See, we keep. Here's our problem as the American known the Negro. We keep including ourselves in shit that don't include us, for one. And two, the people doing what they're doing do not consider us. The whole agenda originally started with Sanger was to depopulate the moronic population through white trash women being sterilized. In the same time she did her thesis, if you will, she said the Negro problem could be solved by them using this approach that they did on the degenerate white population. You follow what I'm saying? Correct. So again, when our problem is we keep thinking they're like us.
Did they say that already in the video?
No, I'm sure they haven't yet, but I'm just saying keep that in mind because I came in late on this. I don't know if the Margaret Sanger part had been put in, but when we're dealing with timelines, we have to keep all of this parallel in context. 1926, Yale started the American Eugenics Society. In 1924, the bastard we know, Walter Ashby Plecker, created white and color as designations.
Let's go.
Then at the same time, I know you're probably familiar with Mr. Kellogg and cereal and shit. This was at the same time he was creating this breakfast cereal, particularly for troops in the military, because again, remember, you're trying to do what they call MREs, meals ready to eat. But these things are happening in the roaring 20s. What is also happening as we're ignoring this, I'm talking about us, the American, known as the Negro, from 1919 to 1929, how many thousands? I would say at least hundreds, because we know in the Red Summer alone, more than 200 of our communities were attacked by these degenerates.
Ooh, hey, you know what? Master Self, asked you this similar question earlier when we was talking about the 20s. But now Alabama came and asked you in a more higher level question. Ask us, brother. My brother, since you one of the youngest, this because I got respect for you. First of all, you know what I mean. I got respect for you. You are conscious. I got respect for y'all younger brothers, man. And you know what I mean. Y'all can tell me like, yo, OTK, hold on real quick, and I'll shut the hell up and listen. You know what I mean? Because I love my youth. Word. Master Self, you heard what Alabama just said. Do you want to comment on that real quick? About these 20s and what you had said earlier, what also was going on, and we can go to the video. Go ahead.
I don't know too much about what he had said about the what they was doing to us.
No, about the 1920s. About, remember me and you was talking about what happened in the 1920s.
Yeah, with them coming here, immigration. But yes, I didn't know about all the communities that they was attacking in
community. See that part you don't know. Just let Alabama know the parts that you do know, that you told me about. That's all.
Oh yeah, they was migrating here by the millions. Boatloads coming here.
But remember, while you're watching this video, these groups of people were being categorized as degenerates because of the ethnic populations and primarily coming from Eastern Europe.
Right.
So now remember, these people are diseased, peons, peasants, servants, and serfs. We have to keep this thing in mind. They are talking about themselves. We're not in the conversation. We keep trying to insinuate ourselves in their thinking when they don't think about us.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's what we get stuck at.
They were trying to solve their problem. Why are they like that?
Remember I told you that, bro? Who the fuck was they trying to make a better white person to compare itself against? That's who they was comparing themselves against us now. Why we gotta make a better white person? So now, how the hell y'all kings and queens over there? Y'all so royal, and y'all came over here, but y'all trying to create a better person than the royalty that y'all are. So remember, I said, "Damn, are y'all the degenerates?"
Because those royals had a piece of our DNA.
Well, do not forget, Master Self, this whole discussion, if you're looking at this objectively, not with racial polarization or with a racial tinge, though this is all racial. And I mean racial in how they designed race, not ethnic. Because ethnic comes from the grouping of peoples, whether you call them nation states, kingdoms, villages, or whatever. Ethnicity comes from likeness, from being amongst similar types of beings and procreating with themselves. You feel me?
Yeah,
but this shit they're talking about, remember the word is husbandry. Every one of these conversations, Theodore Roosevelt was president when? This was coming after Woodrow Wilson, right? What happened in the teens? In 1915, he played the Klansman and Birth of a Nation and called it History Written with Lightning.
Right.
Coming into the 20s, well, this was out. But this is again. Remember, Theodore Roosevelt is the turn of the century. That's in the 1900s. Theodore Roosevelt was the Spanish-American War. San Juan Hill, 1898. He was going around telling people, breeding, and when you say breeding with them blue blood motherfuckers, what are you talking about when you use the phrase breeding, Master Self? In the manner in which they use it. The manner in which they are discussing upper class and lower class, right?
Planned Parenting.
Mm-hmm.
So their whole attitude is they want to climb the social structure of being in the monarchy or in proximity to power, the lords, the nobles, the earls, the dukes, etc. This is the structure they came from culturally, from all of these European countries. Some form of king or queen or monarchy, right?
Right.
They come here amongst the American, where we have not so much, it's not a communalism thing, because you know how they make the term communism toxic, because they always are toxic with shit that they touch. We had more of an egalitarian approach to life. People skills, like what was called a meritocracy, let's say, in contemporary terms. People's skill sets reflect their abilities and what they do, and you work in the benefit of the whole by doing your part well to make sure everyone gets taken care of well. Does that sound logical, Master Cell?
Mm-hmm.
But what are we working on with this dog-eat-dog shit that we call capitalism? Competition, beat the next person down, and then dangle shit in front of each other, calling keeping up with the Joneses, as OTK mentioned earlier.
Right.
What does that feed in the mentality of the population? I got mine, you get yours. We got this thing called dog eat dog. Isn't dog mentality? Nothing but the dog in you. Wow, 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 yippee yo, yippee yay. We're feeding a type of toxic to each other, individualistic. I got to scrap and scrape and step on whoever the fuck I need to get to the top of the heap. Isn't that what has evolved here under this criminal enterprise?
Rules of the jungle.
Yeah, but who came out that motherfucking jungle? Us or them? And I'm not talking about that Tarzan shit with these African spear chuckers. Remember, many Africans were pale degenerates, like Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So when people keep trying to tell the American, known as the Negro, that they are of African descent, most of these motherfuckers who are claiming to be European are African. You feel me, OTK?
Yeah.
And what people don't understand with this whole societal structure was to the exclusion of the American known as the Negro. And we were existing unto ourselves, I would say, up until the civil rights movement in the 40s, 50s, and the 60s. How else would they be able to go and systematically attack hundreds, if not thousands, of our communities in the 20s and the 30s during the Great Depression? If we were slaves and we didn't have shit.
Right.
How do we have these communities? How do we have, at the turn of the century in 1910, which is the farmers' lawsuit that's pending right now, we had over 20 million acres of farmland. The farmland does not include where communities gathered in townships, municipalities, villages, etc. That's just 20 million acres of farmland. Almost a million farmers in 1910. We now have less than 50,000 and less than 5 million acres. What the fuck, bro? Now, this is what we're leaving you, young brother, in your 20s.
What happened, Alabama? You was through Alabama?
I think something went wrong with the sound. My check.
Yeah, it came back. I can hear you.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, he was speaking facts though. Mm. Hey, you know what else is? I just thought about all this shit. It definitely led up to the whole New Deal because they had to create jobs for these people. They had to create They had to create everything for these people. It definitely was not enough jobs for them millions of people coming over here. So they couldn't even pay for them. They couldn't.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. You can talk.
I was about to say, so like we said, that's what it led up to the Great Depression because shit, it was a lot of poor people over here now.
But this is the whole thing, right? They could come across here in indentured servitude to work their way off to where they can be free. So they had the choice whether they can go back over there or they can stay here. Now, the ones that hit it and mess around and met the right American Indian woman who had, they had land over here, boom, boom, they was something serious. Now, there's some of the most powerful people that can go back over there. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Because of the trade. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You understand this? So this is the whole build-up. So the reason why I brought this right here up, this minority report thing up. Can y'all see this? Y'all can see this on the screen, right?
Yep.
All right. So the reason why I brought this up is because it's a movie. It's a movie that your boy was in that played Tom Cruise, The Minority. Yep. So it really was a science fiction novel. But look at what it did. Pre-crime to arrest suspects before they commit an actual crime. All right. The Minority Report questions the existence of free will. Keep that in mind, y'all. All right? Because in this video right here, it said that they was trying to predict bad people from their genealogy, from breeding other bad people, because we will commit bad shit. That's
they still using that today. Yep.
That was in 1956. This is in 1920s and 30s. It ain't no coincidence, y'all.
No, they still using that today. They're still doing that today.
All right. Let's go.
So when people doing them DNA tests and they sending in that shit, and now them people then resign because all that data came up.
Yes.
Missing all that. Yeah.
Man, listen, a security breach with these people, man. Let's go, man. Oh shit! So y'all couldn't even see that shit I was showing just now with the eugenics. I mean, the Minority Report. Y'all could have seen that.
Yeah, we saw it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Let me reshare this then. Let me get back to this, yo. Yeah, let me get back to this, man. We having a good build with this shit right here. I love this shit, man. And y'all got Hawkeye. Somebody told me that you had say stop in a certain part. My bag, man. 1,000 pardons.
It's all good.
Missed that. I'm sorry I missed that. But if you notice, when Alabama told me to stop, I actually backed it up from where it originally was when you first came on the show. So I try to go back to the Kellogg shit because Alabama brought up Kellogg too. So yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting too. That Kellogg shit, and people was eating that through the whole. That was a thing for about a good 50 to 70 years, man.
So check it. The only way I would get that out of you, my brother, is if I fuck around and I start bringing up something about somebody else in cereal. Then Hawkeye be like, yo, yeah, that nigga Kellogg, y'all better watch him. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say, when people talking about their own peoples, I listen. These are people talking about their own peoples. I didn't know nothing about this Kellogg in the cereal that they created from apple rice until I watched this right here. Word.
What they created it from, you said?
From wheat.
Yeah.
From wheat. They learned how to crossbreed wheat seeds and all of that. Yeah. Kellogg, after that woman got involved, Kellogg got involved, JP Morgan, all those boys. Let me see.
But what it leads to, it goes back to Wall Street, brother.
Here we go. Let me see if I found it right here. Oh yeah, definitely. That all leads up to that. Yes, definitely, my brother. Definitely.
He called it the Eugenics Record Office.
Let's see. I think it's it right here.
Eugenic ideas were very much floating around as early as 1880. But Davenport gave eugenics teeth. He was institutionalizing eugenics. He was marshaling people around a research program.
Davenport prominent scientists, physicians, and
shit. My dumb ass playing that shit and they ain't even got the bitch on the screen. Oh man, I'm about a dirty motherfucker. My bad, y'all.
It was showing, bro. It was showing.
It was showing when I was showing it just now.
Yeah.
So it showed
Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? Am I still in the hunky hole?
Nah, we hear you.
Nah, you out. So
Okay, that Alexander Graham Bell picture, that last freeze frame that you had, wasn't that when he commented on Alexander Graham Bell?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I thought it wasn't showing. I'm so sorry, and I'm glad you out of that hole you're in. Let me see. My apologies, y'all. Bear with me, y'all.
Information on American families and use it to guide the reproductive choices of the nation. He called it the Eugenics Record Office.
Eugenic ideas were very much floating around as early as 1880. But Davenport gave eugenics teeth. He was institutionalizing eugenics. He was marshaling people around a research program.
Davenport already had assembled a prestigious board of scientific directors, among them prominent scientists, physicians, and famed inventor Alexander Graham Bell.
Pause, OTK, pause right there.
Operations, meanwhile,
That's exactly
would be
my
overseen
point.
by.
Did you see the date on that records office? Did you see the date on that records office? It said October 1st, 1910.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is again between the Teddy Roosevelt administration and the incoming Woodrow Wilson administration.
You called me 9 months ago, 10 months ago. You would ask me that question. I'd be like, God damn it, Alabama, man, just say what you got to say. I'm lost. But now Alabama, yes, correct. That was leading up to the demise. All of this has to do with the American Indian, y'all, because all this was happening on our land.
But a lot of times people let it pass by. No, they let people let pass by how the timeline is working.
We need to say I love each other more, dog. We need to apologize more. Even though I might not be wrong, just even if I apologize, I might have came across the wrong way, man, because tones can be different. We got to understand we didn't grow up together. So I'm learning how to, you know what I mean, to engage with people that I didn't grow up with. See, me and Dollars can get on this bitch. We can argue all goddamn day loud because we do that in person. But that shit, at the same time, we still gonna be right there laughing. You see, so I gotta watch how I do that with people who I don't know that I'm getting to know. So that's why, Nate. That's why I do a lot of apologizing now, man. I'm working on myself, bro.
But Nate do have an interesting statement. He said apologize for wrong, not for right.
You apologize just in case you get interpreted the wrong way, but you really mean right. Yeah, I am a poet now, Nate. But go ahead, Alabama. You out of that hunky hole?
The only point I was raising at that, well, that lets you know. You saw how.
Patent taking person.
Mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check. Hello.
Or anybody if they want to build on them. Y'all can hear me, right? Mic check.
I hear you, Alabama. I hear y'all. We hear y'all. I can hear y'all.
Yeah, well, I guess he can't because every time I say something, he's talking over me.
I know, right? OTK be on it, boy.
The only point I was trying to make about that photo.
Y'all still here with me or what?
Yeah, now you keep talking over me again, bro. I mean, I gather you can't hear me.
Alabama. OTK, can you hear us, brother?
Maybe he can't hear.
Oh shit, my bag. I'm steady tripping. Hey, listen, I'm steady tripping in the back. I'm like, damn, boy, these niggas let me go in. I must be saying something right.
Yeah, you're saying it all over me.
Hey, listen, all the time though, because I got this hooked up to my sound system. All the time, the sound system been done going out, so I couldn't hear y'all. I clicked and took it off the big screen. I see your shit lighting up. I'm like, oh shit! I know I done been talking a bunch of dumb shit over other people. My apologies.
Can you hear me now, OTK? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm a work in progress, y'all.
Okay. The
Hey, but I
point that
really
I
needed a laugh, man. I needed a laugh, y'all. With all the shit that I'm going through, I need a laugh, y'all.
the point that I was reiterating, OTK, was again just seeing the photo. You see how ancient and old Alexander Graham Bell is. This is at the tail end of his life. This is October 1st, 1910. This is the first decade in the 20th century. They have transitioned in their thinking from the world that's agricultural on the farm in the rural to the world that's transitioning in industrialization and the big city. So their agenda is to create the quote unquote the better being. I'm gonna use this phrase, the better being, but it turns into what will become the Uberman in Adolf Hitler and Aryan supremacy. And who did he learn that from? Margaret Sanger. And what was she supported? And the group that I pointed out earlier during the timeline, Yale University created the American Eugenics Society in 1926. Walter Ashby Plecker was dictating the American Indian is colored and that white is such a thing. However, white as a citizen comes from 1790 in the Naturalization Act. But what is a white person? See, and this is what's so amusing about watching this whole thing, just like Master Self said. Each wave of immigrant that came here, 1870, 80, 90, 1900, into the first couple of decades now we're in the 20th century. These ethnic people are not considered white. Right, Hawkeye? At ground zero of the
No, you're
crime?
right.
The motherfucking
You're
Big
right.
Apple? Now, when each
Right
time
about
these
that.
dirty motherfucking immigrants come into these enclaves, how are they used and how are they pitted against the nigga as the bottom of the totem pole? You see? So each of these ethnic groups are to step on the back of the American, known as the Negro, pursuing a higher form of living, pursuing the American dream. And what is the fundamental thing of the American dream? Whiteness.
Right.
But y'all got it. Y'all cook on that.
That was good. And definitely to look down on us, but even though they know they really can't. They feel once you know yourself and you carry yourself on some, and they know you, they falling back, man. It's spiritual and mental. But you're right, Alabama. They definitely, you see that shit, man. You see it.
It
Years,
seemed
man.
like to me they came over here with a mindset of inferiority, like they knew that we were like. I'm looking at the etymology of eugenics right now. The definition says well born of good stock of a noble race. They were none of that basically. So they can't.
Hold up, bro. Hold up,
Go
bro.
ahead.
Underscore that definition one more time. And don't forget eugenics. Gene is in the middle of the word. Underscore that definition you shared again. And what is stock? What does stock mean in livestock, in husbandry? But cook on that, brother.
Yes,
I
and
would say
listen,
like okay,
in
go ahead.
another video, I wish I, you know what? I'm so sorry, y'all. I didn't get timestamps, but at the very beginning of this video, bro, it said exactly what you said. Eugenics came from two words. You, meaning what you said that first part was?
Was it well born?
You meaning well, and then the breast gene meaning born.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where eugenics came from. Well born. It said that at the beginning of this. Hey, y'all, let me smallen this up real quick while y'all finish talking, so y'all can see where this come from. Y'all need to subscribe to these channels because CBS, PBS, and stuff like this right here, man. These places was funded by people who was watching and sending in donations. This is where Rick Kittle's got his start off of channels like this. He was broke until he started that shit about DNA.
Yeah, but share that definition again, brother, so we can cook on the statement that he just made. Share that definition again, brother.
You want to share it
Then
real quick?
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it from the. I don't know how to share it. Dang, I'm looking at my computer, man. I got my computer in front of me. It's not on my phone. But I just went to etymology online. I can read it from the top though. It says eugenics.
If you want a computer, are you logged in
Yeah.
onto my show with the computer?
No, just on my phone.
On your phone. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you logged in with your computer, then I will show you how to share, man. Ain't no problem. I had to learn too, bro. You need to keep coming back with me. I'm
Yeah,
learning
I'm
how
gonna
to get better too. You can come and work on my show and learn how to get better too, bro. We work with each other.
each one teach one for sure. I'm gonna read it from the top. It says here eugenics, doctrine of progress and evolution of the human race, race culture. 1883, coined by English scientist Francis Galton on the analogy of ethics, physics, and Greek Eugenics. It means well born of good stock of noble race, birth to give birth or begat begat. So well born of good stock and of a noble race.
And notice again, you're speaking the English language translated by a foreigner based on Noah Webster, who they have said is the father of education of the absquatulators. This is their education for their unwashed masses coming through here in the skirts of the Statue of Liberty, yearning to breathe free. Correct? Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. That means your poverty-stricken, degenerate prisoners. Right?
Yep.
That's who they are saying is unwelcome. Now, we can go back to the video, OTK. I'm just saying for the audience or people who are listening. This is them talking about them. Why do you keep putting yourself under their conversation and jurisdiction? Y'all got it.
But now OTK, this leading to the conversation about the albinism and how that the mutation genes, the mutated genes, the recessive genes,
Which they know they come from. They know they didn't come
right?
from a good stock. And like, if you look at these people history, we all know here that like they've always had like infertility issues. So maybe they're trying to like get to the bottom of that. Is like the purpose of all this
But
eugenics and whatnot.
it go back to his definition, what he just read. They trying to get of their social ills. They are their inferior, their genetic issues
Right,
that
and
make
also
them inferior.
socially.
Yeah.
But y'all got it. You can play the video, OTK.
And remember, again, I don't know that we're leading now into the decade where we're going to get to the Margaret Sanger beef and the 30s, which gives us Hitler and the final solution. So we've already seen in the first decade under Theodore Roosevelt's administration, going into the second decade under Woodrow Wilson's. And don't forget, Woodrow Wilson created the compulsory education system as well, right? So you're teaching a hierarchy of supposed racial categories, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Negroid, at the bottom. And amongst Mongoloid and Caucasoid, which now we can't say the word because it's now on the spectrum. We don't even say autistic. We certainly don't say retarded. A Mongoloid child is something they wanted to do away with by sterilizing white trash women. You feel me, bro? And you're going to see that in the Supreme Court rulings. Now, I don't know if this was in this particular video.
You're right, because all these diseases are because of when two recessive genes meet. When a recessive gene from the mother and a recessive gene from the father meet.
And also to add to like Alabama's timeline, the Tuskegee experiment started in 1932. Just a heads up. Is OTK still there?
I was just about to ask, did he drop off into the hockey hole himself? Hit the button, OTK.
Who got his cell phone on? Somebody call him. Oh, slowing up the bill.
Yeah, while he gets himself back in the mix, whoever said that about 1932, from 32 to 72, not only was the Tuskegee experiment going on, did you know that our entire population was not counted in the 30, 40, 50, 60, and 70 censuses at the same time?
I can believe that.
So keep in mind, first decade to 1910, second decade to 1920, third decade 1930. What's happening with these people while we're existing in our own quote? And they use the term segregated. Segregated was not a bad thing. We were self-sustained. By 1950, they flipped the script with political speech saying segregation was white people imposing on colored people, restraining them from interacting with white people. You see the trick of niggernology process now, brother? So we were supposed to do a mass, that this is part of the migration thing. That's what's called the Great Migration for the American, not immigration from foreign land to America. These are the different versions of migrating us away from ourselves, out of our community, through different domestic terrorist attacks and policies. You feel me, brother?
Yep.
So the Night Riders, the Ku Klux Klan, the White Citizens Council, remember, these people are within 100% white communities and white enclaves. They look across the track in 1921 and see the niggas was wealthier than them. Correct?
Yep, they couldn't keep up.
That's Tulsa. Multiply that how many hundreds of times across the country? Now, this is only in Oklahoma. We're not even talking about all through the South or on the West Coast, that we keep getting different distorted oral traditions of where the American, known the Negro, was throughout this land. We keep letting people believe these TP motherfucking imposters are the Indian, as opposed to, as they have been entitled, they are Native Americans who have been born here after being transported here. But that's anyone who's been transported here is now native by being born, right?
Facts.
That does not make them Aboriginal. It does not make them indigenous. And it certainly does not make them autochthonous, because their genetics and literally their bloodline sprung from foreign soil. It matters not how long you've been here. You're a transplant, bitch. And all these people are United States citizens, not Americans. OTK, you back in his house?
It took a 15-minute smoke break.
So when we hear the agenda of eugenics, we are letting these foreigners terrorize us with language. Yes, it's the attention of eugenics, as they keep using words like livestock, breeding, husbandry. Don't you cull the herd and remove the genetically inferior and try to breed a superior stock? That's what they're telling you.
Right.
And
Like
they
what beast
can't
of burden.
have one drop of nigger blood. Why? Why not, brother? Why not? You know what the one drop laws are
It'll
across this
contaminate.
land.
I guess it'll contaminate their stock.
Not just contaminate. How about exterminate?
Oh, right.
You see, we keep thinking I'm just
They're
trying to
recessive.
switch your language, bro. You feel what I'm getting at here now? Trying to switch
Mhm.
how you use the language, because see, this is how they are enslaving us, by the negative connotations of language, starting with black. Now, colored
Right.
was only dropping copper off of it. We have always been colored, just the copper colored Aborigines. We have never been black, but we are choosing to be black. You feel me?
Right.
And then when you choose to be black because you are an adult, you're a man. You're not a boy. You're not a baby. So when you choose to be black, accept the treatment that you're gonna get, right?
Right.
You had a choice. Right? Now you're choosing to give up who you are, but can you change your genetics, your bloodline? Can you really alter yourself at a genetic level? Or are
Not
you
yet.
just being diluted? And look at how, and I don't want to go political, but just to show you the right in your face, P. Diddy and Eric Adams, two black niggas in the Big Apple. What you think finna happen next? What's the domino effect you think gonna be with these two niggas?
Nino Brown effect. It's bigger than Nino Brown. They finna fold. They finna give up some names. It's
And they
bigger than
taking
Nino
all the
Brown.
black motherfuckers with them, huh?
Right.
That's okay with me, bro. I don't know about you. Take all these black bitches with you. OTK, what's up?
Hey, I got a question for you, Alabama.
Hit me.
Have you ever heard of this American? They call him an American sexologist. His name was Alfred Kinsey. I took a look into his background. He really from Germany. His people are eugenicists too, but
Right.
he was the one that like performed like sexual experiments on kids, basically, even infants, like during the 50s. I was going to include that in the timeline as well, but like his findings from these sick experiments that he performed basically are implemented in today's educational system. That's why they're trying to teach the kids the same sex type of thing right now.
Didn't they call it sex education? Now you're talking about the Kinsey
Yep.
report.
Yes. Have you
Yeah.
dived into that?
Not in depth, which I'm sure you could do a build on it. You could bring. I'm sure there's something like this on PBS or in the History Channel. But again, remember, these are degenerates, and why do we keep comparing ourselves to them? Why? Why do we do that? Because we really are uncomfortable with who we are, or are we really confounded by who we actually are, not what other people say we are? We are the only people with all these specific labels and designations. The only group, ethnic, racial, whatever word you want to use. Why are we the only one with these multiple name changes and label categories? To
Because
be
we're the only.
targeted. To be targeted.
Nom de guerre.
I think it's
He's
because
the
we're
Lord.
we're the
He's the
only
Lord
ones
type.
facing the identity crisis. Like we don't know our true identity, so we're just trying to attach to something.
Now, part of their agenda is to teach, as it is taught in curriculum today, that the American Indian is extinct.
Right.
Has been exterminated. First of all, two things can't be equally true. Then who the fuck is the Native American? If the American Indian has been exterminated, who and what is the Native American? These reservation dogs. If the American Indian was not exterminated, that would mean there would be survivors and descendants, right?
Oh shit! I came back right on time to hear that question.
It was just detribalized, systematically detribalized.
Nah, bro. Hey, listen. Let me tell you this. Everybody need to look up while we play this, and I'm gonna let Alabama go. But while we play this, everybody need to look up what a reservation is for. Go ahead, Alabama. You asked the right question. Who the fuck?
No, we were waiting for you to put that beautiful beam footage back in rotation. But that's all. We're just mixing it up at the moment. The decades, each one in the 20th century, this was 1910, October the 1st, and they created this eugenics record office. Where is the history of that? Where are the records that were put in there? By 1920, you had 1919, the summer of 1919, more than 200 of our Aboriginal communities were attacked. In 1920, you have prohibition and the repeal of the 18th Amendment. You have suffrage for the white woman. So in 1920, she would be her first time to vote alongside her white degenerate husband. And then you have the roaring 20s. What happens in the decade from 1920 to 1929 and the great stock market crash? How many hundreds, if not thousands, of others of our communities were we having these marauding, rampaging, motherfucking illegal immigrants turned loose on our land amongst our, quote unquote, I'm using the phrase they use, OTK, segregated communities.
Exactly, my brother.
To
When
answer the
all those,
question,
when
okay, go
all
ahead.
of
Go
those
ahead,
people
bro.
out, when all of those people went without up there, dog, and they sold off their lands and all of this right here, giving up tithes and titles and deeds of their lands. Well, not their land, but anyway, when they was giving up this right here, those constructulators came down south.
That was my answer. Did like at that time, didn't we still own like most of the farmland in America?
And went Midwest. Most of the farm areas was in the South. At the beginning of this, they told you that the people in the North, they gave up their farmlands to have warehouses and factories. They say, F the food, forget the food. We need to get this money. Because they was in competition with their counterparts over there. See, everything that happened over here affected what happened over there. And everything that happened over there affected these people who came from over there, over here.
If I can
See,
interject one time.
at the same time, things was happening over here, shit was happening over there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we know who these people are. That's how it's just that goddamn simple. They ain't us.
Hey, OTK. Would you say that like these people came over here before they came over here, they had sat down and developed this plan?
No. You broke up, but go ahead and finish your question, Nike. Hey, finish your question again, Nike. You broke up at the end. All we heard was plan.
I think the point he was getting at, if he dropped, now you're back in. You asked if they developed the plan. You're talking about peasants, peons, serfs, and servants. How would they plan anything?
Yeah, they didn't come over here with no plan, bro.
I mean, they had to have like somebody like a rich upper class.
No, bro. Remember, you had the American Indians teaching them how to farm in order to survive. Their life expectancy over here was no more than 2.5, 3 years, my dog.
Right.
See, these are part of the stories that we don't hear.
And that's the constant bringing in of new bodies, bro.
Right.
That's the shit that they're doing right now. They keep flooding the zone.
Right. Dog, their life expectancy ain't that long. Name one white man you know over here lived to 100 years old.
And their birth rate is still low. Like,
right now to the day, name one white man, so-called white man that came over here to America and lived to 100 years old. Shit, name one in Europe. Shit, name one in Europe. I want that challenge. That's a challenge to anybody, man. Can somebody find that out? Who was the oldest white man to die in America? Was he over 100? And I guarantee you got some American Indian in his lineage. So he wasn't a full-blooded so-called European, white European, because some of these Europeans was black.
OTK, now that you just said that, what is the point of this eugenics formula? What type of pure white person is going to be created when you got all these ethnic mixtures? And remember, these ethnic people, when they come here, after their generation, firstborn children come here, they give up the old country, the culture, the language, the cuisine. They give it up for what? What are they getting in return? What white culture is it, niggas? Where is their white culture?
Eugenics, like I said, man, I say to myself, Alabama, and maybe you can.
Facts, Alabama. They don't have no culture. They'll tell you that.
No, they don't. They don't, Hawkeye. And Hawkeye, maybe you in Alabama, Hawkeye, you the same age as me, Alabama, older than me. That's my elder, always speaking wisdom to me. Never led me astray.
Alabama's the elder, we know. Definite.
So, I mean,
definitely. I be on my shit.
Much
Yo,
respect.
Alabama, you know that's that New York shit. I be on my shit, y'all, sometimes. So y'all already know what it is, don't mind.
That's why you deal with us country folks, dog. And you say, yo, I'm the same as y'all, yo. And when they all come down, and we say we the same as you, my brother. Well, I can say that. I'm the same as you.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely South Carolina, baby.
if you recognize you the same as me, my nigga, I recognize you the same as me.
We all the same people. We all the
Point
same thing.
Point
But
blank.
hold on, brothers. I think Enoch was trying to answer you. Maybe highlight their response to Native American from their definition, OTK, because I wasn't sure where you wanted to go with that.
Yeah. I was saving that for afterwards, but I wanted people to look it up. See, Enoch. Everybody be screaming reservation, but they don't know what these real reservations was really set up for.
Non-Americans.
Non-Americans.
Fact. You see, they moved them out west to like land in like deserts and stuff like that. Land that the Europeans didn't want.
Word. And this is this. The reservation system also allowed indigenous people to govern themselves and maintain some of their culture and social traditions. But the thing we have to look at this, why does it say indigenous and not American Indian? You know why? Because the American Indian is not the one on these reservations, y'all. Reservations was not a place for Indians, my dog. They was not. When the Indians left out, if they decided to leave, it wasn't no reservations over there in the Indian territory. How can they place reservations on Indian territory? We got to understand. It was only 13 original states at this time. So how can they
fight back?
How can they start reservations in other American Indian territories? They can't do that.
We was gonna fight back.
Everybody think about this trail of tears, but they forget about the trail of blood, the trail of corn. They forget about all of those trails. These was migration shit after wars that the American Indians had. They started going outside of it where they normally was at and started becoming bigger with other tribes. We see this. If anybody study American history, dog, and if you really know who you came from and where you at, you will see if they intermingle with other chiefdoms and became bigger and became known as that today or whatever. But a reservation was for people who wanted to come here. In other words, immigrants.
Yep. To free up the land.
It wasn't the people that fought in the wars. Because the people that fought in the wars still fought in the wars for 400 years. And they kept fighting in the wars. That's why you still see the Yamasee Wars. You see the Seminole Wars, which AKA Gullah Wars that they call it. That's why you still see these wars that was going on here. The Pequot Wars, the devil, man, listen, man, it's so much war. And I got a timeline of them, y'all. I'm getting back into my mojo, y'all. I'm getting back into my American Indian mojo, y'all. My bag, I've been sidetracked, but I'm getting back into my mojo. I'm gonna keep banging this thing. I'm gonna keep banging it, even though it already done been said by our forefathers who started this YouTube thing and bringing it out to the YouTube to a wider audience. You know, forefathers and foremothers, you know what I mean, that started this for opening this gateway for a brother like OTK to come through. You know what I mean? You know, they already have people that's willing to listen because they already done set the foundation. Shouts out to them. And I'm gonna say a lot of things that they already said because it needs to be said.
Right.
The only way you get indoctrinated, the only way you begin to remember things is because of repetition. Constantly doing the same thing, constantly saying the same thing over and over till it's instilled in you. Alert behavior. We was taught a different alert behavior, so it takes time coming out of that. It's no different than a junkie hooked on heroin. It takes time to convert this junkie from heroin to just being clean. First, we got to find something to substitute. Then we got to slowly wean them off. Now, once we wean them off and we figure we got them all clean, now we got to start teaching them over. That takes time, brothers and sisters. That's why we got to keep regurgitating the same information, same good information, keep regurgitating. I don't give a damn who say it. I don't got no problem saying nothing that any of my brothers them say. That's out here in this shit. It ain't no goddamn movement. It's a bloodline. It ain't no damn community. It's an environment. And we affect each other. And everybody got a different story, and that's what we need to understand. We don't need to let somebody else's different story affect us to the point where we lose focus and we concentrate on that. What we need to do is find out, like, okay, he got a different story. That's unique. And I guarantee you, once you listen and apprehend to that story, you're going to find similar stories. Now you can put a picture together.
But OTK.
Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, you good, bro. You was cooking, bro. But like with that being said, though, like we would have to be like more open minded as a people too, man. Because like we gotta, basically communicate with each other and like each one teach one, basically. So, you may know something that I don't know, and I may know something that you don't know, and like, just have some type of like mutualism.
It's interesting. It's interesting you said open-minded. There are people who think if you're open-minded, your brains will fall out. But you do need to be receptive. And see, the king thing is being discerning. Do you even know what clean water is until you see it in a glass of some shitty water? Do you even comprehend what is bad information when you've never had good information? But y'all cook. Go ahead.
Correct, Alabama. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Elder. Go ahead.
But like that would come from like experience though, like
Go ahead. Y'all drive that nail home. Go ahead.
But like we've all like seems like we're here for a purpose. Like we've all been indoctrinated. We went through like the the Pan African phase, the Hebrew Israelite phase, and like you gotta want to find it yourself. It's got to be something in you pushing you forward the game.
Damn, every time brother stop.
Damn, did the sniper take him out?
Hell yeah, every time he get right to the light, when he ready to drop the jewel at the end, it's like boom, man, Nike get cut. Like, damn.
I started breaking up.
No, you got cut completely off, bro. We thought you got decapitated.
Right. Every time you get to the end, dog, when you about to drop that shit heavy, that shit cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna try to step outside. I'll give y'all a second.
Okay, respect the Nike, man. Respect the Hawkeye, man. Always understanding, man. That's why I understand Hawkeye.
Salute.
Shout out the master itself, man. One of the youngest, man, and I appreciate this brother, man. I led this brother to other people's channel, and he said, you know what? I appreciate you for that. I wouldn't have known about them. And I told him, I said, yeah, man, this thing is bigger than what we think it is, because we all open-minded, and we got so much information out here right now, man.
Okay.
It ain't no way that we can go back. It ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
I didn't learn so much just from.
Now hold on now, because y'all speaking a certain thing. But that nigga was called Cypher in the Matrix, and that motherfucker chose the blue pill after being made aware. So understand, a cipher can work in a positive or a negative impact.
That's why it takes a positive and a negative in order for the cipher to work. We already know we got the negative around us, but damn, Alabama, I'm saying that we got so much positive around us, dog. We already looking for the negative. So when they do come out, we got their ass. I'm not like that, literally pause. We don't got them like that, but we already expect it.
No Diddy now. No Diddy.
No Diddy. We already prepared for that. You understand what I'm saying? We already prepared for it. You feel me? Word, because
Yeah, but if you're going to go back to the video, OTK, the only point I was making when you fell back was to understand the eugenics agenda was for them. It did not include us. Now, what Planned Parenthood has done as an offshoot, her philosophy was to solve the Negro problem. And so aborting babies would assist in their culling the herd, if you will, because they keep using these analogies of husbandry, livestock, breeding. Remember, again, they're thinking in an animalistic mentality, and they're targeting the American, called the Negro, as being a form of animal. So remember, if that's the case, why would you think they would even think of us at all?
So check
They
it
don't
out.
they don't believe we have the ability to comprehend we're a subspecies, a type of animal, like a horse, a cattle. But y'all cook.
So check it, Alabama. I asked that question. I said, damn, y'all. If they started eugenics over there in the Eastern world, why they ain't got no African or no black African involved with eugenics over there? Why the American Indian, aka Negro, aka African American, aka colored, aka black, aka Moor? Why is he the one getting tested on over here? If they had the absolute full-blooded so-called Negro over there, why they didn't start over there? But I'll leave that alone because this gonna keep going on, man. I'm gonna get back to the video, man. But those questions I asked Alabama, like, damn, y'all don't see no African, no nothing during this shit. And they
But
started
remember, the simplest thing we must keep in context, this was to reduce the moron from giving birth to moronic children. That's why she was to be sterilized, and that is where abortion and Planned Parenthood started. With the absquatulating cracker from the hills and the hollers, the hillbilly rednecks, we can't let these motherfuckers procreate like wild rabbits. But y'all got it.
Right. Hey, Lobos, yeah, you say the Moors are Spanish. So I'm talking to the Moors of America, where the Moors, where they say it's a color. Okay? So I'm just using the color, for instance, over here, because American Indians did get classified as Moors too. So I'm talking about all the classifications. We also got classified as white, also too. So we also got classified as Asians, all kind of shit. See, these are for the shows that I'm gonna bring out. See, when y'all don't see OTK for a while, it's because I probably got a strike, so I'm just trying to be cool. But boy, when OTK come back out, man, I'm trying to tell you, dog, I got a bunch of stuff, dog. I got a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna bring out, and I'm gonna just start hitting bangers from here on out. Just like I killed them with the damn American English book and how they was converting their language into American Indian language, which was American Indian English. They didn't have no put back or none of that. They start discrediting the person who tried to write the shit. So I said, well, damn, all the research you do is written by the same color, correct? You see, that's how we're gonna start turning these tables. Dog, don't y'all stop reading what y'all reading. Don't y'all stop researching what y'all researching. Just try to find 2 or 3 more other things that coincide with that. Try to find somebody that's talking bad about that. Because that's what you call cross-references. That's what you call peer review. Peer review ain't only good reviews. It's the bad ones too. But sometimes when you look up these things, you might only see the good reviews. You might not see the bad stuff. So go look up the bad stuff too. Because the bad stuff might lead you into other info.
Mm-hmm.
All the shit is watered down and fucked up to me. But hey, if they writing it and they saying it, goddamn, and they talking a lot about themselves, hey, I'm gonna sit and be aware of that, because ain't nobody can tell you about the American Indians in Goose Creek better than OTK or somebody from Goose Creek. I can't tell Alabama about what's going on in his area or the American Indians over there. I can't tell Hawkeye. I can't tell Master Self. I can't tell Nike. I would have to talk to them. And that's a problem. You can't tell me what my people's them is. So y'all keep doing what y'all do. Let's not go out there and tell people, oh yeah, you definitely American Indian. No. If they want to be slaves, let them be slaves. They want to come off a boat, let them come off a boat. They don't even got to prove it no more. Forget it. Just let it be what it be. But at the end of the day, I guarantee you when we through with this shit, they ain't going to have no room. They ain't going to even find themselves nowhere in the story because that story ain't going to even be heard of. So let's not get sidetracked from our mission, y'all. Let's keep this bloodline thing going, man.
So OTK, when you want to do a palate cleanser or do an intermission when you go back to the video, check what I just sent you. If you haven't seen this before, this shit it's hilarious as fuck, man. But go ahead, man, cook.
Okay, I just got it just now. Master Self, you was about to say something. I just got it just now. I sent it to my email real quick. Go ahead, Master Self.
No, I wasn't about to say nothing. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought somebody else was about to say
No,
something.
you were about to say something because I'm going to keep gassing him up. He has a baby in kindergarten. So he needs to speak eloquently at the beginning of doing warfare of the mind. Come on, brother. Cook.
Alabama, which one is it? The first one or the second one, Alabama?
The second one gonna bust your gut, man. You keep that economics of racism in your archive because that's about 45 minutes. You're gonna want to do a build on that.
Okay.
But that's just a teaser, man. I ain't gonna tell you nothing about it. I want you to see it. That shit is hilarious.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Master Self, man. Y'all boys go ahead and real quick, and then I'll stop the video back, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man, for hanging in here with me, man. You know what I mean. I got to get back to what I know, and what I know is information and just bringing awareness. You know what I mean. Whether you like it or not, that's up to you. But at least I feel like I'm doing my part. And
I tell you what. Before you go back to the video, let this short show, because this is the same product of the people you talking with this eugenics, and see how it mixes for what you're doing, brother. It's the contemporary shit. And I want to know what the panel think about who is this motherfucker. Is he albino? Now you're probably gonna have to let it play a couple of times, man, because it's a spit rapper like Eminem and shit. It's a spit rapper like Eminem.
Yeah, I got you. Here we go, y'all. Right here, right?
We don't see it on screen yet.
Yeah, I was trying to pause it first so they can see it. All right. This video is crazy. Reaction, Bewizzle. Shouts out to Chris Cobra 897. Y'all can go subscribe to him. You know what I mean? I guess that's the brother at the top. You know what I mean? Shouts out. #reaction, #bees believe, #Jewish, #religion, #this track, #show. Make sure I cover all the parameters and all of the areas that I need to cover to make sure that I'm protected, because if I'm not protected, then the message ain't gonna get out. Let's go.
Soldiers in the IDF, I pray your soul is blessed. But understand Hamas ain't the only terrorists. Jewish privileges, I haven't received any. The Rothschild family hasn't given me a penny. George Soros hasn't given me a dime. See, he's the type of swine that's an enemy of mine. Lord, protect my bloodline from the Jeffrey Epsteins, the Harvey Weinsteins, raping and molesting, government officials who stand for ethnic cleansing, crooked politicians on the right and the left wing, Nancy Pelosi manipulating stocks, and fuck Larry Fink, the owner of BlackRock. You think Scott Gottlieb is is living by the Torah. His grandfather created MK Ultra, and he's the same guy behind the Pfizer vaccine. Him and Dr. Fauci work together as a tag team. Yo! Now let's talk about Luke Pearlman molesting Backstreet Boys behind closed curtains. He discovered NSYNC and ran a Ponzi scheme. Started a record label just so he could fondle teens. Sold a lot of dreams in exchange for sexual favors, but when it's time to pay, he disappeared with the paper.
Yo, what?
Soldiers in the IDF, I pray your soul is blessed, but understand Hamas ain't the only terrorists. Jewish privileges, I haven't received any. The Rothschild family hasn't given me a penny. George Soros hasn't given me a dime. See, he's the type of swine that's an enemy of mine. Lord, protect my bloodline from the Jeffrey Epsteins, the Harvey Weinsteins, raping and molesting, government officials who stand for ethnic cleansing, crooked politicians on the right and the left wing, Nancy Pelosi manipulating stocks, and fuck Larry Fink, the owner of BlackRock. You think Scott Gottlieb is living by the Torah? His grandfather created MK Ultra, and he's the same guy behind the Pfizer vaccine. Him and Dr. Fauci work together as a tag team. Yo! Now let's talk about Luke Pearlman molesting Backstreet Boys behind closed curtains. He discovered NSYNC and ran a Ponzi scheme. Started a record label just so he could fondle teens. Sold a lot of dreams in exchange for sexual favors, but when it's time to pay, he disappeared with the paper.
Nah, they gonna use Diddy to cover all of this up, but y'all got it, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get that whole thing. I'm gonna get that whole thing, and while we watch this other video, I'm gonna get that whole thing, man. You know what I mean? Word. I'm gonna get that whole thing. So we
Mama,
can see,
Mama Beth said, please drop that in the chat.
He was cooking.
But y'all know what's crazy though, right? Y'all know what's crazy? How he can say all of that and not get flagged. That's why I say, why not listen to one of them talking about one of them? Why not listen to it? We listen to us talk about us.
Right.
Shit, we listen to us talk to us so much and we go and shoot one another. We got problem with each other. We listen to us talk about us so much. But if us was listening to others talk about us, or us listening to others doing this shit to us, don't that sounds like unity for a common purpose? See, we lost our common purpose. We lost our common purpose. But like I said, though, I said this one time before. Somebody say, man, yo, OTK, what you think we can do to get us back together? Forget religion, forget everything, just us as a whole, as far as unity. We know who the outsiders is. We know who the immigrants is. We're not talking about them. Let's just forget about them right now. Us, the Americans, Indians, American Aborigines. What can we do for us to get together, to unite?
Well, without truth and the cleansing of the mind, my message is real simple. Identity crisis is a thing. Until that is addressed, you can't get people in the right state of mind. If you're not in your right state of mind, your behavior will not reflect such. And so therefore, do you want to be amongst a lot of infected people who are working not only against themselves, but against you and your children's interests?
Against you. Nike 903. What do you think about that question, bro? If you back with us, 903. If you're not
what was the question again?
Somebody asked me, OTK, what would it take for us? Now I'm talking about not people who just look like us. I'm talking about the American Indian people who we know who we are. We know who the immigrants is that look like us now. You understand what I'm saying? We know who they are. We know who they are. Let's not act like we don't know who they are. We know who they are. And they're getting more exposed by the days as the days go along. What do you think we need to unify? Not unify like coming together as a big group, but just to come together on a common goal, to where I can say, yo, that state over there on the same mentality we on. like how it used to be. That keep them on the same, they on the same thoughts that we on. What do you think? What do you think, my brother? I mean, it's not a right or wrong question. It's a subjective question, pretty much. So it's going to take a subjective answer. But go ahead, bro. Damn, 903 gotta be jumping in and out. Hey, Master Self, I know you heard the question, my G. What do you think, bro? You being the youngest of us all, I really want to hear your thoughts, because your thoughts mean more than our thoughts per se. It holds the same weight, but your thought means more than our thoughts, because your thoughts will be what helps us try to help build a foundation to help get y'all going to y'all need to go at to it. Y'all ain't got to worry about going through this shit later on. You or your grandkid or your child. You understand what I'm saying? Go ahead. What you think, bro?
I think it would take more action. You know, get literally like involved with the community, what the people you say or your people, get involved, so that you are interested. You're show what you say, right? Don't just tell me. You gotta show me. That's how we all grew up learning. We're not trying to hear what you're talking about. If you're not showing me that you living like what you say you are, or you showing me that you care how you say you care, then people are really not going to even pay no attention. So we got to get more hands on for real in the communities, or you know,
so
like just showing up and supporting, just support.
Yeah, so you
said
think
what?
us older G's and us older people, we need to start interengaging with the younger people in the community also, bro?
Yeah.
Rather than just letting it all fall on y'all and let y'all figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
You done let y'all did that for too long, my brother. And I'm one to apologize to my youth. Like, yo, dog, we was trying to get that money. Dog, we wasn't even thinking about that they was gonna give us this amount of time to take us away from the family. We didn't think about this housing act that was gonna stop us from being there when you was born. You know what I mean? We didn't think we didn't know this stuff was gonna happen. But all I can say now is I'm sorry. Now I literally say I'm sorry to them. I don't apologize to them. I tell the youth I'm sorry, because I was one of those ones that didn't know no better. You know what I mean? And
no, you good, because guess what?
And I'm also one of the ones that came up in that generation where we started being at home more with our kids. Once we figured it out, you understand what I'm saying? Once we figured it took us some time, but once we figured it out, we figured it out. You know what I mean? And salute to the woman, to the matriarchs that stayed down and waited through all of this, and also stepped up and had to be the man and the woman of the family. You understand what I'm saying? Word. So yeah, we didn't fail y'all, but we left y'all out here to figure out shit for y'allself.
Right.
But we didn't mean to leave y'all, bro.
Right. It ain't y'all's fault. It's the system's fault.
Right.
But since we know where we at now, we can talk about moving forward.
Right. But see,
and so we got to connect back with
we at now, because we're studying the system.
Right.
If our people was in the goddamn system back then, that came from them and that was restructured against them. If they was teaching us the system, we wouldn't have went down that road. But yet they was trying to tell us the system, like, yo, go to school, because that was part of the system. We didn't get that shit. Like, yo, you ain't go to school. Look how smart you is. Look how rich you is. What the hell I'm gonna go to school for?
Right.
What they info? They ain't. Boy, they don't take trade out of school. I used to go to school just so I can go to industrial tech. You know what I mean? I'm just speaking in general. I'm talking about general for a person. I used to go to school for industrial tech just so I can learn how to build better. I don't like the book work. So I'm starting a movement, brother. And this is a movement. I'm starting a movement in the South with these school boards that took trade out of school. We got to bring that back. And for two, I'm also starting a movement through the church, because the church is the first of the HBCUs, the AME church, which I was born into. So my name hold weight. My family bloodline hold weight. Just like some of my other cousins, they name hold weight in churches, even though they're not in church every day. The name hold weight in church.
That's how it is with my family.
Right. So I'm going at them like, yo, we need to have more trade colleges, not teaching us their information or how to become like them, but to teach us more to become back like ourselves, meaning building all of this, working with our hands, because I might be the best athlete, my brother, but I might not be as so good in the book as I am as far as building this house or laying this mortar, putting this brick up. You see what I'm saying? I might be skilled in this brick, but you bring this book dude to this brick, he don't know how to do that. So are we even? Are we balanced? Yes. But because of what they teaching them in the school, they have the upper hand. So because people them don't have the money to afford these things, we also fall to consumers. And the HBCUs is one of the main products of consumers.
Yeah, because the education system is just a way to. It's only getting ready for the workforce. That's all it's doing. It's teaching you how to follow instructions. It's teaching you discipline, how to follow the rules.
Right. Absolutely, man. That is beautiful. And you know what, man? Shouts out to hold on. Let me make sure I call this bank out the right way. Let me call this bank out the right way. Let me get my card out. And make sure I call this bank the right way. And just so you know I ain't lying, let me get my card out my wallet. Shouts out to the Black Wall Street Bank. The card I have.
Is that the one you dealing with Killer Mike? That's not the one that Killer Mike created.
No, this is before Killer Mike. This is an all black bank, and this bank actually started during COVID, and they was actually giving money to small black businesses and stuff like that. The Black Wall Street Bank, man, this is how old my card is. That motherfucker raggy as a bitch. But this motherfucker's still good until goddamn 2025, and then that's when my new one comes. But it's the Black Wall Street Bank. This one has Greenwood on it. You know what I mean?
Oh, but that's Killer Mike's bank. That's it. I was waiting to see if you're gonna say Greenwood. But go ahead, brother. Cook on it.
No. Hold on. Listen. Now, Alabama. Now you're telling me something I don't know, OG, because Elder, I jumped on it because it was an all-black bank, just like I jumped on what was that other bank? Wachovia. When Wachovia first came out, like it was an all-black bank. I jumped on that, like, yo, I invest my money in an all-black bank. I never got no loan or nothing. I never filled out for no loan or nothing. But I put my money in there. I opened a checking and a savings account, and I never touched the money. Don't you know my money is still there? So that means they didn't charge me no account fees or no nothing. My money is still there. It didn't really gain no interest, but my money is still there. The same exact money that I started that with, and I started this during the pandemic time. I started that, and it's still there, man.
Now you're making some rational sense. You're actually saying what Absolute Lee was putting in, the other previous comments before the one that you highlighted. Usury. No, brother. No, you cooking. The problem with Christian mentality and the thinking that has been fostered on the American known as the Negro. Usury is evil, second only to murder. You people don't understand that significance. Interest shall not be accrued. But see what these small hat motherfuckers have said, as the quote unquote chosen one, that they can do all evil things to non-Jews. That's why we have the banking industry that we have. That's why we have the interest-bearing accounts that we have. That's why we have insurance with interest attached. Usury is against the supposed creator. Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, which one label you want to use. How the hell, first of all, it says neither a borrower nor lender be. Let's not even get into what that should significantly mean. But how if I extended you $100, you OTK, you owe me $110? How am I not stealing from you? I didn't give you $110. What's even the logic of that, actually? Now, as that's absolutely said, if we were putting in $10 each individually in whatever bank that is that we agree to, as you're talking about, yours is electronic and it's on the internet. But again, just stay with what he's or she. I don't know about absolutely, but what is absolutely proposing?
I don't know whoever it is. I just mod them up, though, man. And see, a lot of people think that I mod people up because I know them or stuff like that. No, I mod people up because the things that they talk about, I want to learn from them. They don't know that. They don't know that. But I'm letting y'all know. Everybody that has a mod wrench, y'all don't got no mod wrench because y'all been on other people's shows and stuff like that. Y'all got a mod wrench because y'all said something that I agree with, or something I don't know nothing about. So that's why I started my channel. I started my channel for people who done been in other people's chats for so long and scared to get up there. Y'all can come over here and we can build together. We learn together. That's all. So, absolutely, Wild Savage. Welcome to the Wild Indian Gang. You know what I mean? Arrow Gang.
Now you did see conceptually he or she rewrote it in the last comment. We need one business bank account. We can name our business Aboriginal Bank Account. Get an EIN number, DUNS number, and invest in an IUL to be able to give out loans for us, the American. That's the only thing that I would quantify, because people keep confusing who is us, who is we, who is them. No interest, Aboriginal only. So if you are the American, and that has to be determined through vetting, that's what other banks are doing. They're screening your black ass out, but y'all got it. Cook on it.
Right. So has anybody seen the movie? Your mic a little hot. Master Self. My bad. I got you. I muted you up just now, Master Self, because you had a lot of background noise. That's all. I muted you up so you don't think nothing wrong. Has anybody seen the movie with Samuel L. Jackson and the young brother off of the Avengers and all of that? Hawk. His name is Hawkeye. Yeah,
no, you talking about the Falcon. You talking about Anthony Mackie. Anthony Mackie.
So that movie right there. I'm gonna tell you how I got on the banks. But I got on the movie from listening to Uncle Cuddy's channel and Big Chief Supreme Holiday dropped that. He dropped that jewel. Mm-hmm. He said, y'all need to go watch that. And I went and watched it. I watched it 3 times.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Which one? You talking about the one with Samuel L. and the goddamn Skrull? Is that what you're talking about? The ones that are chameleons, they could turn into anybody and be.
No. He talk about the movie. I forgot what it's called too.
They started the black banks where they bought the white banks out, and they used the white man to do it.
And what he did, he would buy the.
And he messed up when he went back home.
When he went back home to do it, that's when he messed up. But long as he had stay over there, where was he at? California? Long as he had stay in California, he was good. But when he
I think
came
he was from
home
Texas
to
or something like that.
Memphis, I thought it was
Memphis. Well, I forgot. It's somewhere in the South though. Yeah.
Somewhere in the South, he came back to, and he bought an all-white bank and the shoe shine. Yep. That's what he was. He was a damn shoe shine. That's the name of the movie, The Banker.
That's how he learned business. The shoe shine.
That's a Jew, y'all. That's a Jew.
Because when he went to I think he went to get a bank account or a bank loan or something like that, and they turned him away. Then he learned that he could buy the land that the bank was on.
Because he was a real estate agent at first.
Yeah, he bought the
So
land.
where? So wait a minute. The whole is this Netflix, Hulu? Where's this movie at?
I forgot where it's at. Give me a second, Alabama, and I'll find it for you and let you know exactly where it's at. But but listen, it was so serious to where this brother, man, was able to buy banks. And what he did with his banks, he gave the money to black people for them to start buying houses in white neighborhoods. That they didn't want, that they didn't think they could afford, which was really buying houses back in their neighborhoods that they left out of because the white people was moving in there.
Yeah, and the white people was mad. They ended up locking him up. He lost his banks.
Okay, Loverton X said it's on Apple Plus. Man, a fire movie, The Banker, man. Oh man, fire, man. These brothers took their own money. They did everything legal by the books. The only thing is they had a white person as the forefront. And that also sank them too, because he was just trying to save the business and trying to switch over shit from one side to the next. And that's how they got caught. But these motherfuckers literally was giving people 30,000, 50,000, 40,000. They was giving their own kindness money. And they was using the white people who was invested in their banks, because the white people didn't know it was a black-owned bank. They thinking a white person still owned the bank, so they leaving their money invested. So they did the same thing with the banks are doing today. When you go there to get a loan, you getting a loan off of somebody else's money. And that's what they did, bro. Oh man, that's what they did. A real good movie, man. A real good movie. Real good movie, man. Damn, I can't stop saying that enough, man. Hey, listen, I can watch that movie once a week because every time I watch it, it's something new. It's something new in that movie that I can catch. And it's still the same thing that we doing today. It's the same thing that's going on today. And they was doing this back then, man.
Yep, he was buying banks that were failing and then turning them up.
Man, this dude bought the bank that turned him down from a loan. He ended up sending his white partner in there and buying that bank.
Yep.
And took over the biggest bank, one of the biggest banks in Cali. And was giving loans to our peoples them who look like us. Now, some people took this in a way to keep up with the Joneses. Like we said earlier.
And you know what's crazy? We got the money to be our own investors. All we got, like I said, we just got to bridge the gaps. We know they separated us.
Listen,
so now it's time to bridge the gaps.
And listen, fuck all of this, man. This is a public service announcement. And you know what? I'm gonna solo myself on this screen. This is a public service announcement to the athletes, the American athletes that look like us.
I was about to
This
bring
is
that
a
up.
public service announcement from y'all, because we know y'all listening to YouTube. We know that. And I hope this reach one of y'all ear. Y'all could have one of the biggest banks or banks in America. Y'all can literally stop or have the influence of what goes on in communities that y'all came from.
I'm glad you bring that up because I was going to bring that up.
This is an athlete coming from an athlete. And y'all can check my background. 1996, McDonald's All-American. I hurt myself. I made the honorable mention team. God damn it. I was going to be on there with Kobe and all of them boys there. Steven Jackson, Mike Bibby, Lester Earl, all of them boys. Jermaine O'Neal. All us was on that 96 McDonald's All-American team. So,
I'm glad you just said that.
Athletes, and especially to you athletes that left the sport and went into broadcasting, y'all have the rights and the means, the connections to where y'all can literally end poverty. Huh? Let me say that again. Y'all literally have the means, the connects, and the rights.
I'm glad you just said
that. Poverty. I don't give a damn about y'all talking about Sandra Bland them. My people, Michael Scott. You know what I mean? Or my people's them who I don't care about y'all talking about them. We don't need the sympathy. We don't care about no donation. How can these major drug dealers, drug kingpins from the 50s, 60s, man, let's go back farther than that, but I'm going to leave that alone. 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. How can they take care of their community and fund some of y'all mamas and daddies to go to college? Don't forget that. Because if your family them came out this area 9 times out of 10, they probably dealt with some of these major kingpins. How can they do this? But y'all money accounted for. Y'all got all this money inside cancer programs and this program and this. You want to be a humanitarian and this right here. Man, fuck all of that. Fuck all of that. Half of y'all niggas throwing up gang signs. And when I say gang, I'm talking about growth and development signs. The first protection of the neighborhoods. See, a lot of y'all need to do your history and see. The same 911 that y'all called, these police, like Flavor said, 911 is a joke. They wouldn't come into your neighborhood. And it's still like that today in some states. Chicago. Shout out to my family, them boys out there. The police come afterwards to clean up. They don't come during the shit happening. You feel what I'm saying? So now, Enoch, that is a wonderful question. So yes. So by me asking this question, Enoch, we can really see what's going on. Because what's guaranteed, they got control over, correct? And 90% of baseball and basketball contracts are guaranteed. Football contracts are the ones, soccer ones too, the other football. But American football contracts are the one that's the most physical sport of them all. Even hockey shit is guaranteed. But the most physical sport of them all. That causes people to commit suicide at some points. You know, We can't leave that out.
I'm glad you brought this up, man, because I brought this up a minute ago on somebody else's channel.
Yeah, but go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'll come off a solo.
So,
but I just had to say that because I'm an athlete.
Yeah, me too. Yep.
Back in the community as far as the athletes, but I just don't target them. I target the whole community as a whole. Me and my family members, it's like Galveston boys. We worry about our whole goddamn community.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't step out from behind the scenes when somebody get gunned down and we gotta give our opinion or something that, you know what I mean, for ratings to go up, for views to go up. Now we do this every goddamn day, all day, and the ones before us, and the ones before that, and it's gonna keep on going down to the ones after us, and the ones after that, because this is alert behavior that we're instilling, that we gotta still take it to the next level. Y'all get this shit instilled to y'all. Y'all take it to the next level to where it's gonna get better and better, to where it starts going outside of the environment. But we're talking about people that has the willpower, bro, at the snap of their fingertips to change the demographics.
So I go back to the question you asked me about how can we reach the community or better come together with the community. Remember I said we got to get hands in, like hands and feet on the ground and reach these people face to face.
Oh, but they'll tell
these
you that
athletes,
they get hands on, right? They'll tell you that they get hands on. You notice during every game, every football game, they show them at a hospital or they show them doing something in the community or something like that. You know, so I'm
not talking about this. I'm not talking about.
You know, I know what you're saying. They're throwing something out there that they can vouch for that. That's gonna be their comeback to vouch for that shit. But that's bullshit. Why it ain't 7 more Randy Mosses coming from where Randy Moss from? Why it ain't 7 more LeBron James where LeBron James come from?
Right.
See, Kobe set in place his own gym, his own league, and he was recruiting people.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
See, that's why this community, this environment that we on, I'm on your channel, people who got channels, people who got the nuts to speak about this stuff. Imagine if we all start reaching out to these people we talking about with the funds, with the means. You know, imagine if the whole community reach out to Ice Cube, reach out to Kyrie Irving, who is in the tribe right now, reach out to Charleston White, who talks
claiming the Lakota tribe, man. Shout out to Kyrie. And it's also a woman WNBA player too. That's also part of the Lakota tribe.
Yep. We know it's a couple of these people, more than a couple, really, who then talked about their Indian heritage, Indian history. Waka Flocka, Charleston White, even we know what his buzz right now. Imagine if the whole environment, the whole community start spamming these people's DM just to get a conversation on one of these channels, just to come up and talk and spread the word.
I mean, let's be for real, bro. What's the only thing really holding people back? The funding.
That's what I'm saying.
With funding, the message can get out on a broader scale. And not only that, funding, you can start commuting and police in your own neighborhood.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But we got to get the message out there, right? So if we use these other people's platforms, Ice Cube, and everybody else, to get the message out. Imagine the people who watch them and listen to them, they're going to see that, right? And then they're going to become interested. They're going to want to learn more. The young people with the money now, with these contracts, the young athletes, they have the power. They are the ones getting these contracts that's crazy right now.
Exactly. And
And they don't know what to spend it on right now. They don't know what to invest in. They don't know nothing.
I'm so glad to those ones that using their money wisely, man, because listen, man, y'all had a bunch of people that came before y'all that we can call, that was compared to back in the day, slaves of the game.
Right.
They didn't hardly get paid nothing. I remember the All-Star game, motherfucker was playing serious in that Pro Bowl and that All-Star game because they wanted to get that extra check.
Right.
Because they needed that. So shouts out to the youth who and shouts out to the older ones who came and let them know our worth. And then shouts out to the youth for holding out. Say, nah, pay me for my work. You see how that worked, bro? It took both of them.
Yep. We just need to bridge the gaps because it's a lot of gaps. People.
The only way we can bridge the gaps, dog, is we gotta be able to sit down at a table and talk and find out what y'all need, what y'all want, what's y'all goal, and then we can work from there. Because see, we already pretty much set. We set from what we came from to what we're doing now. So we already know our mission and our goal. A lot of us do. You understand what I'm saying, Master Self?
Yeah.
So it's up to us to reach out to brothers like you and be like, yo, what do y'all need? Boom, what do y'all? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, boom. Maybe I need to do a show about this. Or maybe I need to show my brother this research. Maybe I need to give my brother this info right here. That's what's going to bridge the gap.
Yeah. So I would say it's a combination of that.
You come back and play. Go ahead, bro.
I would say it's a combination of what you just said, right? And then also a combination of let's go support these people, the youth. Let's go to the football practices. Let's go to the cheerleading. Let's go to all these, all these organizations that the kids are involved in self-support, right? And let them see the faces that, oh yeah, I can count on him to come support me. So that builds a level of trust. So now I can trust his word. He's showing me that he cares, that he,
And see,
so now let me
right here, man. See, it's shit like this right here. What Absolute Lee said. If we had one bank account, one of us Aboriginals can start our own league in every sport. But we gotta have it in the community first. So that's why I keep telling people, the community first. We on an overall mission. You might think because, oh, you over there where you at and I'm where I'm at, we not helping each other. No, bro, you're helping me by doing what you need to do in your community. Now, once you do what you need to do in your community, I do what I need to do in our community. Well, no, when it's time to get together, my whole community coming. Your whole community coming. You see what I'm saying? And that's the big thing, fam.
So let me say this: even if they don't know that they are part of the Aboriginal community, even if they don't know that they have this bloodline, are they still part of the community?
If they know that they peoples that was born in America, bro, they are part of some bloodline.
Okay, right.
Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it, bro.
Right.
Ain't no.
So it don't matter. It don't matter where we start. Then it don't matter where we start. It's about where we finish.
That's the whole thing, bro. Remember, I tell you, I can take Route A. You can take Route Z. But the whole thing is that we both gonna finish.
Right.
The finish line is always at the same point.
Right.
The starting line is always at the same point. The route can be different.
Exactly.
You feel me? And that's why that's why I love talking to brothers like you, bro. I feel so much better talking to like brothers like you, brothers like Swordfish, sisters like Sharice. You know what I mean? I love talking to y'all younger people because I like to throw stuff out there to see how y'all feel about it. And hear y'all input.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I like to listen, really. Because I didn't learn so much in the past month that I started coming to these channels.
Yeah.
I didn't learn so much.
How many ears you got, bro?
You said what?
How many ears you got?
Ears?
Yeah.
2.
How many mouths you got?
1.
So that means we was made to listen more than we talk.
Right. Right.
You know, you understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Word. Hey, absolutely. Hey, absolutely. You can hit the panel, bro. You know what I mean? You dropping some Jews in the damn chat, man. You dropping too much Jews to just be in the chat, man. Come on up and build, man. You know what I mean? I know we got a little off the eugenics thing, but really we didn't get off the eugenics thing, because right now what we're talking about is the product of eugenics.
Mm-hmm.
Where we're at now.
Hey, and you know it's crazy. A lot of the youth are interested in these conversations. They just don't know where to find them. You know, we got a lot of questions growing up. Everybody I know, we always ask questions about shit like this. Why we not learning about money in school? Why we not learning this? Why do you keep telling me this? Like, what does this mean? Da, 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 da. Tell me the truth. Like, I want to know. But nobody be having the answers until we come to channels like this, you know?
Right. Right.
So that's why I said if we can get hands and feet like on the ground with the youth, right? Before they get contaminated, you know, before they get caught up in the system. It's like build relationships before we come here, try to tell them, give them information, tell them they need to do this, tell them you need to do that. We got to build relationships first. Niggas is tired of hearing what they need to do. Hearing somebody, young niggas will tell you right now, I don't got no OG. Ain't nobody never did shit for me. Da 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 da. Niggas is tired of hearing shit like that. You gotta show these niggas. You know?
Yep. And
then
that's why
and
that's why I say, bro, you absolutely correct. And that's why I apologize, because you know we failed y'all. That y'all ain't got no OG. Y'all boys started going to work, getting jobs, getting y'all own money, and buying a pack.
Exactly. That's exactly what happens. Niggas ain't no dad in the house, ain't no father in the house. So now can't no man tell me shit. My dad never told me shit. Who are you to tell me that I need to listen to you, right?
Exactly. Hey, listen, I seen it in my own family, bro. So I know it. Yeah. I didn't want to put no bag inside my little cousin hand, because I ain't trying to explain that to my aunt or my mom or my uncle. I ain't trying to explain that.
Right.
So what they did, they going to get their own money, and they homeboy them had a cousin who was just like me, who could do that.
Right.
And now it's like, yo, you can't even knock them. You gotta respect them. Y'all boys literally found y'all own way. A lot of y'all suffered. A lot of y'all young people going and did life. Behind that, not having the right guidance and not knowing and learning for yourself. A lot of y'all doing life. A lot of y'all just coming home. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all did life behind that shit. You know what I mean? And that's crazy as hell. But I'm hoping that we don't. You know what I mean?
That's why it's so important, this conversation, though. You know, that's why coaches are so important in a young man's life. A coach is probably the most important man in a young man's life who ain't got no father. The coach.
Correct.
The coach is showing that young man that he cares, that he's involved, that he's committed. He is committed to trying to help this young man's life. And we are thankful for the coaches, you know.
And man,
because they basically the man who stepped up. They basically the stepdad, low key. They the ones who stepped up.
Low key, and you know what? And I'm mad about that, because it's so much players on the damn team that need that coach like that. But it's not enough for him to spread
It's
around.
not enough coaches. Exactly. That's why I said volunteering at these sports, you know, with anything, just volunteering. One day a week, a couple hours a day, you know, it'll work itself out in the long run. Just showing that the youth that you are somebody that they can count on and call for just to talk, just showing that you could be that person type shit,
Right. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Hey, Master Self, I appreciate you, man. Seriously, man. Well, absolutely, I appreciate you too. He said, man, we still, he said, nah, you still on eugenics. You on the eugenics subject. Money is power. Eugenics ain't power. The money is behind it is the power. Right. So it ain't the whole eugenics movement. It's the money behind it that made the eugenics movement a power. That's why I said that once he got that funding from the lady, it was over. He started institutions. Once he started institutions, now they teaching it. Darwin ain't never teach this shit to everybody. They thought Darwin was crazy when he said this shit. See, people forget about this. That's why it was called the Darwin theory. Some people was like, hell no. Hell no. Word.
Because then it led to virology, the study of viruses.
Right.
And then I don't know if you studied anything about viruses, but it's a virus. It's some viruses called satellite viruses, right? A satellite virus is a virus that it can remain dormant in your body, right? It has no effect in your body.
A virus is something that you can't get rid of. A disease you can.
But I'm talking about a satellite virus right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about any virus. Any virus you can never get rid of. The only thing you can do is try to keep it dormant or try to keep it under contained. But your body never gets rid of that virus. So the science world say.
Right. So that goes into so the satellite virus. So a satellite virus is a virus that's dormant in your body, right? Until another virus is introduced that activates that satellite virus. Does that make sense?
Oh, say that one more time. Say that one more time.
So
bro.
a satellite virus is a virus in your body that's dormant. It has no effect, right? Until you introduce another virus that activates it. So with the common cold virus, that's a virus. So when they first did that, you know how everybody gets shots for the cold and the flu and all that when they're kids. So those viruses can remain dormant in your body, right? Until they introduce another virus into the body to activate that virus. Right. That's why they seasonal. Some viruses are seasonal. Right. Because every now and then.
I remember when immunization was just a tuberculosis prick.
Oh, yeah, so that's what it was, tuberculosis, yep.
Right. So immunization shots is when they introduce all of these other shit, when they shit in your body. That's what you're talking about now.
And then,
Go ahead.
All they gotta do is introduce another virus to activate those dormant viruses. Whether it's in the food we eat, it don't matter. However they can get it in your body is going to activate the satellite virus, which activates the effects of that virus.
Right. So in other words, you're saying the absolutely correct thing. It takes the virus to actually activate the virus for your body to fight it off.
Right. So it goes to the eugenics because this is a lot of different viruses, especially with the women, because the women are the carriers. Really, the viruses live longer in the female bodies.
Plus, they was already coming across with sickness. Now we got to understand, all sickness came from over there.
Yep.
It wasn't no records of sickness or disease, no virus or no plagues or no nothing over here.
Right.
Until other people came in.
Yep. And they used the viruses to make our women infertile, to make them not able to have kids and all types of shit. That's how they attacked our women.
Yeah, bro.
And then what hepatitis? You know hepatitis.
Hepatitis B, yes.
So you know that? Do you know that it's yeah? So do you know that it's over 100 different types of hepatitis?
Yes, I do. And that can also make a woman sterile. It can also make a man sterile.
Exactly. And hepatitis, one of them.
Hepatitis is also a baby form of what they will call syphilis.
Yep. And it can lead, and it leads to HIV, HIV and all that. So one of the viruses of hepatitis can remain dormant in the body for up to 2 years, and you will never know that you got it. You will never know that you got it for the whole 2 years. It will happen.
You'll
But
never know.
as soon as they introduce another virus to activate that virus, then you start feeling effects of it.
Right. And that activation can come from a common cold.
Exactly. Yep. So that's why they first do the common cold as a kid, because that is the main satellite virus. Yep.
Because the common cold is a virus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's be for real. It's a virus.
It is. Yep.
And the reason why it became a virus is because back in the day, motherfucker cough in their hand and shit like that, and they go and shake the next man's hand, and then they kept doing the shit and kept doing the shit, and then it became to where this sickness became into their bloodstream. Now, once it's in your bloodstream, you can pass it genetically.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. And then, so when they taking these DNA from you and all, they using it to create more viruses and shit. So that's why with COVID-19, coronavirus is old. It's been out since the common cold.
Yo,
they're just mutating it. They're just mutating it.
This old bullshit ass service, this leukemia radiation treatment they got for cancer, and then this dialysis shit where they take the blood out you and they separate something and put the blood back in. Y'all listen, that kill more people than a little bit.
It do. That is literally killing you. It's literally, that's what it's doing, killing you.
How the fuck we live all this long time without this? All we need to do is we need to get back to nature.
Right. We didn't start getting sick till they came over here. They told us that. They the ones who bring this shit over here.
If we did get sick, we knew why we got sick. And it was a way to heal it. They call this shamanism. They call this voodoo, 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 mystic, witches, witchcraft. They call it all of these things because we knew how to heal each other. And once it came with singing, in the ceremony of singing, rhythm, vibration helps heal the body.
I'm glad you just said that. Because they use that. I'm glad you just said that.
They didn't understand it, bro. But now they got classes. Now you got shamanism classes. What the fuck?
You know, frequency is they use frequency to throw off our chromosome structure. So our bodies are really off. Literally, that's when I'm feeling off. We're off our natural frequency.
That with the rubber, with the sole of our shoes, the rubber. We don't walk barefoot no more. We don't
off our frequency.
We just don't walk with leather shoes no more, or cloth shoes to where our feet still grounded. This is why I tell everybody, I guarantee you, dog, you take your shoes off. You might have never been to where your great-grandmama was born at, or none of that. But if you ever go to that land and you take your shoes off, and you just sit there for a second or stand there for a second, that goddamn ground is going to react to your feet. And your feet is going to react.
That's why it's called grounding.
Ground. The energy that's going to come through your feet, you're going to say, damn.
It's going to realign our DNA.
Word.
Because frequency is what holds all matter together. Frequency. Everything has a certain frequency.
Everything has a frequency. Even sound.
Yep.
Even light.
Yep. Light. Yep. It's a frequency.
You know what I mean? But shit, Master Self, man, I don't know, man. I see other people got shows. Smoke Signal got a show going on, you know. I see my dog Cosmo and the boys over there on goddamn House of Consciousness. Damn, I missed that shit. But you know what I mean? But I got peoples in here, bro. And I think they digging this eugenics and the conversation and stuff like that, man. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna play it back. Yo, yeah, watch how you roll up, man, for she bite your ass. Sit down, Mimi. Hey, calm down, girl. Yeah. Yeah. But what you think, Master Self? Go ahead, just play some more of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me know when you want me to stop it, bro. Okay? So we can keep building, man. Fuck it. As long as you in here with me, I'm in here with you. Fuck it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
By Harry Laughlin, a high school superintendent from the Midwest with a lifelong passion for poultry breeding.
Laughlin was a very zealous proponent of eugenics, and in that sense, he got along well with Davenport. They both believed in the mission, they believed in the cause.
For Davenport, a lot of it was about what you can do in the laboratory and how you can analyze the data. For Laughlin, a lot of it was about, well, how are we going to get out there in the world and change the direction of history?
To gather new disciples to the cause and to aid in the collection of data, Laughlin and Davenport launched an academic program, which offered training in eugenic field research techniques.
It was about what you can do in the laboratory and how you can analyze the data. For Laughlin, a lot of it was about, well, how are we going to get out there in the world and change the direction of history?
To gather new disciples to the cause and to aid in the collection of data, Laughlin and Davenport launched an academic program, which offered training in eugenic field research techniques. Over the course of 6 weeks each summer, recent college graduates from Vassar, Harvard, Oberlin were taught how to investigate family histories, how to conduct interviews and make eugenically useful measurements, and how to chart family pedigrees and analyze them. Then, at a salary of $75 a month, came a year's work in the field. Armed with the official trait book, which assigned numerical codes to a broad spectrum of human characteristics, the newly minted researchers fanned out to study delinquents in the Juvenile Psychopathic Institute of Chicago, the insane at the New Jersey State Hospital at Matawan, albinos in Massachusetts, circus families at Coney Island, the Amish in Pennsylvania.
They would go into some holler in Virginia and find some family that seemed to have a lot of alcoholics and criminals and, other ne'er-do-wells. And they would go, aha, we've found a family with terrible genes. And they'd interview someone and they'd say, oh yeah, John seems a little slow, but I knew his uncle and his uncle was a big drunk. And they'd write that down, uncle, a big drunk. So they would come back with all this evidence of the way in which human traits were inherited.
Of course, the reliability of the data was not questioned, even though it was based on interpretation, impression, recollection by the living members of the family with whom they spoke. No checking.
Year by year, as trainees rotated out of the summer program and into positions at universities, hospitals, and mental institutions, Davenport's assumptions and methods of fieldwork gained currency all across the country. And year by year, the data accumulated. Stored in fireproof cabinets and intricately indexed, it comprised, as Scientific American noted, a sort of inventory of the blood of the community, and supplied grist for a multitude of books, pamphlets, lectures, and press releases regarding the danger of so-called inferior germplasm.
They're using the family records that are stored in the fireproof vault, to prove all these traits, not just physical, but mental traits, moral traits, are caused by genes. There's nothing you can do about it. This is cold, hard, pure science.
Just as we have strains of scholars, of military men, Davenport told the New York Times, we have strains of paupers, of sex offenders, strains with strong tendencies toward larceny, assault, lying, running away. The cost to society of these strains is enormous.
Davenport took this basic idea, applied it far more widely than it had ever been before, and really promoted this probabilistic idea as if it were a deterministic one. That is to say, it's not just likelihoods, but in some ways we're dealing with certainties. And that idea really sold.
By the time
My bad. I heard something.
I'm about running grab this food real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, you good.
All right.
I see Nike 903, he back with us too.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, Nike 903, anytime you want me to stop it, bro, just let me know to stop it. I'll stop it.
Bet.
I bet.
the Eugenics Record Office issued its first official report in 1913, many Americans had begun to see the wisdom in eugenics. I agree with you that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind, former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport that year. It is really extraordinary that our people refuse to apply to human beings such knowledge as every successful farmer is obliged to apply to his own stock breeding.
If you're going to be in the business of breeding, you're going to have to convince thought leaders and politicians, most especially the government, to begin a kind of unprecedented program. So they understood from the beginning that they needed to persuade those who were in a position to do something about it that it was possible, indeed desirable.
The eugenicists thought that people's base interests are just self-serving, selfish, right? And if you just leave them to themselves, they're going to evolve in all these random, dumb directions.
The Eugenics Record Office recommended both widespread eugenic education and aggressive government intervention. Laws that would keep defectives out of the country, prohibit them from marrying, and prevent them from becoming parents by segregating them in asylums throughout their reproductive years.
So with this being said, if they're rejecting the so-called indentured servants at this time, now these are all the people that's coming across that's supposed to be indentured servants that's let out of jail and all of this shit right here, get the hell out, y'all go over there and help them over there, goddamn it. You know, y'all fight these military wars, all that, y'all dumb, degenerate goddamn people, you know what I mean? Nike. So if they're doing all of this right here, and they're saying no, now we're putting a ban on y'all motherfuckers from coming across here. Who are they banning from coming across here, my dog? Nike 903. This shit make you say, right?
Yeah, it had to be like the lower, like the lower class of society over there amongst their people, or like, yeah, it's kind of.
Now the lower class is coming over here saying, fuck that. We about to develop a master fucking race on y'all ass.
Right, and it's like they came over here and practiced the same science against them that was over there.
Right. Damn.
Like, weird.
That's why I like listening to them tell their story.
Right.
Also recommended was a new and somewhat controversial surgical procedure known as sterilization. By cutting and sealing organs involved in reproduction, both men and women could be made infertile. So far, the technique had been used primarily on criminals, particularly sex offenders, and it was thought to have a curative effect. Harry Laughlin envisioned a broader application as a eugenic tool that would eliminate defective germplasm once and for all.
Harry Laughlin really has this political vision of what we can do with eugenics. And he said, in order for eugenic sterilization to really do what had to be done, 15 million Americans would have to go under the knife.
The idea was that eugenics was for the common good, and by implementing the science of heredity, they could protect America.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I'm sorry y'all boys wasn't here at the beginning, man. Y'all people wasn't here at the beginning, but yes, that's what I kept saying, and I keep telling them, this is for them. We're not nowhere in the picture. We're not nowhere in the picture. So we shouldn't even be mad about eugenics in the 1900s until, which this is going to show you, when we started, when the fuck we need to get mad. You know, when eugenics start playing a part on us, you know, and it is definitely about to get into that because it starts with sterilization.
And strengthen America.
They thought of it as the beginning of a revolution, of a religious movement. You have to start with a few converts, and then you try to grow it into a bigger movement. All that seemed exciting and full of possibility. And they were going to create a new world.
The eugenics movement that Charles Davenport had launched rested on Mendel's laws of inheritance, which assumed each trait was governed by one gene and was passed down in predictable patterns. But for all of Davenport's certainty about the gene, there remained open questions about the gene's physical properties and its location within the cell, and the means by which it accomplished its function. All over the world, scientists looked to fast-breeding organisms in search of clues. Some focused their experiments on the sea urchin, which turned out a new generation each year. Others on the even speedier mealworm, with its larva-to-larva cycle of 4 months. For zoologist Thomas Hunt Morgan, the organism of choice was the fruit fly, which was capable of reproducing in just 10 days.
The organism breeds so quickly that Morgan is able to see things that the eugenicists cannot because he's watching mutations move.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to the alert that I did get, man. The enemy's public, man, got something going on too. That's a real good brother right there, man. Enemy's public with Brother Nashir. You know what I mean? Shouts out to him, man. Keep doing what you do. Everybody, keep doing what y'all do, dog.
Move across multiple generations.
By 1913, Morgan had been studying fruit flies for so long that his laboratory at Columbia University was known simply as the Fly Room, and his assistants, the Fly Boys. For nearly a decade, they'd been holed up there, on the 6th floor of Skimmerhorn Hall, breeding flies in half-pint milk bottles pilfered from the campus cafeteria. Thousands upon thousands of mutants were crossed, and the results meticulously recorded. White-eyed, bristled, red-eyed, short-winged. When the data was collated, Morgan made a startling discovery. The mechanism of heredity in flies was far more complex than in Mendel's peas.
Gregor Mendel thought that every gene was its own unique, discrete entity. Morgan showed that, in fact, that's not the case, that, in fact, genes have a physical entity. They live in chromosomes. Because they live in chromosomes, often they travel in packs. Morgan's work complicates the idea of simple eugenics because you don't just pick one thing out of one drawer, a second thing out of another drawer until you get your ideal child, it's not so easy to pick and choose what your next generation might be.
It makes sense in pea plants. It makes sense in cattle. It should make sense in humans. But there were no experiments that really could support Davenport's theory.
Thomas Hunt Morgan was a believer in the transformative power of eugenics. He had served on the board at the Eugenics Record Office since it opened. But based on the lessons he'd learned in the fly room, it seemed clear that eugenic science, such as it was, had no business informing American laws. If the eugenicists want to do this sort of thing, well and good, Morgan wrote a friend. But I think it is just as well for some of us to set a better standard and not appear as participators in the show.
Morgan writes a letter saying, I'm going to ask to be taken off this letterhead. I study fruit flies and I can't figure out how their eyes work. I can't figure out which one's going to inherit certain kinds of wings. And you seem to be saying you can understand who's going to inherit something as vague as criminality or pauperism. So he backed away, but privately.
Morgan's withdrawal from the record office was regrettable, but Davenport was undeterred. At this point, the eugenics movement would not be stalled by the minutiae of science.
What genes are is a great biological and biochemical question. But there's a kind of Yankee practicality about eugenics. Let's get this job done. And so they move right along.
When the Panama Pacific International Exposition opened in San Francisco on the morning of February 20th, 1915, 100,000 people streamed through its turnstiles. Over the next 9 months, the number would reach more than 18 million. Billed as an encyclopedia of modern achievement, the fair offered a dizzying array of diversions and curiosities. A 23-minute ride over a functioning replica of the recently completed Panama Canal. An assembly line that turned out 18 Model Ts a day. A 57-tier tower built entirely of Heinz condiment products.
The Panama Pacific Expo was a celebration of science, efficiency, engineering. It was an opportunity for the United States to demonstrate the power of science and technology, and also a utopian vision looking towards the future.
Nowhere did the future look brighter than from the Race Betterment exhibit.
You know what, Tom? That's a great question. Why the views drop? It's special. It's crazy. Why did the views drop? Oh, because other people lied. So it's all good. I never had that many people. When I did have hundreds of people in there, I was wondering. And I got people that can verify that because I called them every time I seen something like that. I always been used to like 30 people, 50 people inside the chat and shit like that. But it's the whole thing that people share my video out. 30 people will be in my chat, but I can get 700 views, 500, 700 views. If only 30 people watching at the time and I get 500 views, I touch somebody.
Housed in the Palace of Education, the display featured imposing plaster casts of Atlas, Venus, and Apollo. A collection of medical instruments used to gauge human biological capacity. And a welter of charts.
Oh yeah, Enoch, it's all good, man. Hey, I'm glad y'all still here. That's why I brought the video back on, man. But whilst I had a time to build with my brothers, them to make a conversation, you know, which to me was the highlight of the show when those brothers was on here building. That was a highlight of the show to me because I left out, you know what I mean, and the brothers took over. And even when I came back, we had a great build. So that was lovely to me. That's the highlight of the show. This is right here. It's just gonna be complimented. You know, Enoch said, I appreciate y'all. I really do, y'all.
A collection of medical instruments used to gauge human biological capacity, and a welter of charts, graphs, and lists that outline the way eugenics would better the human race. All of it was the work of Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, a fierce proponent of what he called biologic living.
John Harvey Kellogg was an incredibly energetic man. He was a health reformer and a physician and an amazing entrepreneur. And he developed.
So Dan, Autonomous 101 left, Hawkeye left, and they asked me about this Kellogg. They made me rewind the video back. A lot of y'all already seen this part, and they made me rewind this back with the Kellogg shit, and then they disappeared. But it's all good.
Developed all these regimens and invented different medical instruments, had a whole dietary plan.
He was obsessed with cleanliness, with purity, and he believed that the key to reforming society is to cleanse our bowels on a regular basis. He invents something called cornflakes to help cleanse your bowels. And he had a spa in Battle Creek, Michigan. Lots of eugenicists came to the Battle Creek Sanatorium to have their bowels cleansed and to talk about eugenics.
For Kellogg, eugenics made perfect sense. It was about health. He linked these views about heredity, which were difficult to change, with these ideas about what human beings can do to improve themselves.
John Harvey Kellogg believed that the environment can affect the gene, that consuming alcohol or consuming meat could lead to genetic inferiority in offspring. So there's more than one way to improve heredity.
At the expo, Kellogg sought to usher his brand of eugenics onto the national stage. With assistance from Charles Davenport, who had supplied him with both data and contacts, Kellogg had organized not only the Race Betterment exhibit, but also a major eugenics conference at the fair. The turnout exceeded expectation, drawing reform-minded medical professionals, university presidents, conservationists, and business leaders from all over the country and across the political spectrum.
Eugenics had a little bit of something for everyone. So if you're a social hygienist, you're interested in wiping out prostitution, eugenics is interested in that too. If you're a prohibitionist and you want to get rid of alcohol because alcohol breaks up families, makes men unemployable, eugenics wants to get rid of all those things too. So it manages to match up with the concerns of many other different kinds of reforms.
What led people to get behind the eugenics campaign wasn't just their ardent belief in the science or in heredity. It was a fundamentally broad and sweeping social and political agenda to try to recreate society, one might say, in their own image.
They're almost all white, almost all Protestant, middle to upper middle class, and they tended to equate human worth with the qualities that they themselves possessed.
Over 5 days in August, the 60-odd conference delegates delivered talks on everything from proper toothbrushing to eugenic sterilization. Unless we weed out the weaklings, one speaker warned, we will reach a point where many of those born and helped to survive will be a burden to the race. All told, the Race Betterment Conference drew an estimated 10,000 people and generated more than 1 million lines of press. Your efforts on behalf of eugenics are certainly beginning to bear fruit, Kellogg told Charles Davenport. The public is beginning to understand better and appreciate more.
The Panama Pacific Expo was really a defining moment for the American eugenics movement. The eugenics movement was coalescing. It was solidifying.
These elites are all saying, yes, we believe in progress, and this is progress. Eugenics gave them a way to view the world and to say, okay, all these vague anxieties I have about the present and particularly the future, this is what the problem is. Well, let's get to work on solving that.
In May 1917, as new converts spread the eugenic creed in cities and towns across America, a half-dozen psychologists gathered at the Vineland Training School for the Feeble-Minded to meet with Henry Goddard, by now considered the nation's leading expert on mental deficiency. His groundbreaking 1912 study, The Kallikak Family.
Hey, shouts out to Kabagata. Hey, Kabagata. Say make you think twice about any cereal produced by Kellogg. The only reason why we need to be worried because it's the cereal that came after him that was produced by Kellogg. But the first cornflakes, as we can remember, didn't have no flavor because it was made from all wheat. Rice grains, wheat. You feel me? When we was eating cereal, cereal was real back then. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, how you feel about the San Francisco exposition, though, man? Based on what we've been learning, man, a lot of those structures and buildings was already there. Like,
Hold on,
what's going on, man? They came over here and utilized like other people, like or our ancestors, like technology, machines, incubators. Like they had an assembly line right there. Like these people didn't come over here to America with all of that. They, like they not telling the truth even in the documentary about this part, bro. And like it's kind of misleading if you ask me.
Well, this shit ain't even about us. This shit is about them.
Right. And like, extending the longevity of their race.
Hold on. So check it now. No, not longevity of their race. That wasn't their whole thing. It wasn't about living long, bruh. Their whole thing was about creating a perfect white person.
Right.
Yeah, that was their whole thing, creating a perfect white person. Straight smoke, my motherfucking dog, man. What's going on, brother? My goddamn brother and on, man. Goddamn cleanup crew, man. Billy Yoso, Ned, man. Shouts out to y'all, man. Rich Stir came in here to show love and said that the video I'm showing is fire. Now, Straight Smoke done came in here. I know because my dog, he out there doing his own thing and he be on them goddamn grills. Man, my dog be on them grills, getting it on, man. You know what I mean? Shouts out to my family. But hey Nike, hey, check it. I don't know nothing about that San Francisco fair, bro. But see, that's why I try to tell people, man. I'm not one of those ones that say, man, I know all this shit that's going on. I stick to my state and where I'm at in my state. I got other brothers within my state who I started collaborating with so I can find out information and bring them through and you know what I mean? So we can so we can cover the whole state of South Carolina. You understand what I'm saying? So I advise that to everybody. Once you realize your state, especially if you're from there, and your people's done been there for over 30 years. I give you 30 years, goddammit. If your people's done been there for over 30 years and you've been born there, do the research on that, because it ain't no reason why your people's done been there for 30 years. It ain't just work. All right, something kept them there, because after they got rich, the cost of living in some places, they wouldn't have stayed there. Making the money they made, they could have moved cheaper places down south, Midwest. They could have moved cheaper places. We got to see, it's things like this that I keep in focus. You understand what I'm saying, Nike? I got in other words, subjective. I give logos, logic thoughts. I have logic thoughts about things, and I say, yo, this is what I think. I don't put that on everybody. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want other people to have. I don't want them to think that, yo, what you say, oh, you got to be careful. No, I'm that motherfucker that need to be careful at what I say, because everybody be coming at me, being as dark as I am and being from South Carolina and saying I'm American Indian. That troubles people. And then I showed that more American Indians left out of Charleston than Africans brought in this so-called slave trade matter. So once I came out with that, dog, I shook up YouTube. And Bat and Top Cat and Bat, Unscrambled Minds, them boys, Round Table Gang, they helped me with that.
That's what's up.
Yeah, and so I kind of caused disruption. So that's why they all coming at me, because remember the narrative go that everybody that claim themselves or can trace themselves back to South Carolina, oh, we Africans because of the slave trade narrative. But I'm like, yo, hold up. Where's this narrative at? I'm from here. You ain't got that narrative. Geechee Gullah, that's African. Whoa. So then that's when I say, you know what? I'm going to sit back and let this shit build up. I'm going to let it build up. So I had a bill with Top Cat, with Chief Top Cat, Master Chief Top Cat, because he's a master at what he do. I had a goddamn bill with Master Rob Hayes, because he's a master at what he do. I had a bill with them on Unscrambled Minds. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, yo, we know the Geechee and the Gullah, two different people. Woo, 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 woo. Boom, 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 boom. Well, not two different people per se, like two different people. Like they're not the same people. But those names are not together.
Gotcha.
Okay? The Geechee and the Gullah is not together. It's totally separated. So I sat and I waited, bro. I swear, I sat and I waited. I had a diamond and not a diamond. I had a gold nugget in the screen. Nah, they like to say a diamond in the rough. You know what I mean? I had a gold nugget in the screen, bro. Just waiting and seeing if anybody was going to bring it out. Nobody brought it out.
Because hey, bro, what out exactly?
Because they didn't know, because they're not from this area. So, and I respect that. They stayed away from that. They kept saying, we don't know. And yo, and when people kept asking me, Cosmon was one of the goddamn first to ask me, hey, y'all OTK, man, I need to talk to you, man, about them Geechee and them Gullah down there in South Carolina, man. I said, yo, I'm going to leave that shit alone, man, but people need to leave these people alone, man. Let these people tell their own history. That's what I started by saying. They need
Hey,
to
I'm from
come and.
South Carolina too, my guy.
Oh yeah, what part?
I mean, I don't know. I just traced my people back, through records.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I've been here. My family been here before South Carolina had its name, South Carolina. Yeah. But I'm just saying, man. I'm blood tied to this land. The clay red because of my peoples.
Facts.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah, made a lot of sense.
Okay, and we can go. I can get in. I'm gonna get into that later with later builds. You know what I mean? Because my family done been telling like, yo, man, quit arguing with these crazy people. Yo, if they want to be slaves, let them be slaves. You know who we are. Tell our story, man. Yo, tell about our people, them who went. The reason why the clay red.
And keep it pushing.
Let them know. And I say, okay, no problem. So that's why I'm revamping myself now, man. You know what I mean? It's all good. It was all a learning thing, all a learning thing.
There's gonna always be that, my guy. Like we ain't gonna never stop learning. Like my people, their last name that I trace back to like South Carolina, their last name was Gully. So like you threw me a curveball then saying that like the Gully are different from the Geechee. I'm like, keep going. Like, yeah, I'm listening. So like I'm interested in it to hear more.
So bad. So you know what? I cannot do this because you asked me that, bro. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm about to pull up something for you, bro. I'm gonna pull up something for you real quick. In the meantime, man, I'm gonna go ahead and drop this song real quick. But I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna find this real quick so I can pull this up.
Take your time, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up for you because you asked me that, bro. I cannot leave you like that.
Already.
Constantly stressing, wondering if I chose the right direction. Nobody told me pain will leave an everlasting impression. So I go up my clip, that's my best protection. Coming up about the struggle, ain't nothing ever been beautiful. Under these clothes is pain, I just make it look good to you. Keeping my feelings inside cause I don't wanna hurt nobody. So I suck up my pride, I don't wanna hurt nobody. Hearing voices of grandma telling me to come down. So much of weight you brought, don't let your family down. With this load upon my shoulder, that gift of me came aboard. Thought it would change when I was older, baby, I'm a soldier. We came a long way to bathrooms, we never had them. Throw that shit up in the woods, a country flushing. Thanks to this game, cause they got me living better. They try to stop my blessings, but I will never let them.
What it look like, man? Real, man. I feel the same way you feel about it. Word. I just don't want much, man. I just want to take it one day at a time. That way we can reach the highest point of friendship. Then whether, you know how far to take this flight. Word. You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going first. Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill.
Just waiting and chilling, man. Peace to the tribes up there in the chat, man. Hope everybody doing well on a Friday night. Just waiting for bro to come back, man. He got the show.
Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had.
Hey, yo, bro, you got an email? If you got an email, you see that thing say private chat in the back? Oh, he fucked around and clicked himself off. Oh, he clicked himself off. I'll wait for my brother to come back. My bad.
We don't have to rush, baby. We can take it slow. We don't have to rush, baby. We can chill. Just keep.
My bad, bro. Drop me off.
See that private chat button?
Yeah.
Hey, drop your email in there real quick.
I got you.
And I'm gonna lock your email down, and I'm about to send you something so you can have my email too. But I'm gonna send it to you too. This is how. One thing about OTK, I don't got no problem with sharing myself. Now, when I'm in a debate or something like that with somebody, nah, I ain't messing around. You know what I mean? But when I'm dealing with people, we gonna get it together.
Just big on the each one teach one, man. Just looking out for each other, man.
Yeah. And you know your name is also spelled with the D too at the end, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just talking about. I ain't bringing it out, but you can find that sometimes inside a D too at the end. You feel me?
Facts. Yep. The name changed.
No, the name only changed because that's who's doing it. You feel me?
Yep.
I bet. Boom. I just sent you something real quick. So you should get it. You know what I mean?
In a second, Yahoo be tripping, man. But it'll likely come in.
It's all good. You get it. You know what I mean? You on your phone. You're on your phone right now too. So it's all good. You know what I mean?
Already. Yeah, man, I hate my signal got to messing up earlier, man. Yeah, we was like trying to we was getting somewhere with it, but like, yeah, I don't fuck with them white people like that, man. Now they over here doing some sick shit on the land, bro, and like.
Word. Always, man. I mean, it's not nothing new, my dog. That's the crazy stuff. It's not nothing new. So that's why you have people like goddamn Hawkeye come up here like, yo, what is wrong with y'all niggas, yo? Y'all act like y'all slow to this. Because he's been up north for so long that he's saying like, yo, this shit just been going on. Why y'all slow to this shit? We slow to this because this shit ain't been going on down here. Oh, yeah, it still ain't going on down here now where I'm at. But you know what I mean? You know, thanks to you know what I mean, being smart, and we, you know what I mean, we was able to get up in the places where we needed to get at to where we can control.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the main thing. Control your surroundings, or have some kind of input on your surroundings.
As much as you can.
Yeah. So did you get the email, my brother?
Oh, let me check.
Yeah, check your email. It might kick you off, bro. Check your email real quick. Let me know if you get it. You know what I mean? If you got it, just let me know when you get it. I want to make sure you got it too, so you be able to have that in your archive. I'll send you a couple more stuff too. I mean, like when your family lineage run out on you on genealogy.
What was that a question?
No, I'm just letting everybody know. When your family bloodline runs out and you find yourself in an area where church is involved, and people start becoming, your people don't start becoming citizens, or start getting birth certificates and shit like this, you know, became part of the system. When you see these things happening, you see names now. And this is how I found out about this, because when I was looking at these old tombstones and then finding people with these old obituaries, their middle initial was their first last names. It wasn't no middle name. A middle name was your first last name, which 9 times out of 10 you would see that on the woman's, because her last name would change once she married. So it wasn't no middle names back then. The middle names started coming out with a little bit after my 59, 60 area. That's when middle names start coming out. 70s era.
Damn, for real?
Hell yeah. My mom ain't got no middle name. She was born in 59.
Wow.
My grandmama don't got no middle name. And that's her mama. Ain't none of her sisters don't got no middle name.
Yeah, I mean, now that I think about it, look at those census records, you know what I'm saying? It's just first name, last name.
Okay, but that middle initial, bro, that middle initial is your other last name. That's how you can trace the woman. Because that last name only gonna trace you to who she married to. If she got married or whatever like that. But if she got married and then the name kept that same as that last name, this is how you can find your grandmama or great grandmama from that middle initial, bro. And I guarantee you now, when you look at the records, that middle initial was her maiden last name. That's why it's called a maiden name. Your maiden name was your first last name. Maiden turned to middle. That's why we got middle names now. Now you got people with 3 names.
I'm new to that one, man.
Hey, just go back and look. W.E.B. Du Bois. The W was his first name. The E is his original family bloodline name. The boys
Wow.
might have been his daddy name. See, now we got to go back, because when we go back and we look at these old history things, we see these TH, WE, this right. We see the HH. We see these, you know, but they really was putting their last name in there. Just like on that eugenics video I was showing, we saw T.H. Morgan, but his original last name was Hunt, Thomas Hunt Morgan. So Morgan and Hunt, that let you know that they ended up breeding together, because it wasn't no middle names, bro.
It's kind of like they had their genealogy in their name.
There you go, bro. There you go. So now everybody need to go back to these cemeteries, and when you go back to your grandmama and great grandmama and anything before the 1950s, when you see their name, you know what I mean. You're gonna see a middle. You're not gonna see a middle name. That middle initial is their maiden last name, and how you can cross check that. Find the obituary, or either find the church. Because then when you find the church keep records, and a pastor had to preside over that. So they would have your name in it. And one thing about these old obituaries told us, preceded in death, mama, daddy, great-grandmama, great-great-grandmama, great-great-great-aunt. You understand what I'm saying? These was in the old obituaries.
Yeah, I follow you, bro, for sure.
And if you come from the South, if your family bloodline traced to the South like mine, you will see that once they came through the church, this is when they started becoming and start saying that they African. They went in as American Indians, but they came out as African. Or black, or colored, or Negro.
I mean, what caused that to happen, man? What was going on in the church to make that transition like that? Like,
man, that AME church, man.
okay.
Richard Allen, bro.
See, I heard that. You right. I heard that plenty of times. You right.
Richard Allen, bro. Richard Allen, bro.
That's crazy.
But he was a Mason first. He was the treasurer of the Masonic order first before the AME church he started. Okay. See, I know these things because I was born in the AME church. And when I say born in it, like great-great-grandfather built the first church. That burned down. That was in wood. That burned down because they had the buck stove, the wood stove in the middle of it. You know what I mean? And they sat around it. That burned down. And after that burned down, you know what I mean? They built another one. And then that caught on fire. And then my great-grandfather, they built the brick statue. They did the mortar statue. They said, you know what? That's enough of this. And they built it all red building off of the clay, off the land. Off the land, and they built these bricks and they built that church.
They wasn't waiting on nobody else, no contractors or nothing. Sound like they got out there by themselves and built it.
Right. Right behind the church, you had a watermelon patch, you had the garden, you had fruit trees and everything around that. That was more than just the church. It was like a significant spot because this oak tree that's in the middle of this is like one of the first spots where people that started getting converted, where they started to pray at. And I know that had to come from spirituality system that was already invoked with them. So there's something about this tree that's still there today in the middle of the parking lot. So it's something about this tree. You understand what I'm saying? And all churches around here, and we got about 4 or 5 churches right here in this area, all family members, but they chose different denominations, but they all come out this one church.
That's crazy. My when I was coming up, it was the same.
Before they was AME too now. This is before they was AME because we got to understand the French came to Goose Creek first before the AME. So the French came here.
Okay.
So the French came here. The French came with this Algonquin Bible that we can understand. That was written in English. See, the French was the first to get hold to translating the language. It wasn't the English. It wasn't the Spanish. The damn French that came through Canada.
Okay. Wow. Damn. You see, like from what I'm learning, the French came like through like Louisiana and stuff like that, and them Creole
No,
people and stuff
they
down
came
there
from the top, bro. No, they
from the
came from
top
the top.
down. Oh, and then they later came down to like Louisiana.
Right. They didn't hit Louisiana, bro, till you talking about fucking 1700s. You talk about when Napoleon. The French didn't have no power, bro. They was some of those motherfuckers they was kicking out of England too. That was coming with the Protestants. They just started coming in mass drove underneath the Huguenots in South Carolina and hiding up underneath Christianity. They was coming with the Conversos, the Moristos. All they asked was Conversos, but they was coming with the Moristos, the Sephardics, the French Huguenots. All they asked was coming together through South Carolina, bro.
Well, how they pull off the Louisiana Purchase then, and like just
That was
allegedly bought all that land.
That was Napoleon. Napoleon conquered over there. Napoleon became emperor over there. So everything that was Spanish or Portuguese or British, all that shit became his. That nigga ain't never hit Louisiana, bro.
Facts.
Okay, he never hit Louisiana, bro. Let's get that right. Well, I know you got it right, but just for those who don't know, he never hit Louisiana, bro. So therefore, the Louisiana Purchase came up behind treaties and agreements.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we can dig into that because what led up to the Louisiana Purchase in the 1700s was a treaty that the French made with Morocco. Let me stop, man.
I also heard that like they didn't own all of that land like that. They just really owned like a section of New Orleans, but like they didn't own like most of Texas and all that. Just a small section at the bottom of Louisiana. So I don't know. I'm learning too, bro. I'm new to that too, but I just heard that.
So we got to understand at this time during the Louisiana Purchase, he only gained territory that was owned by the Spanish and the Portuguese, or vice versa. The only thing they had owned was in the South and some things to the West. You feel me?
Facts.
The Spanish and the Portuguese, dog, try to set up a colony in South Carolina, which would be modern day Alabama. Today, that would be Alabama, Mississippi, up in that area right there, going into Kansas, Oklahoma. He tried to do that right there, dog, but they ran his ass up out there. Now, I see stories where they captured his ass and killed him, but then I see other stories where he escaped. You know, and he grabbed the girl in order to escape. Now, this is the first Pocahontas story I see, and her name was Kofacheki. Her uncle name was Kofacheki. Her aunt or her mom, which was the sister of Kofacheki, the chief at this time in this area, she introduced Kofacheki, the lady of Kofacheki. That's what they call her, the lady of Kofacheki. She introduced him to him. So he grabbed her in order to get up out of there. Now, this is the first Pocahontas story. Now you hear this other Pocahontas story in Virginia after that. Now, this is before that story. So one thing we got to realize, what they was calling Carolina is not all Carolina today. Because when they was making these borderlines, they was just drawing them shit. They didn't really know. They was just drawing them shit, make sure they stayed within the appellation in some parts, and then they'll go out the other parts. You know what I'm saying, in the South, like Alabama and all that, man, they drew that property line big. That property line was so big in Carolina to where Florida was only what we were calling modern day today, what? Not even fucking Jacksonville, bro. Parts of Jacksonville will be included in 1700s goddamn maps. If that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Like, because at one point, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm staying in Texas, and like, at one point, Texas and Louisiana was considered West Florida. Like, so it's just like shifting, and like the lines being drawn, and like, due to these, like, you know, different, what would I call them? Like,
Who was winning over there and who was in these regions over here doing trade.
right.
You see what I'm saying? But they lost the war over there, shit, which was like, let's say the Spanish really lost their fucking control. The Spanish and the Portuguese lost their real control after 1715. When all that gold sunk on the coast of Florida and up down the coast, from the coast of Florida to St. Augustine, Georgia. They call it the Queen's Jewel. When your boy King Stewart, hold up, my bad. It might have been Edward. One of them. I don't feel like looking in the book for that shit. But
I'm familiar, though.
Yeah, it's some of Stewart and Tudor bloodline. When he was trying to get that King's Jewel back, a Princess Jewel or whatever like that they called it, and that ship sunk. That's what caused the Spanish Armada to get the Spanish Armada was no more. They was dead after that. After they lost that gold and they couldn't fund themselves with the war no more or with the goods. At the same time of 1715, we also have a piracy rate. This is the story that they don't tell you, the Pirates of the Caribbean. So these pirates of the Barbary Coast, you have pirates of the Caribbean. You also have pirates in Boston. You heard anything about that, bro?
Not the Boston one, but like, you know what I'm saying, like you know, yeah, the other one, the Caribbean and stuff like that, like in this region, but not way up in Boston.
You heard about the Barbary one over there in the Mediterranean and West Coast Africa and all that, right?
Facts.
Right. They had 1 million Europeans over there enslaved in Africa at this time on the West Coast, west of Africa. You familiar with that, right?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So now these pirates from Boston was some of the first pirates, or because they was privateers at first. They was privateers. They was working at first, but once it wasn't no more work, shit, they said, "Well, hey, fuck it, we got to do what we got to do." So they started getting hired. So they was hired to not let no Spanish or no Portuguese ship through. So if the Spanish is no longer able to come through to bring these so-called trans-African slaves across here, doesn't that change the number? Let's just use logic right now. Doesn't that change the number? And the thing that helps us change the number is that these pirates of the Caribbean documented a bunch of the shit that they did.
Okay. About like, what do you mean by like change numbers? Like, what do you
Okay,
mean
that
by
would
that?
change the number of the import that so-called came through from Africa
Right.
in the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, I follow you.
If the Caribbeans is sold up in the 1700s, and I tell you, or I can show you that more American Indians were shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought in the 1700s, how is they getting this accurate number without assuming? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they yeah. What is it? Where are they getting the number from? Because I heard the same thing. Like there was more shipped out that came in. So what's really going on? Kind
Right,
of like
bro. Right, bro. So now that we can show these things, and then you got brothers out there with heavy work that can show ship document fest, loading and unloading from certain spots. The numbers ain't adding up. That's why you don't hear nobody talking about Charleston is the spot where all these slaves so-called came. And they trying to go to Georgia. They trying to go, man, they trying to go all over the place now. But Georgia didn't become Georgia to damn near close to the 1800s for one. And Georgia that we know of today as Georgia was only Savannah, right outside of Beaufort. That was Georgia at first. Uh-oh. See, we got all this history because we know the people who was first able to have that land to create Georgia. It was a treaty between the American Indians after the Yamasee Wars and the people that was here.
facts. It all sounds familiar to me, bro, for sure.
Right. Correct. So long as we keep banging this real shit, you know what I mean? I hope you had got that you had get that damn picture I sent you. But here you go, bro. This right here kills everything. Nobody got nothing to say with this. This is what I've been telling people, man. I really do this. This is what I was holding in the cut. Plus, I got other stuff too. But this is what I was holding in the cut, bro. Word. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Do you see the Ogeechee River at the top right, my brother?
Yep.
Do you see the gully? Or the gullah, depending on who's writing. Correct? Right there?
Yeah, how do you correctly pronounce that?
That's G-U-A-L-E. The Ule.
Okay, I was close.
Or depending on whoever you talking to, they might say Ula or Uli, depending on whether it's French or Spanish. You feel me?
Gotcha.
Yeah, we gotta understand that.
I was saying Guale.
Say Guale, yeah, or Gullah. Guale or Gullah. That's how we would pronounce it today because we use the G. But for them, they were more like saying, like with the GU, the G wouldn't be more pronounced like that. It would be like Ule.
Like it was silent almost.
Yeah, just like the YU. The YU, instead of saying Uchi, it's the Uchi. You see what I'm saying? So we dealt with vowels over here. That's how I killed them the other day on Smoke Channel when I brought up the American Indian grammar. We had vowels at the time where they wasn't using vowels over there in their vocabulary. No in parts over there. Come on, stop it. You feel me?
That's why it's still hard for me to like to pronounce some of them rivers and places over there, man. Cause like I be killing them, bro. I can't get them right.
Because that's not our language. That's not our
Right.
language, bro. So I asked them another question. Show me any American Indian chieftain or tribe name that's written in cursive. It's not. It's always written in English. You'll never see American Indian tribe name in Spanish, French, none of that. That some bitch, regardless of who talking in their book, they still write that tribe name the same.
Wow.
You feel?
Yeah, because like I never seen that either.
Right. Exactly, my brother. And Enoch, I'm gonna bring it back up tonight, Enoch. Just because my brother Nike in here, I'm gonna bring it back up. But I just had to show him right here why I said what I said. So the Ogeechee is named after the people in that area. What would be modern day Savannah? All right, this is like bottom part South Carolina, first Savannah. The Gal or the Gale, I got other maps too. I love topography too, y'all. I love topography. I love maps. And I like to dissect these cartographers, the people who make the maps. I love that shit. Trust me. Because when you got a map, sometimes when you read stuff, sometimes a map can help you draw conclusions or maybe draw some kind of placement or whatever like that. Ain't that like being able to place yourself in what you read. So we see the Ogeechee River. So when we bring that out, this is Ogeechee before any African or anybody was saying any Ogeechee is African. Shut up with that. This is the Gale. So they're letting you know that mostly all the people that's on this coast right here, they have this similar type of speaking way. Or as a whole, they might be getting classified as the Gullah. But you got the Ogeechee and you got the Atamahawa or Atamaha River in Georgia. And right around this area too, you had the Savannah, modern day Savannah River also. Atamaha, my bad. Atamaha River, my fault. So this let you know. And then after that, you see the Timacuan or the Timacu. All right, so right above this Ogeechee River, going farther up on the coastline of South Carolina, this is when you see another T chieftain called the Tuscaroras. Now, we know they left from up top and they came down here and they started intermingling with the Timacuan. Along the savannah and all that. So now, after you see that, this is when you see the Timacraw or the Yamacraw, the Seminoles. They got Yamasee in them. They got, because it's after wars, y'all. So they got Yamasee, they got Creek. Man, listen. That's why they tell you the Seminole is a mixture of confederacy, because the Yamasee Confederacy was a mixture of tribes. The Yamasee was a separate tribe. But once they came all together, the motherfucker just named them the Yamasee. But it was a damn near 100 different chieftains that came down with that during the Yamasee Wars. And when they broke off, you don't see that 100 chieftains no more names. You see them becoming parts of the other chieftains. And after the Seminole Wars, that's when you see Seminole Wars, Seminole 2, Seminole 3. That's when you see the 5 civilized tribes. See, once we start putting this thing in order, Nike, it'll be easier to study. So this one map right here kills everybody, all these trans-Africans saying that the Geechee is African. This kills all of that. right here. What you think, bro?
Shit,
If you was wondering about the Geechee Gullah, and I show you Geechee, a old Geechee River, and I show you a Ule or a Gullah or Gullah or Gale or Ule people, a name, 1700s, before any story about some Geechee Gullah was African mix. Now, I showed you this right here. What would you say?
I would say, man, we did more mixing like in between each other than than any like foreign like outside like somebody from Africa, like who's like up and down the coast, like you was bringing up different wars and stuff, like
Yes,
where
definitely.
is the African at?
Bruh, if you got 100 tribes, just say you got 100 chieftains just along this coast between the Ogeechee River and right below the Altamaha River. Just say you got 100 chieftains right here. And you say, just say each one of them chieftains anywhere from 30, 50 to 100 people in a chieftain. Of course, bro, we not gonna, somebody out my chieftain is gonna marry somebody and royalty out of your chieftain. They're gonna start moving out this way towards the left. You feel me?
Fact.
It only makes sense now. They're gonna start moving out towards the left on these riverbanks, because now they're starting a different section of these tribes together. But when we read it, they might all be lumbered in as the same damn chieftain. But the only reason why they consider the same chieftain is because not because they started from two brothers, it's because they intermarried two chiefs, a chief wife, a chief son, and a chief daughter married together and started this other offset. That's why we got to do more study.
Facts.
That's why we got to do more study.
And I bet we were that close to each other, man. There was a whole lot of fighting going on, a lot.
Man, but it wasn't no fighting to where like we're killing each other. And if we did have a fight and somebody died, say like if my chieftain going against your chieftain and we did have a fight and somebody died or something on my side, dog, if I win this war between you, I'm going to take a male the same age as him and I'm going to bring him back to that family to be like, yo, nigga, your son died a great battle. He died in war protecting you. Here goes somebody to replace him. Is this worthy of you? Now it's up to mama chief. See, we didn't believe in that servant. That was our slavery form. If they got caught, even if they got caught or whatever like that, no, they can come back. They can have a chance to become part of the tribe. They did. Because you know what? That will stop the incest. One thing you don't hear about American Indians, dog, is incest.
Facts.
See, this is logic and common sense things, dog, that we be listening to people and dog, we be missing the common sense little things. I love the little things because without little things, you can't have big things.
Right. And like, hey, in a lot of cases, man, the same thing still happening in different areas, bro. Like I be telling a lot of people, man, you gotta do your genealogy, like, cause like it's still a lot of intermingling, but like people don't even know they related, bro. Like we just started talking to different female. Yeah, go ahead.
That's because the last names change when a woman get married to a man.
Right.
One thing about them, they knew they was related. That was their whole thing. Their whole thing was to interbreed with each other. We didn't know nothing about this breeding with their cousin or nothing like that until the Bible came. All right, let me stop. Go ahead,
But like,
Nike.
yeah. I mean, hey, we was getting somewhere though. I like this though, man, because like I had always thought this, but like I'm saying, to go in depth with it, like I have shit, man. That's my homeland. I still want to make it back home and like know as much history about that area as possible, man. I'm way over here in Texas though, but I know where my people came
What
from, and
part?
like I follow you. Huh?
What part your people come from? You know?
Nah, not really. I had to pull up them records again though, man. I don't think I noticed like one of my I think my fourth time great grandmother, and like my papa at that time owned the land and like one on slave masters and nothing like that. But like all her brothers and sisters, they worked the field as laborers and like he was like the owner of the land. And like recently my kin people that I just found out lived in Kansas, they just moved back to the land. So it's pretty those records, man. I got them. I just I forgot the specific like location or area it was at, but it was South Carolina for sure.
Okay, okay. Um, but gang, you don't even know what area.
No, not really. Like what I'm saying. Like it's been like a little while. I found them records like a long time ago. I got them just just put up somewhere, but like I don't think I could remember like the last name Gully. Her name was Paulo Gully. Like everybody last name was Gully. I'm like, damn, that sound like Gullah Geechee, like, am I Gullah Geechee? Like, but could be, like, And then like even in Arkansas, like there's families down here that their last name is Gullies, but it's spelled different. Like,
Boy, trying to do the dog wrong, boy. Yeah, them boy trying to do you wrong, boy.
what you mean by that?
Every time you keep dropping, boy, them boys cut your mic, boy. Every time you
Uh,
start dropping some fire shit, them boys cut your goddamn mic. That's
that's what.
crazy.
Yeah, that's man. It's been happening to me all day, man. I don't know what that is, man. But I get used to doing it because like I ain't used to like getting on panels as much. So I figured out.
Yeah, we working out. But check this out, man. I'ma just give you some things, you know what I mean? You know, to help with you, to let you know that if your people them came from here, 9 times out of 10, they were great.
You say that was rich or they were what?
I said, if your peoples them came from South Carolina, 9 times out of 10, they was great.
Oh, okay.
You can
Kind
see
of
the
like
screen right there.
yep.
All right, when you read this first part of this title, what do you think?
You said the prostrate state, South Carolina, the Negro government.
You ever heard about that?
Nah, nah.
Never heard about that. Y'all go
Yeah,
get
what's
this,
that
man.
about?
This from James Pike. It's about Negro rule, American Indian rule. Oh, look at the date, first of all. We're talking about this was written, hold on. Let me make sure. 1800s. So this is in the 1800s, and we talking about slavery just ended in 1865, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
How do you got black people in parliament, bro? And
That's what prostrate mean. Okay, gotcha.
and how are they humiliating whites?
It's
How are
impossible, man.
Negroes in legislation? Huh? How are they in legislation if they're not the American Indian, or if they wasn't already free
and in power?
I can't get this type of power, dog. Within 65 to 73 is what, 8 years?
You said 65
But y'all telling me
73?
for 400 years
Oh.
we was underneath. Y'all saying there's 400 years of slavery. People was enslaved for 400 years. But y'all telling me from 1865 to 1873, black people came in power.
It took over. Nah, ain't no way.
Huh?
Ain't no
Denmark
way.
Vesey, them boys. Shout out to Denmark Vesey. Shout out to Denmark Tech. You know what I mean? Shout out to him, man. We got a county named after him, Denmark. But just check out the chapters, though, in this. I want you to go grab this, though. A raw Negro as legislator. His qualities and classification. His ignorance and corruption. You hear this?
Yeah, where you reading from? I'm trying to where you at with that?
Oh, you can't see what I'm saying? Right there to your right.
Okay.
Oh, let me blow it up a little bit. Bad, not bad. See right there? These are the chapters in.
Mm-hmm. His ignorance. Okay, I see that. Yeah. What's that? Chapter 6. Chapter 6.
Yup.
The raw Negro as a legislator. What is that?
Oh, so you didn't see the top. See, the top is right here. Chapter 1 is the Black Parliament. There you go.
Oh yeah, this deep. The humiliation of the white society, bottom side up, an extraordinary spectacle. Yeah, I need to get this right here, man.
You know why? You know why I didn't read this yet on there? Because I'm waiting for people to jump out the roof about some things. So that's why I just show it to people. To people who I deal with, you know what I mean, who I rock with, to let them know, hey, yo, dog, we you know, here we go. It's us. The humiliation of white minority, hostility of the blacks to immigration. Hold up, we don't know these stories. And I grew up in South Carolina. We didn't know these stories. All we know that we had money. We was good. You feel me?
Yeah, but guess what? The energy still showing through us today, man. Cause we still mad about immigrants coming over here now. So it's a connection.
Right now. Right now.
Right now today.
The rule of the Negro in South Carolina, what it is, what it portends, education. See, this is when I was telling you about the education system became controlled, because in order to be still classified within the government in the system, they had to teach within the parameters of them, if that makes sense.
Right.
This is when we start losing our power also, my brother. Ain't no way we can go from running government in the 1800s in South Carolina with a slave trade. See, this is another thing that kills the slave trade too. Okay?
I'm listening.
So now that makes us question, who was these Africans and what color or race of today would they be? Because we're seeing the people who they're saying that are black. Notice they ain't saying no African in government. They say the Negro.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't say no African now. They say the Negro. So now I'm going to ask, if all of these Negroes wasn't even here at this time, and the ones that they said that they brought through, they didn't stay, they got sold and went other places. Who is this Negro that they're talking about in South Carolina ruling Charleston?
Come on, man. Who is it? Who do you think it is?
It's us, my brother. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about
What
it.
about it? Nothing. Ain't no refuting it or nothing, man.
And the reason why I know this because I see these people.
Right.
So
Man, they
check
said
it
out the
out.
dump, it said like the humiliation of the white man. Like what the hell? I ain't never seen a document that say like the Negro was humiliating white people. Like, okay, bet.
Right. So check out what these cocksuckers did now. The South as it is, the character of the Negro, morally and intellectually. The South as it is, and not as it seems. The demands of justice and statesmanship. United States troops in Carolina. So now the government and the military done sent troops. The destruction of South Carolina University. Okay, pay attention. A bastard government. Reform demand. The redemption of the state possible. What the national government might do. The state deprived of external aid. Immigration is its greatest need. Okay. So now this might be the influx of all these people they bring in here. Okay? A naked, desolate state. Prejudice against white immigrants still existing. Greater political tolerance demanded. Inducement to immigrants. Cheap lands. In a salubrious or salubrious climate. So that means they had to go somewhere where they can live at. The profitableness of the cotton culture, an agricultural paradise. The history of previous migration. And we can start from the bottom on up from the right side of the page. Frauds in furnishing state house. The census frauds. Frauds in relations to the redemption of the notes of the Bank of South Carolina. On the frauds and violence practiced in the election. The frauds practiced upon the state in the cases of the Columbia and Greenville in the Blue Ridge Road. Now let's remind y'all, when the white people, so-called white people, see that they couldn't live in Charleston no more, and the so-called records building, State House caught on fire after a storm, they moved the capital to Columbia. The capital of South Carolina was Charleston first, y'all. In Charleston, I'm going to give you all this. Charleston was not named Charleston after no King Charles. Yeah, they might think that. That shit was named after Charles Pinckney. And Charleston was in West Ashley, modern day West Ashley today. That's where Charlestown Landing is. The Charleston of today is downtown, which all of this is Charleston County. But the Charleston that everybody called today is downtown Charleston. The Battery and all of that. On the frauds practice of expenditure. So that's like expeditions or either get expedited of 700,000 approximate by legislator. So there's definitely expeditions to buy lands for the freedmen. Hold up. Who the fuck is the freedmen?
Come on, man. Explain that.
Huh? See, I just go through outlines because I want people to read their goddamn self. I ain't going through this yet because I want them to go. You'd even talk about the New York Financial Agency and the effects that shit had to cause the fucking Civil War and the later on what? Revolution War? Or one out of two. On the character of the low country Negro. Why they ain't say the low country African, y'all? Huh?
Right. Maybe they ain't made it yet.
Uh, mm, mm. Why Columbia, the capital of South Carolina, is charmingly situated in the heart of the upland country, near the geographical center of the state. It has broad, open streets, regularly laid out and fine, shady residents in and about the town. How is this already produced if y'all crackers so-called did this? How is it already openly streets? Please tell me.
It was already there, man.
I thought the white man taught us everything, bro. I thought the
He
white
couldn't,
man did everything for us.
he
See,
couldn't have taught us that fast.
this is how you kill these Africans, to say the white man brought us something. It seems like there was a little real winter here at Christmas and New Year's. It didn't get cold here like that. Skate, and right now to this day, bro, up there in upper South Carolina right now, it still snow a little bit in the wintertime. Sometimes they might get a lot depending on the El Nino winds. You know what I mean? Depending on that. Word. Yesterday, about 4 p.m., the Assembly Wisdom of the State, whose achievements are illustrated on that theater, issued forth from the State House. About 3/4 of the crowd belong to the African race. Here we go. They were of every hue, from light octoroon to deep black. Hold on. Ain't nobody tell us about no light-skinned African. And the octoroon means mix.
That's heavy.
They were such a looking body of men as might pour out of a market house or a courthouse at random in a southern state. Every Negro type and physical nominee was here to be seen. From the Gentile serving man to the rough hew customer, from the rice or the cotton field. Their dress was varied as their countenance. There was a second-hand black frock coat of infirm gentility, glossy, threadbare. There was a stove pipe hat of many ironings in deported style. They were also seen to be a total disregard of the properties of customs and the coarse and dirty garments of the field, the stuff jackets and slouch hats of soil and labor. In some instances, rough woolen comforters embraced the neck and hid the absence of lining. Man, hey, listen, this gonna be. These were the legislators of South Carolina. That's all I was basically getting to. I just kept reading, but they was describing them. Now, how can they be an African descent, y'all? I thought Negro meant black, and that meant a color. So when they say they hear Negro, that means my bad. Let me scroll back up and right here. Right there. When they say these things, they be like, nah, actually, dog, this ain't a source as far as for us. This is something that we just reading. so we can see the fucking crazy shit that's going on. You know what I mean? Point blank. We can hear from both sides. No, a source don't have to agree with you. That's what reading does, dog. You only read things that agree with you. That's your problem. You don't read things that go against you. That's your problem. And I'm glad you say that. And we got you. Brothers, your source has to agree with you. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. That's y'all problem. So we already know what y'all think. Y'all one-sided. Y'all only read things that agree with y'all.
Yeah, YK would have stopped right there. You know, they read certain shit that like go with their narrative, and they stop reading. They don't keep reading.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. But the only reason why he would stop reading is because at the top it said African races. But like I was saying, though, when people hear Negro, they don't think of tarny or swarthy or copper color. They think about dark motherfuckers. So right here, we got a light octoroon. What is an octoroon? You know what? Let's just see. What is an octoroon? Uh-oh. Let's see what this says. An octoroon. An octoroon. A person who is 1/8 black by descent. 1/8 black by descent. Nah, I don't say no 1/8 African, nigga. That shit say 1/8 black. It don't say no African. Quit adding y'all shit in there. This is what y'all do.
These of the Americas and Australia, quadroon or quadroon
That's
was
the
the first.
quadroon. But notice how they say African/Aboriginal. So they let you know it could be one out the two. So that lets you know that the Aboriginal and the African got similar features, but they're not the same. If they wasn't separating them boys, why it ain't a slash European slash fucking Spanish or something like that? Because all of them are European. So out the room, a person of 1/8 black by descent, a quadroon, African/Aboriginal, and 3/4 European. Okay. So now we know what the goddamn octoroon is, because apparently they're saying that this motherfucker was the color of a light octoroon. We need to find out when were these Africans saying that they look light octoroon. This dude say they saying Africa, they saying Aboriginal to Africa. What a slash? A slash means and or. Cool out, man. We know what a slash means, bro. We know what a slash means. So stop it. Yes, they all mix. And that's what that shit was saying. That these motherfuckers over here got all types of looks. They go from the mixed looks to the dark hue. That's why they say African racist, because that's the only other places where they saw it. Oh, so-called saw it, but they didn't see it all over there. Because they was calling niggas out the Caribbeans Africans. Let's go. But anyway, this shit kills all them boys, man. You know what I mean? Because once they start going looking up the people, they gonna see who these people is. So that's all you got to do. Try another one, YK. Try something else, man. You know what I mean? Word. I ain't even on that tonight. I'm good. Oh, my son just text for this now pops. Damn. Whatever. You add that to your arsenal, you better watch yourself with that. That shit also exposed some people too, like the first Baphomet. And you know what, YK, you better be careful, man, because some of your bloodline is in works, bro. As slave owners. You hear me, Nike? I tell these boys they need to be careful because we finding people in their genealogy, these trans-Africans say they came through on a slave ship. We're finding that their great-grandfathers and stuff like that are slave owners. Nah, man. Hey, listen, you did not find that, bro. You did not find that. And you're going to be another one that's going to go down for lying that shit, man, and telling my audience this shit. But then when I asked the nigga who say this shit to come on live and show that shit, man, why he don't do it? Why y'all still cheerleading about this shit? For real. Dog, I never come on and do no show or come in y'all panel and be like, man, why can't use a damn lie? I never come in your chat and do no shit like that. What the hell convinces y'all? Who pays y'all to come do these things in people chat? Like, what is really going on? Y'all haven't been out here for over 15 years, 10 to 15 years, dog. If you ain't get the following that you needed to get back then, what you gonna do it now? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, all y'all call me a liar, bro. All y'all call me a liar. I asked this nigga to come up there, show that shit, and when I asked him to go to the top of the page and read what this whole project was about, he said, hell no, and he cursed me that night. Don't act like you wasn't there. See, y'all, see, that's why I don't deal with y'all. That's why I don't deal with y'all. You're talking about an Ashkenazi Jew dealing with trans-Africans. Y'all might really need to just start saying y'all part of the 13 tribes. That's what I'm getting from this. Y'all really in religion. Y'all really putting yourself with the 13 tribes. Y'all just don't want to do the religion shit. You know? And I see that. Y'all really don't want to do the religious shit. For real. And YK, the only reason why I let you up here, bro, because you ain't never disrespect my family. You disrespect me personally. I'm cool.
Yeah, bro, we good, man. We good, bro. I don't want no smoke.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do, I mean, it's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? But I don't got time for that dumb shit no more, man. That shit takes away from me, bro. It takes away from all us as a whole, period. Fuck.
But yeah, bro, but you got proud history.
See that shit, motherfucker.
You got proud, brother. You got proud history, brother.
You do too.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah,
be
you
ashamed
do
of
too.
it.
Like, yeah, don't be ashamed of your slave
Yeah,
owner.
don't deny your
the name of.
Don't deny your African ancestry, brother.
No. See, that ain't the proud history that you're talking about.
That is proud.
No, bro.
They got a culture, brother. They got a culture.
Slave owner. You're talking about the slave owner proud history. I'm talking about you with your slave owner proud history also.
You know them people fought, right?
We don't know nothing about no African.
Yeah, your ancestors fought in South Carolina, brother.
No, yeah, but not no Africans. But
yeah.
You know, your people's them fought in South Carolina too, and they wasn't African.
Oh no, they were.
Nah, they wasn't, dog. They was Confederates too.
Nah,
they was fighting to keep their land.
My ancestors fought in the Civil War. They was with the Union.
No, they converted to the they converted to the Union afterwards, but they was Confederate at first.
Nah, brother. I got the records, brother.
Dog, your people's them was one of the ones who got money for every slave they had.
No, I got pensions
to the Union, bro. Because Abraham said, "Will give y'all money."
I got pensions.
Right. That's
pensions,
bro. There go your pension. There go your pension.
Bro, you making up history, brother. You trying to refabricate history.
What is your pension? Is your pension in a land grant?
You try
or a money grant? Hold on. Is your pension rewarded as a land grant or a money grant?
Let me answer you, brother. They were paid to fight. Now, what I'm saying is this, right? I have a pension of how much. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish.
That's not what you're describing.
Let me finish.
About a paycheck, and now you're talking about a pension. A pension is something that you get until death, and it can pass on to your family members.
No, brother. You know that's how they saying how much that person got paid. You see what you're doing is there's different definitions for a word, brother. So what?
No, bro. They will have salary on that, bro. That will have salary on there. What is you talking
it's a pension, brother.
No, pension is something, brother. Man, hey, hold on. Nike, you still here, bro? You still here, Nike? I know you've been in and out some bad areas or whatever. But I know a pension, dog, is something that you can get.
Right.
These people still getting pensions off their old music.
You getting paid. This is what they owe you for the war. So if you're a veteran or you have your family or your children, it's a pension, brother. You know the veterans can get that money.
All right. So that's why I asked you, what form of pension did your peoples them get? Did they get money every month?
That's what
hold on, bro. But you act like I was lying when I asked you what pension.
You keep cutting me off, brother. There's nothing to be afraid of. Like, let me finish. If I finish, then you won't gotta ask questions because I'm gonna tell you. But if you cut me off in mid-sentence, I'm not gonna get it out. So what I was saying is, I made it clear that he received money. That's why I said how much he got paid. Money. So on his pension, he got money. So he was in a civil war. He fought with Harriet Tubman and helped free 700 slaves in the Combahee River with Harriet Tubman. So my ancestors was in a civil war, brother, in the 1862 the what you call that? The 1862 Militia Act. You gotta be African descent.
So your peoples them got a pension which was in money form, right?
Yeah.
So fuck his check that he was getting while he was in there. That's something different. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is I don't see that.
No. I'm asking you, bro. So his monthly or his weekly, 2 weekly salary was different than his pension?
I didn't say that. I didn't say nothing about his salary, brother.
All right. So his pension was for the rest of his life once he finished his service, right? He did a job, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that can be passed on to other family members, right? His kids, right?
But don't argue a straw, brother. Don't argue something I'm not talking
We're
about.
talking about a petition, bro. So that's why I asked you. So I asked
pension,
you, what
a pension.
form did he get? Did he get land pension or did he get money? You see, he got money. All right. So now your family them kept getting the check from the United States government because the reason why he got paid in money because he already had land. Am I correct?
No, I never said anything about.
No, I'm asking you, bro. Did he already have land before he go fight in the war?
Listen, the point of me bringing that up is not to care about if he got land or money. That's not because we're not gonna get stuck there.
Hey, YK,
we're not gonna get stuck there, brother.
YK, did your people them already had land before he joined?
That doesn't matter because that
Yes,
wasn't
that
the point
does.
of. No,
Yes,
it
it
doesn't.
does.
Because that wasn't the point of me bringing.
So now let me tell y'all why it does matter. Because with these things that he's calling, all of this files up underneath bounty lands, also hand rights, all of this shit. So you had these people that was in the top north that got paid for every so-called slave they had. So you know what? When they went to war, they already had land, so they couldn't get granted land rights because they already had it. So they got rewarded money. And here goes a prime example. This just shows shit that I already brought out with bounty lands. Now, if your peoples them didn't have nothing at all, and they was fighting from up north, they got granted lands that was conquered or that got confiscated during the Civil War.
Okay. Now, what was the point of me bringing?
Hold on. YK, I don't need you to cut me off. I muted you because I was trying to make a point, but you ready to go into some other shit. But I was trying to make a point. It's only two types of fucking payment, either land or money.
All right.
If you already got land, and this shit says it. It says it on it. If you already got land, you get paid in the form of money.
All right. So what was the point?
You don't got land or none of that?
Bro, you just keep repeating the same thing over and over, brother.
If you don't got land, you got the right to choose. You can say, hey, yo, put me on a plot of land, or you can say, yo, I'll take the money.
I got you. I heard you. So what was the point of me?
Hold on. It's not about you hearing me. You ain't my people's them, man. Yeah, I mean, like that, support. You know what I mean? It's only fucking for us in it because as soon as
Yeah, he about Tariq Nasheed me right now.
No. I only muted you to let go, bro. It's not all about you, my nigga. It was just that I was trying to make a point across.
Yeah, you said it like 10 times, brother.
But yeah.
So what was the point of me bringing up that record, brother? Was it to argue about if they got money or land, or was it to prove that they fought in the Civil War, brother? So while you arguing about something else that I never, that's called straw man. That's a fallacy. When you talk about something that I'm not talking about, brother.
That they fought in the Civil War for.
Yes, that's what I was saying. That's what I brought it up for.
What was the purpose? What was the purpose of you?
The purpose of me bringing up the pension, because the pension lets you know what troop he was, what infantry, if he was with the Union or if he was a Confederate. That's it, brother.
Oh, okay. Also, all right then. So once you said pension, that's why I went into what
I just got stuck there, brother. It's cool. You just got stuck there for a reason.
Listen, dog.
You knew what you was doing, brother.
You said something about pension. No, you antagonized that shit and carried it along.
Nah, I'm gonna mute up.
But you turned around and your jokey ass said the same thing I was saying. They took the money. And a pension means that your family get money for the rest of their life, long as they can prove that they're a descendant of this person.
You just got lost in the sauce, OTK. That's all, brother.
Nah,
you got lost in the sauce.
You went into pensions, so I asked you. The first thing I asked you, bro, what pension did they get? It's only 2 pensions.
Right, but that didn't matter, brother. That's why.
Yeah, it did matter.
my point was showing you that they was in a civil war.
Already had land. How could it be an African already owning land? And then is your slave owner, your so-called slave
you getting ancestors mixed up, brother.
No, fuck that.
You getting my ancestors mixed up, brother.
I don't even care about your ancestors for real. Like,
nah, because I think you mixing them up. You doing some research on me, but you gotta do it right.
No, bro, I don't care about finding your ancestors. I ain't gonna say I don't care about your ancestors. I was a part about that. I ain't mean.
Nah, you good, brother. You good.
I don't care about finding them, dog. I don't do that type of shit.
But yeah,
I don't do that, bro. I don't do that. And apparently you don't do that neither. Because you know why? That same paper that I showed, that so-called them niggas did a made up a tree on. Remember that night me and you was building, dog, when you showed some shit and I showed you some shit? And you say, OTK, I respect you for that, dog. You one of the only ones, man.
But OTK, brother.
Hold on. It was down there about 2 or 3 in the morning. And that same damn morning, I went to sleep. Come to find out, you had an hour on my show.
Right.
It was that same day.
But you got to stop saying they made up a tree, brother. They ain't make up a tree.
Hold on. I'm telling you what the fuck he said. And he admitted it.
Right. But he didn't say he made up a tree, brother.
Yes, he did. He said he made up a tree, bro.
Not in that sense.
No.
Y'all playing word games.
No. Hold on. What other sense is making up a tree?
All right, so let me take. So if I say I made up a tree, right? That means that I went to Ancestry, I created the tree, and then I added the information you provided. Technically, I made up the tree.
No,
it's not, but what you're saying is that they fabricated a tree.
Whoa. Once you make up a tree off of one so-called ancestor, what are you doing, bro?
Right, because you using all the ancestors.
Chill out. So you're fabricating the rest of the tree line, right?
No, we're just using those ancestors.
Hold up, bro. Because for the simple fact, even when you do so-called find your people, you still have to click it and say, yeah, this is my people.
Brother. Please, brother, don't keep when I'm just trying to get it off. Don't censor me. What I'm saying is we're using the information that you're providing. We're not.
Hey, listen, no. Why can't I don't give a fuck if you recording. You fuck with that fuck shit.
I'm not recording nothing, brother.
I didn't even censor you just now. I didn't mute you or nothing.
Hey, but not that because you keep when I speak, you keep saying hold on and stop and hold on.
No, bro, you been up through talking.
I wasn't finished, brother.
You said that it wasn't like he made up a tree. You're saying it like that. I said, no, bro. It's not like that. You said, well, damn, you're trying to make it look like he fabricated it. I said, no. Right. This is what he said. So I was asking you a question.
Cool. So let me answer you. The only people...
You know what? Go ahead and answer yourself. Go ahead and answer yourself. How about that? You know what I mean? Go ahead and answer yourself. How about that shit? Find somebody else to play with. Find a dildo or something to play with. You're used to that. You know what I mean? And with that, man, you know what I mean, being said, man, Nike 903, man, peace to you. All love and respect, man. I'm gone, man. I'm going to leave that show like how it is with the eugenics thing, man. I'm gone.